Good morning. I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News Now, coming to you from our digital desk. It is day 2 of our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the I Promise beating death case, the I Promise school beating death case that happened in June of 2022. 17-year-old Ethan Liming was with a group of friends, 4 individuals total, 3 of his buddies. That showed up to the I Promise school with splatter guns. They used those splatter guns to shoot at 3 individuals who were on the basketball courts at the LeBron James I Promise school. When 2 of the brothers, and we're talking about Deshaun and Tyler Stafford, Deshaun Stafford was the first to come over to the car and confront the teenagers with the splatter guns. Ethan Liming, we found out on Friday, was the only one to get out of the car at that point. He then proceeded to use that splatter gun and shoot Deshaun a couple more times in the face and in the head. That's when the fight started between Deshaun and Ethan Liming. Now, according to the defense, Ethan Liming had the body size over Deshaun. He was the star quarterback for Firestone High School. They described him as 6'1", 180 pounds. According to the defense, it was Liming who was the aggressor, threw Deshaun to the ground. That's when his brother Tyler came over and got involved in the fight. Now, there was a 3rd individual. He is the cousin of the 2 brothers, Donovan Jones. He then gets involved at some point. According to the prosecutor, it was 3-on-1 at one point. And what we learned on Friday during extensive opening arguments is that this case is going to come down to what was an appropriate use of force. According to the defense, Deshaun and his brother Tyler were defending themselves, and because it was a fist fight, that they are eligible, that they are able by state law to defend themselves, and that it was described by the defense the unluckiest punch in the world when Deshaun hit Ethan Liming from the side. It knocked him unconscious, and when he fell, he hit his head on the concrete, and that's what caused his death. We do know from the medical examiner's report, and we will hear from a coroner at some point in this trial, that it was the occipital bone. It is a bone on the back of your skull that protects your spine. That is what ultimately killed Ethan Liming, and that was from his head hitting the concrete. There was testimony on Friday that even the first officers that responded, they could see a footprint in Ethan Liming's chest, basically saying he was also stomped and kicked when he was on the ground. We did hear from the first responding officers, the first 2 that were there. They described Ethan Liming when they showed up. He had vomit coming out of his mouth as well as blood, and that he was not breathing. As soon as EMS got to Ethan Liming, they pronounced him dead right there. They did not load him on a gurney. They left him as a part of the investigation right there in the parking lot. You can see the attorneys are in place. We're just waiting for the jury, the judge, and the defendants. Remember, this is not a murder trial. Deshaun and Tyler both face involuntary manslaughter charges. Deshaun faces 2 charges of involuntary manslaughter. His brother faces just the single charge. As for the cousin, Donovan Jones, he has already completed his case. He pleaded no contest to 2 counts of assault back in October of 2022. He was given a 180-day suspended sentence, spent no time in prison. We do expect today to hear from the 3 passengers in Ethan Liming's car. We know that the passenger was his good friend. It was explained in court by the defense on Friday that Ethan Liming was also, according to the defense, the weed dealer for Firestone High School, and that's why they were out that night. The 2 individuals in the back of Ethan Liming's car were basically customers / friends, acquaintance. He had picked them up to sell them some weed. They had the splatter guns. There were approximately, I believe, 3 splatter guns in the car, and that's when they went looking for somebody to shoot. As the defense said on Friday, the 3 young men were at the I Promise school as their safe place to play basketball. That was supposed to be their safe place, and that they were not looking for trouble, that trouble came looking for them. That's the exact words from the defense on Friday. We have a little bit of a sort of a recap of the testimony that we heard on Friday from our Caitlin McCarthy, who's going to cover this also gavel to gavel. Let's take a look at coverage from Friday and what we can expect in court today. Take a look.
In opening statements on Friday, the prosecution argues this was a dumb prank that turned tragic.
And when he was on the ground, after he hit the ground, when he's basically dying on the ground, they didn't stop there.
17-year-old Ethan Liming and 3 of his friends drove to the I Promise school in Akron. They started firing a splatterball gun as a TikTok prank at Tyler and Ishan Stafford, including their cousin, who were playing basketball. They confront Ethan, who the defense claims was the aggressor. It escalates into a fight. The defense argues it was, quote, an unlucky punch that knocked him back and he hit his head on the pavement.
Even if the consequences are tragic, even if the consequences are unforeseen, that conduct is covered.
When officers arrived to the scene, Ethan was already dead. A shoe print was on his chest and his pockets turned out. Everyone, including Ethan's friends, were gone.
I observed what appeared to be vomit on his face and what appeared to be tread marks from a shoe on his torso.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary with regard to the vehicle that was left on scene there?
Yeah, so it was in the middle of the parking lot. I believe one of the doors was open and the sunglasses visor to the car was behind it, like it had been ripped out.
The defense attacked Ethan's character, describing him as the weed dealer for Firestone High School. He picked up his friends and wanted to cause trouble. When testimony resumes Monday morning, the prosecution says we'll hear from Ethan's friends who were with him that night. Caitlin McCarthy, 19 News.
So that sets the stage to where we are now. As you can see, all of the attorneys have been called back into the judge's chambers. This is not too uncommon. This is a chance for the judge to say, okay, here's the ground rules for today. Who do we expect to hear from? How long do you think it's going to take, so that the judge can kind of plan breaks for the jury, lunch break. And again, let's go over the rules. Here's what the judge does and doesn't want to hear from the attorneys. This is a court of law, and after the opening statements, everything has to be factual evidence. You can't be leading witnesses. You have to ask them questions that they have the answers to, as far as you can't say, well, describe what it was like that day. What was the feeling? It can't be based on feelings. What happened when you got to the parking lot? What happened when Deshaun came up to the car? What happened when? It has to be very factual. You can't be leading witnesses and asking them about feelings and ask them about what did you think was going to happen? What did you think Deshaun was going to do? You can't ask those kinds of questions. You will instantly be faced with a challenge by both the defense and the judge. As we have time, we have a clip from Friday's testimony. I believe we've got the officer, the first officer that arrived on scene, the I Promise school there in Akron, very big parking lot. He describes that the ambulance got there at the same time. They came in one entrance. He went around the other side, and by the time he came to the side of the building where Ethan's body was, EMS had already gotten out, started examining the body, determining that he was not alive and then wasn't breathing. Let's take a look at a little bit of his testimony. The first officer, make sure I can get his name here, Officer Kyle Walter, who had just come on shift that night. It was about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night back on June 2nd of 2022, had just come on shift and had taken the call to go to the I Promise school for some sort of fight. And when they arrived, there was no one in the parking lot, just Ethan's body. Take a listen to some of the testimony from Friday.
And in that video, you were talking to some medical personnel, is that right?
Yes.
The video they're talking about is body cam video.
Those folks treating Ethan Liming when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell exactly what they were doing?
No.
Okay, but what did you think they were doing?
I don't know. But once they were with him, then, you know, they're in his hand. He's in their hands. So my job was to see what was around that could put together whatever happened.
Okay, and so it looked like you kind of walked around the lot a little bit there?
Yes.
Okay, can you kind of tell us, you know, what you found when you did that?
I believe I first went over to the vehicle that somebody said was abandoned. I was looking for an identification for the victim because I assumed he was going to be going to the hospital and we'd have to notify a parent or whatever. So I was looking for IDs. I remember seeing lots of shoes. There were some cell phones on the ground. There was a broken toy gun and a wallet.
Okay, and so that was you getting in the car there, is that
Yep.
right?
Yes, sir.
Did you find an identification in that car?
It did.
Okay, do you know if it was for Ethan?
It was not for Ethan. I don't remember who it was for, but it was not Ethan.
Okay. Do you recall what else was in the car?
I didn't search it. I just was looking for ID. I see in the video that I pulled out some kind of cigars or cigarello wrap packages or wrappers and a water bottle I remember seeing on the seat in the video.
Okay. About the time that you were going to that car, it looked like another APD cruiser showed up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that would have been?
The officers' names?
Yeah. Do you know what officers that would have been?
Officer Lockhart and his partner, whoever he was working with.
And did you say something to them?
I said that he doesn't look good.
Okay. Why did you say that?
Because pulling on scene and seeing the victim on the ground, it looked like it wasn't very good. It did not look like he was in good state.
Okay. Okay. When you were there, did you have the opportunity to go up to Ethan's body?
Could you be more specific?
Did you go near Ethan's body while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to look at him and observe his body?
Yes, but not until after I knew that he was dead.
Okay. Did you take note of any injuries to him?
Not specific injuries. No, I could see that he definitely was beat up. I didn't notice any kind of stab wounds or gunshot wounds or anything that stuck out in my mind other than his face was pretty beaten.
Okay. Do you know what the status of his clothing was when you saw him?
I remember his pockets were turned inside out, and that's the most that I remember from what I saw. I mean, his clothing was definitely disheveled, but I don't recall specifics about his clothing other than what I mentioned in the camera, that his pockets were turned out.
At a certain point in the video, did you mention a Flobies shooter?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what you meant when you said that?
I believe I meant an Orbeez gun.
Okay. What's an Orbeez gun, if you know?
It's like some kind of hybrid squirt Nerf gun that shoots small pellets of some kind of polymer, I believe.
Okay. And
like a BB gun.
Okay. But you were able to see that there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where it was?
It was in the parking lot, away from the body.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far away it would have been from you when you identified it?
When I said that's one of those, somewhere between 10 and 20 feet at least, probably.
Okay. How did you know that's what it was?
I have kids that have toys. They want those kind of things.
Okay.
I just looked similar to what they had showed me.
Okay. Okay, at a certain point in the video, I think you maybe relayed information to a dispatcher or something of the license plate number of the car. Is that right?
Yes.
What was your purpose in doing that?
To attach that call, that vehicle to the call, so they would put it and it would be attached to the call.
Okay. Okay, and I think we saw you talk to a few different folks that kind of wandered up to the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if they were witnesses to the incident?
I believe I determined they were not.
Okay. Okay, at a certain point, you asked if Ethan was 22. Can you please tell the jury what that means?
It's our police code for somebody being dead.
Again, that was testimony from Friday afternoon. The first officer that was on scene. Again, a live look inside the courtroom as we continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage. We are waiting for the attorneys. They all went back into the judges' chambers. Sometimes there are issues. Perhaps attorneys will file motions that need to be addressed. Sometimes they're asking for certain pieces of evidence to be disqualified, or if they're going to introduce a new piece of evidence, they need to do this in the judges' chambers away from the jury. You don't want the jury to hear about a potential piece of evidence that's being introduced or excluded there in the courtroom. Sometimes there are other motions. Attorneys, you will have this almost in every case, especially high-profile cases. Right now, it's the prosecution's turn, so they get to call all of their witnesses. The defense gets to cross-examine them, but then generally, after the prosecution rests their case, in this case, it'll probably be 2 or 3 or 4 days worth of testimony. But once the prosecution rests, you will generally get a motion as we see the attorneys coming back into the courtroom. But after the prosecution rests, you will generally get the defense that will make sort of a fleeting attempt that after the prosecution has presented all of their evidence in their case, as we see the two defendants being led in, Deshaun leading there, his younger brother Tyler behind him. But the prosecution will ask for a dismissal at the end of the prosecution's case. Basically, one last ditch effort to say, Judge, I think we've heard the evidence, and I don't think there's enough evidence to convict either client. Remember, both clients have their own attorney. That is Deshaun right there. He is the older brother. And then you have Tyler, the younger brother, both on trial in this case. So when the defense gets their chance to cross-examine, we hear from both attorneys for Deshaun and Tyler. I want you to put yourself in the jury box. I want you to put yourself as a juror as you watch our complete gavel-to-gavel coverage. Was this self-defense? Did Deshaun have the right to come over and confront Ethan Liming and his 3 friends as they were being shot at by a splatter gun? Does that reach the level of getting into a fist fight? And if you believe in self-defense, then it was the unlucky punch that we hear about from the defense that knocked Ethan out, that went down and unfortunately hit his head and died. Now, if you are on the side of the prosecutor, you have to ask yourself, was that an appropriate amount of force? Did this prank reach to the level of having a 3-on-1 beatdown at one point? And are you responsible for the death? If you get into a fist fight, claim you are defending yourself. If that person goes down and hits their head and dies, are you responsible for that? That's what this case is going to come down to. Again, whenever we see the seal, the Great Seal of the state of Ohio, generally means the jury is being brought in. Let's take a listen here and we'll wait for an all rise for both the jury and the judge. But what we expect today is we know from the testimony on Friday that the passenger in the front seat, Ethan's best friend or good friend that was sitting in the front seat with him, he never got out of the car. And the defense told the jury, in fact, he was scared, and I think he even called him a little bit of a scaredy cat. He crouched down in the front seat, according to the defense. Why is that important? Because the defense is going to try and poke holes at anything that kid says. Well, how can you tell that they were stomping him or that they beat him once he was on the ground? Weren't you crouched down? How could you see that? So I think that's going to be a very contentious witness. It'll be a young man, potentially 17, 18, 19 years old, that has to take the stand in the death of his friend. Keep that in mind as well as we see these teenagers take to the stand, being grilled in court, that they're dealing with the death of their friend. They are sworn to tell the truth, and we hope that that's what we get. Obviously, if you lie in court under oath, that is a major offense. That is perjuring yourself, and should not happen in any case. But so we hope to get the truth. After the beating of Ethan Liming starts and they are concentrated on him, they do try to get to the other three that had shut themselves in his car. They showed on Friday a footprint to the window of one of the passenger seats where they were trying to break the window so that they could get at the other three individuals. Just taking a listen to what's going on in court here. But what they were trying to do is obviously, after they were finished beating up Ethan Liming, they were going for the other three. They somehow were able to get out of the car, maybe on the other side, and take off and run. We get the all rise for the judge. I think we will also have an all rise for when the jury comes in. But again, another interesting day of gavel-to-gavel coverage in this case of the LeBron James I Promise School beating death. Did it have anything to do with the I Promise School? No. This is just where it happened. The three young men were playing basketball on the courts there. The car of four teenagers shows up, starts using their splatter guns to shoot at the three young men on the basketball courts, and that's what started this whole thing. The defense, very aptly so, pointed out that this was a dumb TikTok prank, and that the TikTok prank is supposed to be you pull up, you use this gun that makes some sort of simulated machine gun noise. It shoots these liquid gel pellets, and then you film them, they scatter, and then you're supposed to drive away. The defense said Ethan never drove away. If he had driven away, and again, we're getting this ceiling shot here because the jury will be brought in. But if Ethan had just driven away like you're supposed to in this dumb TikTok prank, that this would have been over. This would have never happened. We would never be in this courtroom. But he didn't drive away. When he's confronted by Deshaun, that's when Ethan gets out of the car and proceeds to shoot at Deshaun again. And then that's when the fight starts.
Please be seated.
And here we go in court for day two.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone had a great weekend, and we are back in session this morning. The state is prepared to continue to present some witnesses this morning, and so I will turn to Mr. Kuhn.
Your Honor,
Ms. Schucke.
I believe Prosecutor Schucke will be doing the question. I'll retrieve our witness detective paper from the hallway, please.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take the witness stand.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Thomas Aber, A-B-E-R,
And where are you employed?
Akron Police Department.
And in what capacity there?
I am a detective on midnight major crimes.
Midnight.
Major crimes.
All right. How long have you been a detective on the Midnight Major Crime Unit?
About 2.5 years.
And prior to that position, where were you? What position did you have?
Patrol.
And how long have you been with APD?
Total of about 9 years.
All right. And can you describe to the jury your duties on a Midnight Major Crime Unit detective position?
We handle all felony cases, murders, rapes, felonious assaults, shootings, stabbings, any big crime that occurs, felonies, we investigate.
And what are your hours on the midnight shift?
We currently work 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And did you work last night?
I did.
All right, so you came right off your shift and came here?
Correct.
All right. I want to ask you then some questions about when you were working on June 2nd of 2022, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell us the nature of the call that you received about 10:45 or so p.m. that day or evening?
We were notified of a homicide at the I Promise school.
That's how it came out to you, was a homicide at the I Promise?
They called into the Detective Bureau desk and said that they have a homicide.
All right. Do you report to the scene?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Myself and 3 other detectives went to the scene. We met with the patrol officers that are already on scene. They walked us through the scene, showed us the car, Ethan, some other things, the phones, and pointed out some certain things on the scene. While on scene, we were approached by a patrol officer who said that a mother was there, who said that her son and another male was a witness to the incident, and then they're at her house. So I went over there and talked to her. That was Lamarion's mom. She said that Lamarion and Mackay are at my house. They witnessed the incident. As that's going on, Ephraim's dad showed up on scene and said my son was also involved. He's at the house. So I coordinated 2 cruisers to go pick up the 2 boys and also Ephraim and take them down to the station to be interviewed.
Okay, so going backing up a minute, so when you get on scene, is the crime scene unit there?
No, I think we beat them to the scene.
Make sure my phone is off, all right. So when you get there, the crime scene unit is not there yet?
Correct.
All right, you guys call them out?
Yes, a sergeant or someone called them out, yes.
All right. So you talked about Lamarion's mom and Ephraim's dad both came to the I Promise school to the scene there?
Yes.
All right. And did you coordinate then sending cruisers to pick these 2 boys up to interview them?
Correct.
All right. And I should say actually 3 boys, right? Because it was Lamarion and Mackay who were at Lamarion's house?
Correct.
And is that on Hall Street in Akron?
Yes.
How far is Lamarion's house from I Promise school?
A couple blocks away.
All right, so cruisers are sent to pick up all 3 boys?
Correct.
And where are they taken?
They're brought to the Akron Police Department, the 6th floor, the Detective Bureau, and they're placed in separate rooms.
And were you involved in interviewing them?
Yes.
Without telling me what they said, were they able to give a description of the people involved in the assault or situation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Okay. At that time, after your interview with them, what is your next step?
The next step was to notify the family of Ethan's death.
Okay. And how did you do that?
We went to the mother's home and spoke to her, and then she called family, and they all came over.
All right. So after this interview with the 3 boys that were there with Ethan, you're at this point still don't have any names of any suspects, right?
Correct.
What is your next step?
Our next step is to reach out to Akron Public Schools to try to get video of the parking lot and of the whole area. We also sent emails to the day shift crime scene unit to see if they can go out to the McDonald's and get video from the McDonald's of that night.
Okay. And were you able to obtain video from the I Promise school?
Yes, we were.
The cameras that were used for that video, approximately where are they on the school, if you know?
on the south side. One's facing the basketball court, and the one's kind of has a little bit of the basketball court, but then also the parking lot.
So there's basically two primary videos, one facing the basketball court and one sort of the parking lot area?
Correct.
All right. And what about the McDonald's videos? Did you obtain those?
Yes, we did.
And what focus areas were important in your investigation from those videos?
One was the drive-through line facing South Valley Street, kind of when you curve around the thing, and the other one was facing Market Street, shooting to Market Street where someone would pick up their order.
So you obtained, I guess, more than 4 videos, but 4 primary videos. And did you review those videos?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you reviewed on the I Promise School videos.
We observed a silver SUV come from the South Valley and pull up to the south side of the basketball courts, pull in, turn the headlights off, and then 3 subjects come onto the basketball court and start playing basketball.
Were there 3 subjects or more than 3?
At the first, there was only 3 subjects.
Okay. So you continued to review those videos?
Yes.
Does it show the incident that happened in the parking lot?
Yes, it does.
Can you just describe what you saw from those videos?
It shows a blue car coming up to the basketball court. It stops. The front passenger gets out, and also the back driver's side passenger gets out. They run up to the basketball court. At that time, the 3 individuals on the basketball court start running away. The 2 individuals run back to the car. They get into the car, and then the 1 subject goes behind the car and approaches the driver, which is Ethan. And you can tell there's kind of like a tussle. They move towards the front of the car. At that time, another subject comes to the front of the car and kind of meets up with Ethan and the subject, and they kind of get pushed out of view. As that's happening, you see the back passenger get out of the vehicle, go around the vehicle, kind of go towards the area of what's happening. Also, you have another subject, a 4th subject, kind of on the opposite side of the basketball courts, running towards the area, and you have another subject, a 3rd subject, kind of running towards the area too. You see Ephraim getting out of the front passenger seat, kind of standing in front of the car. At that time, you see 4 subjects kind of start walking back towards the vehicle and go back towards the court. The 3 subjects go into the court, while the 1 subject kind of stays like on the outside of the court, kind of watching them. At this time, the vehicle that the boys arrived in, Ethan arrived in, they are driving towards the area where the fight ended. You can see the doors open, and then you see the 1 subject who stayed outside the court kind of approach them where the car stopped. It's in the distance, so you can't really see exactly what's going on, but there's some commotion. At that time, the silver SUV pulls around and kind of parks. The blue vehicle's like this, and the silver SUV's like this, and then you see the other subjects go towards the vehicle. Like I said, you see some more commotion, and then you see the 3 subjects run away, and then kind of 1 following them.
Okay. After about 3 subjects, you said run away, and these are the people this is Ephraim, Mackay, and Lamarian. They are running away from the car at that point?
Correct.
What happens to Ethan's car after his friends run off scene?
Someone drives Ethan's car kind of around and back up to the front of where they kind of came in. They stop, they open the door, they start running away towards the silver car. They stop for a second, they whip stuff into the ground, and then they take off running and get into the silver vehicle, and the silver vehicle pulls off towards Valley Street.
And the silver vehicle, this is the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. We also have some McDonald's video. Why was that important to you?
McDonald's vehicle showed the silver vehicle kind of pulling in from South Street to go to the basketball court. Also, at the end of the video of the incident, it shows the 2 boys running towards South Valley Street. And then it shows Ephraim kind of running around the building, the drive-through, kind of like how you'd follow the drive-through. And then you see, later known as, we found out as Donovan Jones, kind of chasing after him with no shirt, So Ephraim keeps running towards Market Street, and you see in the video Ephraim crossing Market Street and running towards his house.
And just to back up a minute, so you determined through your investigation that Donovan Jones, friends of the defendant, or cousin actually, is chasing the Lamarian and Mackay and Ephraim into the parking lot of McDonald's?
Yes.
And then after the three boys run away, what does Donovan Jones do?
Donovan Jones kind of runs back to the silver SUV. He gets in the car, and they drive away.
Okay. We have video we're going to play through you. I believe this has been stipulated by the defense, the authenticity of the video, correct? Let's see how it looks. Yeah.
Hang on, it just takes a second to switch over.
So the first video we're going to mark as State's Exhibit 29. This is the video from the I Promise School facing the parking lot. And depending judge, we may or may not want to turn lights off. I don't know. Let me see how it looks here. All right. So when you collect video, what's the time frame of a full video? What time frame are you looking at?
Depends on the situation. If we know exactly kind of what time it is, or we have a general idea, if it happened at 10:30, then we might do it an hour before or an hour between before and after. It all depends on the situation and what we're looking for in the crime. So we had a pretty good idea of when everything happened, so we just kind of gathered 2 hours of time.
I'm going to start the video at the 1 hour at 1:25:56. So now it's obviously evening, and we're going to start it there.
I do think it would be better with the lights down, Your Honor.
Dan DeRose with 19 News. As we wait for this video to play out, we do want to warn you, we're not sure what's shown. I think we heard that the fight actually spills off scene.
So this is the video. You see a little bit of the basketball court off to the right, but primarily it's focusing on the parking area, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what hold on a second. So the light that we kind of see, kind of almost a little off center, that's the McDonald's parking lot there, like kind of the orange light area.
Yes.
Notating the time is 1:27:12. It's your understanding that the defendants have already arrived and parked their car at this point?
I do not know the time frame on this.
Okay.
It's different for each.
That's fine. Go ahead and look at the court on the right-hand side. Do you see people arriving there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And from your investigation, that's the defendants and Donovan Jones?
Yes.
So now we see some people walking over there on the court?
Yes.
Okay. And they're there for a while. They're playing basketball for a while, correct?
Yeah, around a half an hour, a little bit more.
Okay. We are going to move then to about 1:57 on the video. Playing from 1:56:55. You still see the defendants and Donovan Jones then playing basketball on the court, correct?
Yes, I do.
And again, this is about 10:30 at night, 10:45 at night?
Yes, around there. I believe we matched up the McDonald's video is around like 10:41 is when Ethan arrives.
Okay. Now we're seeing Ethan's vehicle pull in, correct?
Correct.
Can you determine the person going back to the car, that's Mackay?
The first one is Mackay, and the second one is Ephraim.
Now you see someone coming over from the court. Did you determine who that was?
Deshaun.
Now there's someone else coming over from the court?
Correct.
And this is when you're saying you can't really see what's happening, but now we have at least two of the defendants here. Now that the third is coming over, that one coming over last is Donovan Jones, right?
Correct. The one in the back's approaching from behind, and then there's Donovan Jones approaching.
The person we see standing outside the car right closest to us, that's Ephraim, who's getting back in right now.
Correct.
All right, now we see the defendants and Donovan Jones walking away from the vehicle back towards the court.
Correct.
You see the car pulling forward to where we believe Ethan was on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And someone's walking back over from the court. Do you know who that subject was?
Donovan Jones.
Donovan. And from your investigation, do you know what the boys are trying to do right now?
They are trying to get Ethan's body into the vehicle, and they are attempting to call 911.
So it looks like Deshaun and Tyler are back on the court, but Donovan Jones is the one who's not in the court.
Correct.
We're seeing some headlights and a vehicle approaching. Whose car is that?
The defendants.
This is at 20149. So now we see one figure head over to Ethan's car and now a second figure. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you determined that was Tyler and Deshaun?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see currently in the video?
There's commotion. I think it's in the back. You see them running away
Towards the McDonald's?
towards McDonald's, and then someone gets in the car, drives it up towards Market Street.
Did you determine who was driving that vehicle? Ethan, that?
We believe it was Tyler.
Is that the motion you said was like throwing something on the ground?
Yes.
And that ended up being a phone from one of the boys in the car?
Correct.
So at this point, Tyler's getting back in the car with Deshaun, is that correct?
Yes.
And now they're heading out into that sort of alley right behind the McDonald's?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to stop it at 20405. So we just reviewed the I Promise School video facing the parking lot. There's also a I Promise School video that was facing the the basketball court, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to open that one up. We're going to call this State's Exhibit 30. And I'm going to go to 1:25:56 to begin playing. You see a vehicle's headlights there, kind of in the center of the screen, right behind the court. Whose vehicle is that?
The defendants.
So this is a video of them arriving at the I Promise School lot.
Correct.
And initially, you didn't know who they were, so the car, its arrival, what the car looked like, those are all important things to you in your investigation?
Yes.
Just trying to determine who the people were.
Exactly.
From your understanding of the scene, there's just one entrance or exit to the basketball court, correct?
Yes, back behind.
Sorry?
Yes, there's only entrances and exits are back behind there.
All right. So it's kind of like where the lone tree there on the sort of almost the right-hand side is
Yes.
there. All right, now we see them on the court. These are the two defendants and then Donovan Jones.
Yes.
And did you determine that there was a fourth person with them?
Yes.
And do we know who that was?
We believe it was Tyler's girlfriend, Adriana Blair.
What's the name?
Adriana Blair?
So I'm going to move ahead then to about 1:58 on the video. So at about 1:58 on the video, this is approximately when Ethan's pulling into the lot, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and obviously we can't see the lot here because this camera's focused on the courts.
Correct.
Okay, you see the defendants running
Correct.
to the exit of the court, correct? And
Yes.
What do we see? What else do we see?
Mackay, and that's Ephraim right there running away, running back. That is Deshaun.
Donovan Jones?
No, that is Tyler.
Tyler, thank you. Now we're seeing some figures walk back towards the court, is that correct?
Correct.
It's like 4 people?
Yes.
So 3 are heading back and 1 seemed to stay. Do we know who, is that Donovan Jones who?
The one who stayed was Donovan Jones, yes.
All right, so now we see the defendants on the court and I guess Tyler's girlfriend, and they're walking across towards the exit of the court.
Correct.
All right, we see some movement by the Stafford's vehicle.
Correct.
All right, now we're seeing the Stafford's vehicle pull around to approach where Ethan's vehicle is.
Correct.
Stop it there at 201-54. And then you discuss the McDonald's video as well. This is going to be State's Exhibit 31. 1 second, Judge. Starting at 43 seconds in.
So this is 22:36:43 on the main timestamp on the video. Go ahead.
Okay. If you look at the right-hand sort of corner area.
Now at 22:45:49.
Thank you. Here we go. That kind of jumped. I'm going to back it up a minute. The video is kind of jumping around. 22:46:51. Technical difficulties, but what was important to you from this video?
You see Makai Lamarian running towards South Valley Street, and then you see Ephraim kind of turning the corner and running towards Market Street, and then Donovan's following them with no shirt on, and he stops in camera view and then turns around and walks away.
And then you have another view of the McDonald's sort of towards that Valley Street, correct?
Correct.
And what did that other view show you?
This shows us just Ephraim keep running and then cross over Market Street and runs out of camera view.
All right, this one is, for whatever reason, the video is sort of jumping here, but you recognize this to be the video that you looked at, and you see the three boys running, two towards Valley and Ephraim towards Market, correct?
Correct.
And Donovan Jones kind of chasing?
Yes.
All right, and then this is State's Exhibit 32, which is another video of the McDonald's, correct?
Correct.
And this one is facing Market Street?
Correct.
Started at 9:51 on the video, which is 22:45:50. All right, what do we see there?
That is Ephraim running across Market Street.
At about 4612.
Thank you, Judge. And from your investigation, did Ephraim live within like walking distance?
He lived in the area, yes.
And again, from your investigation, Lamarian and Mackay, where do they run back to?
Lamarian's house on Hall Street.
So another part of your investigation, you know, we have all these videos and you had to kind of line them up, right? Like by time and kind of to show the story of what happened?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a video compilation that was put together to show that better than these separate videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to mark that as State's Exhibit 30, is it 33? 33?
And these are all stipulated, Mr. Sin and Mr. Gallick?
Yes.
Okay, playing State's Exhibit 33 then. And so we're starting right when the defendants come to the school, correct?
Correct.
Showing defendant's vehicle parking, right?
Correct.
All right, so we have on the video sped up 10,000%. So we're condensing 22 minutes into a few seconds, right?
Correct.
Jump ahead.
Correct.
And this is Ethan's vehicle pulling in, right?
Correct.
We have Ephraim and Mackay getting out and running towards the court.
Correct.
Now in the video, it's kind of a split screen. We have parking lot cam and the basketball cam, right?
Correct.
And that's showing Deshaun walking over to the car.
Correct.
And then Tyler running over, right?
Correct.
Now, the bottom screen, we have Donovan running over.
Correct.
So at this point, it's hard to see, but the fight is occurring right in front of kind of where Ephraim is. Is that fair?
Yes, where Ephraim's looking, the fight's occurring.
So Ethan's friends are back in their vehicle and the defendants are walking back towards the basketball court.
Correct.
And it looks like the girlfriend's there too because there's 4 people, right?
Correct.
And again, showing now the boys are pulling the car up to where Ethan is on the ground.
Yes.
On the bottom split screen, we see, is it Donovan walking back towards the court?
Yes, that's Donovan. Outside.
He's the only one not in the basketball court now.
Correct.
Top screen, we see Donovan approaching the car, right?
Correct.
The other 3 are still in the, well, actually, they're exiting the court now.
Yes.
In the bottom screen, you see the defendants approaching their vehicle again?
Yes.
And at about 5:17, the defendants are in the vehicle driving towards where Ethan's car is.
Yes. That's someone kicking the car.
See the 2 people in McDonald's cam running away, that's Lamarian and Mackay.
Correct.
And there goes Ephraim, correct?
Correct.
And now we see Donovan Jones who was chasing them.
Yes.
And from the videos, oh, there's Ephraim running across, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the videos, where did Donovan Jones go after that, after chasing them?
He ran back towards the car right here and the silver SUV.
So
The car and the silver SUV.
So the defendant's vehicle then pulls out down that alley behind the McDonald's, picks up Donovan Jones,
Yes.
and then pulls out onto Valley.
Yes.
Okay. And this part of the compilation video, we're kind of going back for a second where defendant's vehicle is seen on the right-hand side and Ethan's vehicle still in the middle, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna play that. All right. And from your investigation, who's driving Ethan's vehicle at this point?
We believe it was Tyler.
And that right there you determined was throwing a cell phone?
Correct.
And that cell phone, was it recovered?
Yes.
Broken?
Yes.
So the different videos we've just seen, the two I Promise videos as well as the McDonald's videos and the compilation video we just watched, which is State's Exhibit 33, do those fairly and accurately represent or show what occurred on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
And obviously these videos were very important to your investigation.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, when you're reviewing the videos during your investigation, you don't have any names of any suspects, correct?
Correct.
And were the boys, Ephraim, Makai, and Lamari, were they able to, did they know who the suspects were?
No.
So they couldn't give you any names?
No.
So you have video, you don't have names, you have maybe a vehicle, suspect's vehicle. Did you get any other videos of the area or the suspect's vehicle to try to determine whose it was?
Yeah, there's a car dealership on the other side of South Valley. We went and got video from there. And then some of the day shift crime scene unit guys knew of a couple of businesses who had video in the area. So they got video of the vehicle.
And were you able to determine, whose vehicle it was, or did the video assist you in that?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
On the video, you can see damage to the front right side, passenger side of the vehicle in the video, and then also when we later found the vehicle, the damage matched from the video.
All right. So through your investigation, whose vehicle did you determine that was the silver SUV leaving the scene?
Deshawn's.
Ms. Shiki, are we done with the lights at the moment?
Yes, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Since you didn't have any names at that point, you had a vehicle with some front end damage, didn't know whose it was. How did you further your investigation at that point?
We sent out items to the lab to be tested, and then we received multiple tips.
Tips?
Anonymous tips about who the subjects were, defendants were. So we had multiple people say it was Deshawn Stafford, Tyler Stafford, and Donovan Jones, and also their Tyler's girlfriend.
And you did determine the relationship between Donovan Jones and the defendants?
Cousin.
So where was Deshawn's vehicle located?
515 North Howard.
And that's not very far from the scene, is it? North
No.
Howard? To be clear, the videos we saw, we just played for the jury, didn't actually show defendant's vehicle like close up to see that front end damage, right?
Correct.
What other videos did you have, to be specific, that you could see a closer view of the vehicle?
We had the Vanderveer video.
Vanderveer?
Yes, I believe that's the
car lot there?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And on that vehicle, that video, we don't have that here, where you could see a close-up view of the defendant's vehicle?
Not a close-up view, but a view in the distance, and you can clearly see damage on the passenger side.
What
front passenger side.
Okay, front passenger side damage. And when the vehicle was located at Deshawn Stafford's house, that same vehicle with the front end damage was noted there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Sen, go ahead.
Ms. Schucke, is this still, which one were you working off of, the USB drive?
No, it's on the download over there.
Let me
Which
get
one do you need?
I'm going to use the compilation, stage 33. Just want to pull it up and then work with it. Thank you. Yep, perfect. Okay. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
How are you today, sir?
Good, you?
Good. Detective, I am Attorney Johnson. I'm Deshaun's lawyer, and if I ask any questions that are confusing or you don't seem to understand, you can just ask me to rephrase them. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Sir, I know that there are 3 different detectives assigned to this case. It looks like it is you, Detective Aber. I also see I see Officer Williams. I don't know if he's a detective. And I do know Detective Hornacek here. Can you tell me, is that accurate? There are 3 main guys working on this?
Yes.
Do you designate a lead detective?
We work on together, but Detective Hornacek kind of took the lead.
Okay. So, did you stay involved in this case to the same degree after the suspects were identified, or was that basically what you were involved in, is identifying the suspects?
No, I stayed with the case.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about this video. States 33. Now, you guys worked hard putting all the videos together into one video that we can kind of watch, correct?
Yes.
And in that video, it shows Ethan's car pulling up to the scene.
Yes.
And 2 individuals jumping out, right?
Yeah, they get out of the vehicle.
Okay. And I noticed you sped some things up and slowed some things down, but I guess I'm trying to get a handle on the real amount of time that passed without any type of interference from camera lag or some of the technology we use. So I'd like to play that for you if I could. And let me just see. I'm going to move it to where I think the prosecutor might have had it around 153. Let me see if I can find 153. Okay. There's a pause button on this thing when I need it. Okay, so I'm going to pause it right there if I can make a finger work. Like, yeah, I can't. Okay. So it's a little. Is there a mouse? We don't have a mouse, do we? Okay. So.
You want to go to 153?
Yeah, I think I'm there. I'm pretty close. I could probably work that pad thing if I had. I was at 149. And Detective, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at a number up here. Is that significant as it relates to the clock on the wall?
I'm sorry, what number are you looking at?
I guess I'm looking over here. Pause that. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I don't know which one I want to look at, 155 or 0745. That's 2 different designations. I don't know which one the prosecutor was using, but that's one way to tell the passage of time when watching a videotape of this, correct?
Correct.
But it doesn't mean that it's 7:45 at night or 1:55 in the morning. That's not related in any way to this.
Correct.
So, would I be able to watch a set of those numbers and accurately be able to determine how much time passed on screen? If the video starts at 1:55 and it ends, say, at 2:01, can I count the seconds and have a reliable estimate about how much time passed in the real world?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at 1:55 right here. And I'm going to start it, and I'm on the left side. It's 7:45 on the right side. But let's look at the left side because I can see that better. So at 2:01, I've got boys getting out of the car, right? 2:02?
Yes.
and they appear to be running down that sidewalk. Now it's 2:11. Now we've got Deshaun walking up with the basketball, and I'm going to go over some of these a little bit slower, but I want to put a time frame on it first. And we're at 2:35. We can assume that a fight's happening off screen here at 2:51.
Yes.
And now at 3:14, it looks like people are walking, everything's over with from that. But by 3:19, the three boys from the basketball court are now walking back towards the basketball court.
Correct.
Okay. So we've got a time frame of maybe from 2:01 to 3:15. So maybe a minute and 14 seconds is what this first series of events happened?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're familiar, having been involved with this case, with the medical conclusions drawn by the autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
You know that Ethan was killed when his head hit the ground and hit the pavement. So, sadly enough, by a minute and 15 seconds in, Ethan's already at a point where if he's not dead, he's dying.
Correct.
Okay. So when we talk about all the events that occurred afterwards, and we will, those relate to other things and other possible issues. But in a minute and 15 seconds, whatever happened, it's irreversible, and Ethan's already, all the boys believe, knocked out. But what we find out later is a lot of serious damage is done, and it's non-recoverable. Is that safe?
Yes.
A minute and 15 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about this. Now, I see Ethan's car pull in, and it appears that two boys jump out, and they're not Ethan, right?
Correct.
Ethan remains in the vehicle,
Yes.
and these two boys run with these guns in their hand, these blaster guns, not real guns, these blaster guns in their hand, and they're running up and they're shooting at the boys on the court, correct?
Correct.
And the boys on the court, we can see them run.
Yes.
And you've been out there with me, I'm saying maybe you've been with me, but you've been out there, I've been out there. There's only one way in and out of that court. The only gate that's open is the one back towards the back.
Correct.
Okay. So the boys on the court, when the boys with the blaster gun come running down the alley with these things aimed, the boys on the court take off running for the exit.
Correct.
Now, from what I can see, the basketball court's well lit, and that's where the boys on the basketball court are, correct?
Correct.
But this parking lot area over here is pretty dark. Like running down that alley, it appears like, maybe not the parking lot, but the grass and the tree right here, that's somewhat of a dark area. Would you agree?
I agree with that.
So the boys looking out from the light are being confronted with other boys and these blaster guns shooting at them coming out of the dark.
Yes.
And do you know whether the boys on the court actually immediately were able to get off the court, or whether they stopped on the court? I guess that's a confusing question. I'm gonna rephrase that. At some point, we see the two boys with the blaster guns turn around, joke's over, and start walking back to the car, or running back to the car.
Correct.
Do we know whether the other boys are still on the court, or whether they've run off the court at this time?
I believe the video shows them running off the court.
Okay, and they're running towards their vehicle.
I can't tell you where they're running to, but they're running off the court.
Okay. And at some point, we see the two boys get back in the car. Now, Ethan's remained in the car this entire time, correct?
Yes.
And we do see Deshaun come up to the vehicle. He doesn't appear to be walking, doesn't appear to be running, he appears to be jogging with the basketball in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And at that point, all the boys are in the car. All Ethan and Ethan's the people who Ethan are all in the car, right?
Yes, I believe Ethan was outside the car while Deshaun was coming around the car.
I guess that's my question. I can't tell, and maybe you can tell me, when did Ethan get out of that car? And we can look at it, but maybe you've looked at it a million times. I'm going to look at it again here and see. Doing all right. Okay, so I know I'm real far ahead. I got to go way back. I'm sorry. This is a little touchy, but I'll get it. Who's getting out on the passenger side?
The front passenger side, that is Ephraim.
And who got out on the back passenger, the back left side?
Mackay.
Okay. And where's Ethan right now? Inside or outside the vehicle?
Looks like he's inside the vehicle right now.
Now, Deshaun's walking over. What's in his hand?
Looks
Basketball.
like basketball. And Ethan's outside the car right now.
Okay. So we know that all the boys were back in the car. So, let me ask this. Is it a 4-door or 2-door?
4-door.
So it's not a situation where someone's got to get out of the driver's seat, lift up the seat, and let someone back in. Ethan makes a choice, it appears, to step out of that vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that he makes the choice because Deshaun's walking up to the vehicle. I'm going to phrase that. Is there any indication that there was any issue with the vehicle that it couldn't have just drove away after this prank was over?
Not that I know of, no.
So we can assume that Ethan got out for some reason, and when he got out, what did he have in his hand?
I believe a splatter bar, or one of those splatter guns.
Okay. Now, were you responsible for collecting these guns? And I know that you guys had to purchase another one to kind of use in court. Did you have anything to do with that?
No.
Are you aware that kids in Ethan's car, specifically Ephraim, says these guns fire 7 rounds a second? 7 BBs a second are coming out of that thing?
No.
Okay. If 7 BBs a second are coming out of this thing, let's see how many seconds, because, well, I'll rephrase that. What does Ethan do with this blaster gun as Deshaun approaches?
I don't know.
He's shooting him in the face, isn't he?
That's what Deshaun said, yes.
Well, that's not what Deshaun said. That's what everyone else said, right? That all the boys in the car, all of Ethan's friends said that Ethan gets out and as Deshaun's shooting.
I'd object, Your Honor. He's asking for
hearsay.
hearsay.
Yeah. Sustained, I guess.
Based on your investigation, is it your understanding that Ethan gets out of the car and starts shooting Deshaun in the face or not?
Yes, that Ethan got out of the car and started shooting Deshaun.
Okay. So Ethan gets out of the safety of the car and starts shooting Deshaun in the face as Deshaun is approaching, and we can say that it takes a couple seconds?
Yeah, a couple seconds.
Okay. So let's say 5 seconds. So 35 BBs to the face is what that gun can do in 5 seconds.
Yep. Sustained.
So as Ethan's firing this gun at Deshaun, apparently a tussle ensues. They both start fighting, right?
Yes.
And there's going to be a question as to whether or not Deshaun threw a punch or whether they tugged back and forth for the gun. But this isn't where Ethan was killed by the car, right?
Objection to the question. Sequence involved in that question.
Yep. Rephrase, Mr. Sim.
There's an initial tussle between these two boys.
Correct.
That's not the tussle that caused Ethan's death. That's not the punch we're talking about.
No, not at the beginning.
Whatever happened, happened back in that dark area.
Correct.
Now, Deshaun's 5'5", 135 pounds. Did you arrest him?
Yes.
His brother's the same?
Similar, yes.
Right. Ethan's, do you know what Ethan's height and weight is?
I do not know.
I told you, going into his junior year, his football stats out of 6'1", 180. He's a big guy and an athlete, correct?
I don't know what his stats were or his size.
Something happened in that parking lot in a 30-second time period where Ethan lost his life. He got punched, right?
Yes.
Is there any indication there was a bat or a club or brass knuckles or anything?
No.
It was a punch, and unfortunately, the pavement there, and that's the situation, as we understand it, right?
Yes.
Now, we see the boys within a minute and 15 seconds walking off.
Correct.
And then we're going to talk about a bunch of events that occurred afterwards. But as far as what this young man is charged with, that event occurred in that minute and 15 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. So, afterwards, well, let me ask you this, because there's been some allegations that there was some extended kicking and beating Ethan while he was down and that kind of stuff. You've heard those allegations that were out there originally, right?
Yeah, this witnesses told us that.
Okay. But whatever happened, happened within that minute and 15 seconds.
Yes.
There's no indication that afterwards, when the boys got in the car and the vehicle approached, and Donovan was kicking the window, and Donovan was chasing people, no one's messing with Ethan at that time, correct?
Correct.
So, we know that the boys walked back to the court, literally walked back to the court. You don't see them running back to the court. So you're Deshaun and his brother, they're not running back.
Correct.
And it's your understanding from everyone's account at that time, it seemed like there'd been a fight and Ethan got knocked out.
Yes.
And his friends pull up the car, and they're trying to drag him into the car.
Yes.
And we saw some photographs and some medical pictures, and we saw some scrapes and some bruising, and we'll hear medical testimony, but we do know that these boys are wrestling with Ethan, who is unfortunately not assisting them. I hate to use the term dead weight, but at this point he's not able to assist them to get in the car, and they can't get him in. They're trying to drag him in, but they say he's too big and too tall, and they can't lift him.
Yes, they are attempting to get him in the vehicle.
Okay. And do you know how far they dragged him to try and get him in there?
No.
Do you know what efforts they made or what they may have had to do to the body to try and maneuver it?
No.
At some point, Donovan comes up and starts all kind of drama, right?
Yes.
Got his shirt off, he's kicking, he's punching boys, he's doing all kinds of stuff, right?
Correct.
Now, Donovan's not on trial today, is he?
No.
Donovan wasn't charged with Ethan's death.
Correct.
He was charged with some lesser stuff for what you saw in the video, and he pled guilty to it, and Donovan's role in this is over.
If he knows.
Donovan took responsibility for what Donovan did.
Yes.
Okay. So, what we have to determine responsibility for is what happened in that minute and 15 seconds off that camera.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Detective.
Mr. Gallick?
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Donald Gallagher, representing Tyler Stafford. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony. One, is it my understanding all the videos that we watched, you were talking about on cross-examination with Mr. Sin, basically there's a minute and 15 seconds where there's the fight, let's say. Can we call it that?
Yes.
And not all of that is really clear on camera, is it?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, you had to rely on what, interviewing some of the people who were there?
Yes.
But you're also using these videos to try and put the puzzle pieces together.
Correct.
Sometimes I go out of order. Is my understanding the last person, you had suspects in this matter, right?
Yes.
And it turned out to be 3 suspects.
Correct.
Deshaun Stafford's 1 suspect.
Correct.
Tyler Stafford's suspect.
Correct.
2. And then you had Donovan Jones. Who's
correct.
Is the last suspect to leave the fight scene, that's Donovan Jones?
To leave the fight scene?
Yes.
They all walked away together.
I thought I heard testimony that Donovan Jones remained behind for a bit.
He remained on the side of the basketball court, yes.
Okay. Well, then didn't we also see video of Donovan Jones chasing some of Ethan's friends elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Now we had some testimony about how Ethan's friends said they were trying to move him, or you see on the video they're trying to move him at some point.
They said they were trying to get him in the vehicle.
They're trying to put him in the vehicle.
Correct.
And did you know who was doing that? Can you tell who was doing that?
I don't know exactly who. No.
Okay. And they were unsuccessful.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about how tall Ethan was or how tall this person was. You said you could not remember.
Correct.
If I were to produce an incident report, would that help?
Yes.
Remember that information? I'm just going to hand you, I'm not going to mark this, I'm just going to hand this as an incident report, and I'll just, give you a moment to flip through that, just so we can get these things figured out. I think, again, I'm not marking this, but I think this is a 10-page document. You know what this is, I'm guessing.
The incident report.
Okay. And you have some information here that I'm guessing was collected by various members of the Akron Police Department.
Correct.
About all of the not suspects, witnesses, everyone involved that's relevant, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think it starts off, I mean, it's the first person's listed as Donovan Jones, right?
I have Deshaun on this one.
Is he on? Well, I'm looking down. It looks like there's page numbers, maybe, unless I put them out of.
I found Donovan's.
Okay. Yeah, actually, it looks like Deshaun is on page 6, and he's right at the bottom of Donovan Jones. So Donovan Jones is the first person listed, right? If I may.
Yeah, this is all out of order.
Maybe I should give you my copy. I'll trade you.
Okay.
Should have stayed. So it looks like it's Donovan Jones and then Deshaun, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this tell us that Donovan Jones, he's 5'11"?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says Deshaun is 5'5"?
Yes, that's what it says.
They say. All right. And then Tyler is 5'6"?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Right. Okay. And then Ethan Lining is listed as 6'1". Is that probably accurate?
Let me find it real quick.
Okay.
I don't see where it says his height
Oh.
for Ethan. Yeah, it's just not on there for me.
They have it on several. Well, that's a different page. They haven't listed the culture.
Yeah, it says 6'1", 165.
Okay. And then, so he's 6'1". And then Lamarian, is it Lamarian?
Lamarian. Yes.
Okay. And then, he doesn't have a height and weight listed. And then was it, Mike, how do you say it? Michael, how do you say it?
Mackay.
Mackay Shady, he's 6'1". And then Ephraim Stefanco is 5'8".
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. I'll take it back. I'm sorry they're not stated.
Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, is it correct that Deshaun and Tyler Stafford are the smallest people out there?
Yes.
Okay. And Ethan's over 6 feet, and Mr. Shady is over 6 feet?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stefanco is 5'8".
Yes.
Okay. Just so we have that. I appreciate your time, Detective. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Redirect, Ms. Shuki.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, I think this is a good time to take a short break before we start with the other witnesses. So let's just take 10 minutes, report back to the jury room. 10:50, 10:52, something like that.
All right.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News here as we continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the death at the I Promise School down in Akron. We've heard from the detective this morning that was responsible for recovering surveillance video. That surveillance video it didn't show a lot. In a perfect world, you would hope that a surveillance video catches every aspect of a crime, not just this crime, we're talking any crime. And we just don't get that clean version that you would have hoped for as we see both Tyler and Deshaun being led out of the courtroom for a break, getting some handshakes there, potentially from family or a parent. That video, in the grand scheme of things, is going to be very, I'm not sure if I should use the word disappointing. Again, I always try to put myself as a juror. And if I've been given the synopsis of what happened at the I Promise School, I want to see surveillance video that shows this whole thing. If there was stomping, like we've already been told, there was a footprint on Ethan Liming's chest. If that happened, I want to see the video that shows that. We heard the defense talk a lot about how long did this take. And I think what we are seeing the defense do is the defense, they're really, after watching the surveillance video, there end up being really two parts to this situation. There's when the Liming pulls up with the in the vehicle and his two friends get out of that vehicle and start firing. When Deshaun then comes up to the car and confronts Ethan Liming, Ethan gets out of the car. Ethan starts firing the splatter gun. The initial fight scene happens right there in front of the car, and unfortunately, it spills back into darkness. We can't see the punch that knocked Ethan out, that sent him to the ground, that hit his head, that caused the death. We don't see that at all. But I think what we're seeing, so then the three suspects then take off. They go back to the basketball court. Donovan then goes back. And we hear for the first time that Ethan's friends, when we see Ethan's car move the first time, it's that one of his friends got into the car and pulled up closer to where Ethan's body was laying. We hear for the first time that they tried to get Ethan's lifeless body into the car, and that we know that that blow when he hit his head on the concrete is what ultimately led to his death. But we don't see that either. The car pulls down there. What we do see then at that point is sort of the second round of this, if you were. The defendants, Deshaun and his brother, pull up in their vehicle. Donovan is still there at the car. We see more of a skirmish taking place, and they try to go after the three friends that are in the car. They try to kick the window in at one point, and ultimately the three friends take off. I think what the defense is trying to set up here, and you heard him question the detective to say, well, we know what killed Ethan was when he hit his head on the concrete, correct? And he said that that initial fight took 1 minute and 15 seconds. They timed it out. I think what he's trying to set up is that when the car then moves forward and Ethan's friends are trying to get his body into the car, I think we're going to hear from his friends when they testify that that's when the kicking and the stomping happened, where the footprint on Ethan's shirt is then seen by detectives when they get there. Why is that important? Because we hear the defense say none of anything that happened after hitting his head on the concrete killed him, correct? And there was some objection there. This is a detective. He's not a medical examiner. He's not a doctor. But he basically is trying to get the detective to say whatever extracurricular beating, whatever stomping, whatever extra punches, whatever extra kicking happened at where Ethan's body was, that's not what killed him, right? And he got the detective to say, the only thing the detective would go as far as saying is that according to the autopsy, according to the medical examiner, it's when Ethan hit his head is when that's sort of the damage that causes his death ultimately. And so I really think that's where the defense has to go with this, because at the end of this trial, the defense is going to have to get in front of that jury and say, look, was stomping him afterwards bad? Was kicking him bad? Was kicking him when he was on the ground, is all of that bad? Yes. But was it what killed Ethan? And if that's not what killed Ethan, that opens the door to say, look, this was a fight that they were defending themselves. They also tried to get the detective to say when Deshaun is hit with the pellets, when he comes up to confront Ethan, and he's trying to say, didn't you do a report on that gun that it shoots 7 pellets a second? And he said, no, we didn't do that. He said, well, I know that gun shoots 7 pellets a second. And the confrontation when Deshaun first walks up to the car, he times that out, and he says it takes 5 seconds before Deshaun then goes after Ethan. He's like, so isn't it possible that Deshaun was hit with 35 pellets in the face? And the detective had to say no, and there was an objection there. You can't say that. You're trying to do some math, and you're trying to say that he was an expert marksman with this thing and was hit 35 times in the face. Again, the defense is trying to portray this picture that Ethan was the aggressor, and in that case, you make the decision. He also he asked the detective when Ethan was in the car and got out of the car, was there anything wrong with the car that he couldn't have driven it? And he said no. He's trying again to point out that Ethan, now his buddy's back in the car, that he could have driven away, that this could have been over. And again, that's been the defense's contention this whole time, was that Ethan was the aggressor, that he got out of that vehicle to then shoot some more of those pellets at Deshaun, and that's what started this whole thing. It's an interesting argument And again, it'll come down to the jury. Think about how big of a difference being able to, not being able to see the punching, the stomping, the kicking. That is a huge difference when it comes to the jury. Think about sitting on this jury yourself. If this was daylight, if this had happened right under a camera, you could see where it's in there. What title? Which title did you give it?
Surveillance video. It's just them pulling up and then like take over them.
Didn't do the zeros?
Yes, they did.
Did. Okay, let me double check this. We're going to get some of that surveillance video. I'm going to go over it with you just like they did. And prosecution, here we go. Not seeing it as of yet. Let me, yeah. We're going to try and get some of that surveillance video that was just shown just because it is, it's almost more for what it doesn't show in that surveillance video, unfortunately, than what it does show, because it is so dark. And again, as I was saying, if you were sitting on that jury, and if you were the prosecution, I think it's probably most damaging for the prosecution that you can't see exactly what happened. Now, the prosecution said in the beginning that what happened was... Still think we're trying to wait for this to come through. Scott doesn't appear to be going through here. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We'll listen to the prosecution's explanation of this. This is only a 5-minute video. We're about halfway through this 10-minute break. Take a look again at the surveillance, and this is the time-lapse one that they put together, and see what it shows.
Now we're seeing Ethan's vehicle pull in, correct?
Correct.
Can you determine the person going back to the car? That's Mackay?
The first one is Mackay, and the second one is Ephraim.
Now you see someone coming over from the court. Did you determine who that was?
Deshaun.
Now there's someone else coming over from the court?
Correct.
And this is when you're saying you can't really see what's happening, but now we have at least 2 of the defendants here. Now the third is coming over. That one coming over last is Donovan Jones, right?
Correct. The one in the back's approaching from behind, and then there's Donovan Jones approaching.
Now, at this point, the fight has already spilled further down this parking lot, behind the trees, behind everything. So this 1 minute and 15-second beating is happening off camera, out of the vision of the camera. Now you see the defendants start to walk back. So they realize that Ethan's down. This fight appears to be over. And then you're going to see one of Ethan's friends put his car in drive, and they're going to go down to where the fight was. And you see one of the defendants still kind of walking out there. They're pulling that car down there to where Ethan's body is now laying. The explanation is that they're going to try and get the body back in the car. You see Donovan walk back down there again. The 21-year-old who's already settled, pleaded no contest, pleaded guilty to assault. Now they're getting out. Let's listen in again.
They are trying to get Ethan's body into the vehicle, and they are attempting to call 911.
So it looks like Deshaun and Tyler are back on the court, but Donovan Jones is the one who's not in the court?
Correct.
So it's interesting. We're about to see what I call round 2 here. Donovan is going to head down there. Deshaun and Tyler go to their SUV. We've got Donovan down there now already. You're going to see the SUV pull up here in just a second. And then that's sort of the round 2. And this is the question of the stomping and the extracurricular. But again, if you're the defense, your argument is that unfortunately, Ethan Liming is already dead. He's already been given that shot that knocked him out, the blow that knocked him out, and his head hits the concrete, and according to the defense, that's what killed him. And so anything that happens here coming up is extra, and according to the defense, doesn't matter. He said it sort of matter of fact. He said, I don't even want to use the term dead weight, but they can't get his body, they can't get Ethan's body back in the car. And now you're going to see round number 2. Here comes Donovan out of the car. His brother is going to run up. And the question is, what happens here?
Ethan's car, and now a second figure, is that correct?
Correct.
And you determined that was Tyler and Deshaun?
Yes.
So the defense saying if this is where the extra kicking, the footprint to Ethan's chest, the stomping, you're going to see right here, they get one door open to try and get to the other friends. Now you see someone kicking one of the windows, trying to smash it in. We've already seen shoe prints from that window. And eventually the other 3 friends have already taken off, and they've run to the left. They've already taken off. There went the last of them. They got out of the driver's side, and they have left. And now it's Tyler who's going to get into, Tyler's the defendant, he's going to get into Ethan Liming's car. This is what's interesting. Why move the car? What is the thinking there? And you see he has to swerve to the right. I think he's swerving to not run over Ethan. I think that's sort of what's going on there. Why drive the car this far? We've heard a lot about the sun visor gets ripped out about that point and ends up being left in the parking lot there. We see the surveillance videos, or the surveillance pictures or evidence pictures from inside Ethan's car. We've seen a scale for weighing drugs. We see bags of marijuana. We know that according to the defense, Ethan was quote unquote the weed guy for Firestone High, and that's what Ethan was doing out that night. Is the passengers in his vehicle, he had sold them weed. Then they all had these splatter guns. I believe there was 3 total, and that's when they went looking for trouble, according to the defense. It is an interesting scenario. And again, we're not seeing it play out. We don't get a really, really good look at what's happening in that the distance there for the surveillance video. When was and we were discussing this earlier, you can't exactly call it a fatal blow because it's not that one punch is what caused the injury and Ethan died. According to the autopsy, it was one punch that knocked him out, and Ethan fell to the ground and died, and that injury, that impact with the concrete is what caused the death. That's where this jury is going to have to make a really tough decision. If you are defending yourself, and you'll have to have a debate, is this dumb prank was essentially over when the 2 teenagers ran back to the car, and it's Deshaun that then comes up to the car. Were they shot at with pellets? Absolutely. Could it have been left right there if Deshaun had stayed, but the vehicle's not moving? Deshaun then approaches Ethan. That's when Ethan starts shooting Deshaun. That's when the fist fight starts. And we heard the prosecutor ask the jury and say that there have to be consequences for your actions. Deshaun choosing to come over to the car, Deshaun choosing to get into that fist fight with Ethan was a decision that he made, and that there are consequences for that, and that there are consequences for what is basically a 3-on-1 or a 2-on-1. We definitely know that at the first part of that video, and we can start watching that again, we know that, and this is where we're going to watch Ethan's car pull up here. You're going to see 2 of Ethan's friends, one from the passenger rear and one from the passenger seat. They're going to get out. They start firing the splatter guns, and they come back relatively quickly. It's done. It's over. There comes the first teenager. Here comes the second one, and this would essentially be over. But you're going to see, now here comes Donovan, kind of jogs up. He's got his basketball, and he wants a confrontation. Ethan's already out of the car, fires some of the pellets, fires some more, and this is the fight. Now there's Deshaun. Now here comes his brother, and now it's 2-on-1, and that's when Ethan's buddies get out. They're going to attempt to help here. Here comes Donovan. He's going to get involved, but this has already spilled another 20 yards into the parking lot. And the question is, when was the punch thrown that knocked Ethan out? Now, according to the prosecutor, when Ethan was involved in the fight with Deshaun, that Deshaun went down to the ground. And again, they keep harping on the body size. They keep talking about how Deshaun was 5'5", 130 pounds. And that when he took on Ethan, who is 6'1", 180 pounds, that it was Deshaun who was getting, in the very beginning, that it was Deshaun that was being handled by Ethan. That's when his brother runs up and tries to get involved, and Deshaun gets back to his feet and delivers that knockout blow, the knockout blow that then sends Ethan Liming to the ground to hit his head on the concrete. Now, what we are expecting to hear today is from Ethan's friends that were with him on scene. You see them now. They pulled the car down to get Ethan's body. It is going to be interesting to hear their account. The video doesn't show us a great deal. You have three individuals who are on Ethan Liming's side. The defense will have a hard time going after these young men, and we'll have to see how aggressive the defense goes after Ethan's friends. They're going to be sworn into testimony. As we see, we are just about to get back underway. They're going to be sworn in. They have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And they are going to be the eyewitnesses. What did they see? Who delivered the blow? How many punches were thrown? Was it 2-on-1? When the car goes down to the back side of that parking lot, was that the punching, the kicking, and the stomping? We're getting the seal now just as the jury walks in, obviously protecting the jury's identity, which means we are just obviously getting close seconds away from resuming with the prosecution's next witness. Will this be one of the three individuals who were in the car? We have Lamarian, we've got Mackay, and we've got Ephraim. Ephraim was the one in the front seat, then Mackay and Lamarian was in the back seat of that vehicle. They will have a very interesting account of what happened that day. Let's go back live into court.
Sir, if you would raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And take the witness stand, please.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Okay, thank you.
Great. Judge, I'm sorry. Is it okay to proceed?
Go ahead, Mr.
Great.
Chairman.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court report, please?
My name is Ephraim Stefanco. My last name is spelled Stefanko.
Great. And where do you live, sir?
I live at 720 Hillsdale Avenue in Akron.
Okay. And how long have you lived there, sir?
23 years.
And do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention back to June 2nd of last summer. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Okay, and more specifically, I'd like to direct your attention to the evening hours. Do you remember where you were that evening?
I do.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what was going on that night?
That evening, my wife and I were sitting outside and on our patio, and that evening, my son Ephraim decided to leave and go hang out with his friend Ethan. And as they left, they they took their splat ball guns with them, and they were going to go to a friend's house and play around with them. And then that evening, seated on, and we got ready for bed. We went to bed, and right as we were doing that, Ephraim came running in, and
Okay, sir, I'm sorry to...
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm going to slow you down just a touch. I appreciate you wanting to get the information out there, but you indicated that you and your wife were hanging out on the patio.
Yes.
Do you remember what time of day that would have been?
It was roughly between 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
Okay. Do you know if it was dark out by that point or if it was still daylight hours?
It was starting to get dark, yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit of light.
And do you know if school was still in session at that time of year?
No, school, it was like the last day of school that day, I think it was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you have a son named Ephraim, is that correct?
Correct.
How old is he now?
He's 19.
Okay. Do you know how old he would have been then?
He would have been 17 then.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you indicate that Ephraim was leaving the house at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Was that normal for him to do that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it was first day of summer.
Okay. And you mentioned something about splat ball guns or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that he was taking that with him?
He came out of the house and we saw he had it with him, yep, and we asked him what he was doing.
Okay. And did you recognize it as being a toy gun?
Oh, sure.
Okay. You didn't have to ask him, hey, Ephraim, what's that thing in your hands?
No, I knew exactly what it was.
Okay. And did it cause you concern that he had that?
No.
You indicated he was leaving the house with Ethan.
Correct.
And did you see Ethan at that time?
I didn't. He was in his car, parked outside of our house, but we saw him pull up, and so.
Okay. And do you know exactly where they were going that night?
We didn't exactly know. They just said they were going to go hang out with their friends and play with their splat ball guns.
Okay. And then I think you indicated that at some point in the evening, Ephraim came back to the house?
Yes.
Between the time he left the house and the time that he came back, did you communicate with him at all, either through calls or texts or anything else?
No.
Okay. So when he came back, how did you find him?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When he came, how did he come back to your house?
He came, running in and, was yelling and, came running upstairs and started kind of unloading everything that had just happened. His face was bloody. He was in a panic, in a frenzy.
Okay. Was that a normal demeanor for him to have?
No, not at all.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you say he was bloody?
Yeah, his face was bloody. Of course, we were instantly concerned and, asking a few questions, but yeah.
Okay. And when Ephraim came home that evening, where were you at the house?
We were in bed at that time, still awake, but we had just laid down.
Okay. Was it weird for him to come into your bedroom?
A little like that, yeah. It was in a panic, but it's not uncommon for him to.
Okay. And did you have the lights on in the home so you could see him?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine where the blood came from at that time?
I don't quite remember, but it was just on his face. I don't know if it was coming from his nose. I can't quite remember, but.
Okay. And did Ephraim tell you what happened that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall specifically what he told you?
Yes, he had said that, gave a little bit of the rundown of being at the I Promise school and, shooting the splat guns, and that they were then attacked by some people, that he was punched in the face, and that Ethan had been knocked out, and they were chased off, and he ran home. He didn't have his phone, and he was scared, and yeah.
Okay. Do you remember if Ephraim was able to tell you names of who did this to him?
No.
Was he able to tell you how many people were at the I Promise school?
At that time, I don't know.
Was he able to tell you where his other buddies were at that time?
I don't quite recall.
Okay. Did he explain to you how he got home?
Yes, he said he had ran home from the I Promise school.
And did he explain that he just ran nonstop straight home?
He was stopping and going, hiding behind trees and buildings as he went. He was really scared.
So if you know, do you know why he was stopping and hiding?
He thought he was being chased and thought somebody was, after him to beat him up.
Okay. What did you do next?
After hearing that Ethan was still there, threw some clothes on and rushed down to the I Promise school as fast as I could.
Okay. Do you happen to know how quickly you were able to leave to go back to the I Promise school?
It was within a few minutes. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And you mentioned that you rushed right down there. How did you rush right down there?
I got in my car and rushed down Aqueduct Avenue.
Okay. And why didn't you walk down to the school?
It's a little too far. It's probably maybe a mile or slightly more away. So.
Okay. Did Ephraim tell you where his phone was at that point?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you arrived at the I Promise school, what did you do?
I pulled up to the front of the building and got out, and I could tell there was police and ambulance there, and rushed up as far as I could before being stopped by the police.
Okay. And did you let the police officers know that you had some information for them?
Yes.
You mentioned that there were police officers there, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned EMS personnel, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember if there were other witnesses or anything present?
Slightly, no, I don't. I mean, slightly after I got there, another car pulled up with some people in it.
Okay, do you know who those folks were?
I didn't at the time, but I did later.
Okay, can you tell us who that was?
I'm not 100% sure, but it was either Mackay or Lamarion's family, I think.
Okay. You indicated that at some point the police stopped you from sort of coming into the scene, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to look into the scene
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed there?
It was dark, but I was kind of far away, but I could see a silhouette of a body on the ground.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where you were standing when this was going on?
I was near the front of the building of the I Promise school. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated you could see the silhouette of a body?
There was a street lamp down that way, so I could see, people moving around. I could see, something on the ground, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that that was Ethan?
Yes.
Okay. How were you aware of that?
There was, police and ambulance there, and then, Ephraim told me that he was on the ground when they left, so.
Okay. Were you close enough to see, any injuries to Ethan?
No.
Do you know if that, I think you called it a street lamp, was giving off light?
Yeah, I was giving off some light, sure.
Okay. Could you see what the police and EMS were doing around Ethan's body?
No.
Okay. Had you met Ethan before?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how it is that you knew Ethan?
I knew Ethan and his family through Wobble baseball, Little League baseball, and high school baseball and sports.
Okay. And had you ever met any of his family members?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, if you will, please, if the extent of your relationship with them?
I knew them mainly from, going to baseball games and, rooting on the teams and, chit-chatting with them after work and, supporting the teams and Ephraim and Ethan.
Okay. Did you have any reservations about your son hanging out with Ethan?
No, not at all.
Okay. What do you know what your son's relationship with Ethan was?
They were good friends. They would on the side play basketball, and they would go to the I Promise school or Ethan's church sometimes to play basketball.
Okay. Do you know if your son looked up to Ethan?
He did. He. I think Ephraim, looked up to him and saw that, he was a good athlete. I think, Ephraim was always kind of striving to be at his level,
Okay. You mentioned that you were able to recognize the splat ball gun.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it, a splat ball, or is there another term that's, more...
I always knew it as a splat ball gun.
Splat ball gun?
Mm-hmm. I think that was maybe the brand name.
Had you ever shot one of those?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how it was that you shot one of those?
Ephraim had it, and we would, play around with it in the backyard.
Okay. Do you know where Ephraim got it from?
He bought it from, some kind of chain store, Walmart, Target, somewhere like that, I think.
Okay. And did you ever shoot any people with it?
I never shot anybody with it, but I had been shot by it.
Okay. Who shot you with it?
Ephraim did.
Okay. And where did that take place?
At our home in the backyard.
Okay. Did it cause you concern when he shot you with it?
No, not really. I mean, it wasn't as aggressive as like what the airsoft guns used to have those around, those little plastic pellet guns. It's like shooting Jello.
Okay. And do you recall if when Ephraim shot you, if it hit your skin or clothing or both?
It hit both.
Okay. Do you recall if it hurt at all?
It had a minor sting, nothing that, it was like nothing that was gonna, drop you to the ground or anything like that, so.
Okay. And do you recall how far away Ephraim would have been from you when he shot you with that?
Kind of close, maybe within 8 feet or something.
8 feet away?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you saw Ethan's car at the I Promise school when you went down there?
I don't really recall.
Okay. Do you remember seeing any other vehicles that weren't cop cars or ambulances?
Yeah, I mean, just the police and ambulances at that time, it was kind of a frenzy, and I was pacing around and,
Okay.
You're listening to the testimony.
Sir, at some point, were you made aware that Ethan had passed away?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
It was when I was at the I Promise school, and there was an officer there, and I kept asking him if he was okay. And I can't quite remember if he told me he wasn't okay or if it was just a look that he gave me, but yeah, I don't know an exact time.
Okay. And then did you at some point relay that information to Ephraim?
Yes, yeah, I called my wife, Tiffany, and Ephraim wasn't home at this point, and yeah, I told them because they were very concerned.
Okay. And then at some point, did you assist in coordinating, having Ephraim go speak with the police about, what he knew?
Yeah, there was the officer that I was talking to, I don't recall his name, but took some information and gave from me address and things, and then the police came to our home, and then we ran down some info, and then we went downtown here to the police station.
Great. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Thank you for being here today.
Sure.
Stefanco, am I pronouncing that right?
Stefanco.
How do you pronounce it?
Stefanco.
Okay, Mr. Stefanco, I'm Attorney John Sin, and I represent Sean Stafford in this case. And if you have any questions, if I ask you any questions that you don't understand, you can just ask me to try and rephrase them. Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Okay. You live here in Akron?
Yes.
And you've got a wife and a son?
Yes.
Any other kids?
No.
Okay. And how old's your boy?
He's currently 19.
And how old was he when this happened?
17.
Okay, he was 17 years old, so he was still a minor. Now, he went to the Firestone High School?
Yes.
Is that a big school?
Yes.
How many kids graduated in his graduating class?
Just guessing 300 plus.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
Okay, it's okay. And the day this happened, this was the last day of school?
I think so, yes.
Maybe a Friday night?
Can't recall the exact day.
Whatever it is, it's in your house with a 17-year-old going into summer is probably a big deal, right? He's waiting for summer vacation.
Yes.
And he's getting through his test, and as a concerned parent, you also have to be aware of whether he's going to be in school all day or what he's going to do for the summer. Did he have plans for the summer?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, your son, is he athletic?
Yes.
What sports does he play?
He's played baseball, basketball.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, Firestone, that's an Akron public school, is it not?
Yes.
But it draws a lot of kids from different areas of Akron, is that safe to say?
I suppose.
Okay. I mean, you've got kind of the kids that live out towards Fair Lawn, the West Akron crowd. Would you agree with that? Firestone's where the West Akron kids
Yeah,
go?
I don't really know the range of the area that kids come into that school, but
Do a lot of middle schools feed into this school, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know that your son and Ethan had gone to school together for a long time?
Ethan and Ephraim had gone to school together, yes.
Okay. And they played sports together?
Correct.
And you got to know a lot about Ethan and his family?
Some, yes.
Okay. Do you get to know his dad and his mom and that kind of stuff?
Sure, yeah. We were acquaintances at all the games.
Okay. Did you guys ever travel for sports together?
Possibly. They played fall ball and things, so, I mean, it was local travel.
Okay. But as parents who have kids in sports know, you get to know the other parents and maybe you save them a seat and that kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
Did you ever coach any of the teams that Ethan was on?
No.
Okay. Did Ethan's dad ever coach your son?
I can't quite recall, but I don't think so.
Did you have an opportunity to go to any of the vigils that were held at Firestone after Ethan's death?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been following this matter, and you were asked to be here today to testify.
Yes.
And you feel that you know Ethan well enough to come in and testify to what kind of kid he is?
Yes.
And he's a good kid?
Yes.
Star athlete?
He was a good athlete, yeah.
Okay. Did you notice that about him? I mean, he was going into senior year. Was he going to be the starter quarterback?
That I don't know.
Okay. What about baseball? Did he, I mean, he was the quarterback for Firestone's junior year. You don't know if he was the starter now. Were you aware he was the quarterback?
No, I was not aware of any of that.
Okay. Physically, is he a big guy, a little guy?
He's an average-sized kid, yeah.
Okay. If his football stats say 6'1", 180, 170, 180, is that about what you remember?
I don't really recall.
How big's your son?
He's 5'9", 150 pounds.
Okay. Is your son more of a leader or more of a follower at this point in his life?
I don't really know.
Okay. What about Ethan? As a quarterback, would it be safe to say he's had a lot of leadership potential?
I object, Your Honor. I don't think it's been established that he was a quarterback.
Okay. Your son looked up to Ethan, right?
I think so, yeah. I think he thought he was a good sports player, and yeah, he wanted to be that too.
And when your son was with Ethan, you approved of that, did you not? Good kid from a good family?
Yes.
Okay. And would they typically do what they were doing this night, which is Ethan swing by and pick up your son and then go do what they were going to do?
Yes.
Did Ephraim have a car?
Yes.
Okay. Would Ephraim drive Ethan, or would Ethan drive Ephraim most of the time?
I don't really recall.
How often would they go driving around together?
I don't really know.
What about the other two boys that were involved that night in Ethan's car? Do you know either one of them?
I knew them by name. just from Ephraim talking about going to play basketball at I Promise or elsewhere.
Would you agree with me that Ethan and Ephraim were closer friends than either one of them were to these other two boys?
Yes.
So on this night, the last night of school, first day of summer, they're going to go out and they're going to do what kids do, and you assume what? That they're going to go play with these blaster guns.
Yes.
And because of what you knew about Ethan, you had no concern about your son being with him in the car.
No.
Were you aware that Ethan was dealing marijuana?
No.
Were you aware that your son would drive around with him while Ethan would sell marijuana?
I don't believe that's been established in evidence either.
Were you aware that on this night, your son drove with Ethan while he sold marijuana?
No.
Would that have caused you some concern if you'd known that?
Yeah, some minor concern, sure.
Yeah. I mean, nothing good comes of selling drugs, right?
No.
Not really what you want your son involved in if you could avoid it.
Sure.
Were you okay with his using marijuana?
Was I okay with who?
Did you know he was using marijuana?
Who?
Your son.
No, I did not.
Was it a surprise when you learned he was using marijuana?
Yeah.
Do you know where he got his marijuana from, your son?
No.
Was it surprised that he got it from Ethan?
I'd object. He just indicated he didn't know.
Sustained.
Did you know about the TikTok challenge?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that your son and Ethan were doing the TikTok challenge, where they go out with these blaster guns and pretend to shoot people?
No.
Is that something you would have encouraged had you known they were doing it, or something you would have said, man, that's a bad idea?
I don't know.
You don't think it's a bad idea for kids to go with these blaster guns and pretend to do a drive-by on strangers and film it?
I mean, they're a glorified squirt gun, in my opinion.
Okay.
I've been, hit by squirt guns and paintball guns and
When you got hit with this squirt gun, did you know it was a squirt gun before you got hit with it?
Sure.
Think maybe that would change if you didn't know it was a squirt gun? If someone just ran up on you and started shooting something at you?
I don't know.
Well, you knew your son had this and he's a minor, right? You think he got it where, at Walmart?
Something like that.
Okay. And you know these things come with warning labels that specifically say it's not a toy. And adult supervision is required.
I'd object. That's not a question, Judge.
Did you know that?
Didn't.
Did you ensure that your son had adult supervision?
No. Everything comes with a warning label. Your bag of McDonald's probably has a warning label on it.
But
I'm going to supervise that? No.
But this is no big deal, right? This is just a toy.
Absolutely.
All right. So if I told you I bought one last night at Walmart.
All right, we're gonna have to do sidebar, objection.
Sidebar.
Dan DeRose with 19 News here. The judge asking for a sidebar. The line of questioning that's happening here, the judge is going to take issue with it. You can almost hear Ephraim's father getting a little agitated by the questions here. They're talking about the gun itself, these splatter guns, and whether or not he knew his son was running around with it, whether or not he knew that this gun is supposed to only be used in adult supervision, and he's saying, no, I didn't know, and there's probably a warning label on your McDonald's bag right now. So there's a lot of objections here. This man is not an expert in toys. He is not an expert in splatter guns. The defense is trying to find a way into getting somebody to admit that this gun is dangerous, that it posed physical harm, and that would help the defense in his argument to the jury, to let them see that, oh, this was dangerous, and that's why my clients reacted in the way they did, or my client reacted in the way they did, is because they thought they were really being shot at. And then when Deshaun comes over and confronts Ethan and he gets shot at again, that it's painful, it hurts, and that's why Deshaun went after him. Not sure how that's going to work. Let's listen in. Still getting our static feed. Whenever there's a sidebar, the microphones get turned off in the courtroom so that we're not able to hear what's being discussed by the attorney. You can see Deshaun and his brother Tyler sharing a conversation here as we wait for this sidebar to complete. Again, we're about to see, and we saw the defense attorney take the lid off a box, and it appears to be a splatter gun in there. The question is going to be, is this, the question for me anyway, is the gun that he's about to pull out, is it one of the guns in question that was used that night? And you can see it looks like he has some of the splatter ammunition, whether they're gel balls or whatever the heck you call them. So we may get some sort of demonstration sooner rather than later, and I think that's also of concern to the judge. This idea of shooting the splatter gun in the courtroom. I knew this would come eventually. I knew at some point the defense would want the jury to hear what is supposedly some sort of simulated machine gun sound. We already heard the defense on Friday try to push one of the officers into saying, this sounds exactly like a machine gun, and the officer said, I know where you're going with this, and it may have the same repetition as a machine gun, but it does not sound like a machine gun. Looks like we've come to some sort of an agreement. And again, and I think this goes down to that this man on the stand, he is the father of Ephraim, who was one of the kids shooting the gun that night. He is not an expert on one of these guns.
We're not going to shoot you with this thing. It probably doesn't, I don't think the court thinks that's a great idea to shoot you in the face with the thing.
Wow. So we just hear that the defense wanted to shoot this witness in the face with this gun to demonstrate the pain level.
Guns, these splat guns that fire at 250 feet per second.
Objection,
Cause
Your Honor.
concern.
Sustained. You can ask him to assume things. I don't think any of that is in evidence.
Did you read the big warning label that came with this?
No.
Would you like to?
No.
Would you be surprised that the first thing it says is the product may be mistaken for an actual firearm by police officers? Wouldn't that be something you want to know before you let your kid go run around with this? Is that the company itself says it can be mistaken for a firearm by police officers, and it's not a toy. Right? Your son says it feels like getting hit by a rubber band. Have you ever been hit repeatedly by a rubber band in the face, in the dark?
You're asking me if I've been hit repeatedly with a rubber band in the face in the dark?
Yeah.
No, I've not.
I mean, you can see how these things cause consequences. It caused consequences right here in court, and it sure as hell caused consequences out there on that basketball
I would object,
court.
Your Honor. It's not a question. It's also calling for speculation.
Sustained.
You stand by your statement that you're good with your kid going out there and shooting this thing at strangers?
Object. It's already been asked and answered, Judge.
Are you good with that?
I would object again.
He can answer.
Are you good with that? Even after what happened, are you good with the fact that your son and his friends go out there and shoot these splat guns at strangers?
I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't seem so funny today, does it?
I would object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're here as a state's witness, correct?
Yes.
Your son was involved in this just like everybody else, was he not?
Yes.
Did he get charged with one thing for his involvement? Did he get charged with any crime at all for starting this whole thing with the other boys in the car?
No.
No further questions.
Good morning, sir. Donald Gallagher, represents Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions. Look, let's do this with the weapons. You said you've been shot with these things, and what did you say? It felt like a minor sting. Was that your term?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been shot in the face with one?
No.
Been shot in the eye with one?
No.
Could that change your opinion?
Change my opinion on what?
It's like it's not a big deal. It's just a minor sting. No big deal.
I mean, I guess it just depends. Like you're comparing it to a paintball gun or a BB gun or something like that. But it wouldn't change my opinion that it's still a toy.
And sir, if you could just get a little closer to the mic.
Sorry.
You're saying it's still a toy.
It's still a toy.
You know, you are shot in the eye with it. It's still just a toy.
Right.
Okay. And you said that you saw Ethan Lining come pick your son up around, what do you say, 9:30 p.m.?
Roughly.
Around 9:30 p.m. And you said it was getting dark around that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that your son had the splat gun with him. You saw him take it out?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you didn't have any concerns about any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, your son at this time is 17 years old.
Yes.
Right. And I believe Ethan Lining, he's 17 as well, if you know.
Yeah. His name is Liming.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to say that correctly. I apologize. Did your son have a curfew?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, for your son to go out at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, it was just a regular occurrence?
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, they come home after midnight sometimes?
Sometimes, but we usually communicated with him where he was going to be. He was typically at a friend's house and that kind of thing if it was after a certain time.
And did your son have a curfew when he was 16 or 15?
Yes.
Okay. So but the curfew ended when he was 17?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
Yeah, it wasn't a real set thing. Just, again, it was depending on where he was.
Okay. Did you say that your son, you think your son went to the I Promise school at night on other occasions?
Yes.
Okay. Like to play basketball or do something else?
Yes.
What would that something else be?
Oh, I don't know. No, I mean, he always went there to play basketball. In fact, I went there with him one time to watch him play basketball with his friends prior.
Okay. At nighttime?
Yes.
All right. You were asked, I think on direct, after you learned that from your son that something really bad had happened, that you didn't walk down to the school, you drove down.
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't walk down because it'd be a little too far.
Yes.
All right. But now at this time, what is it, 11 p.m. or later?
Yes.
I mean, is that a good area for you to be walking around in after 11 o'clock at night?
It's my neighborhood. We live there, so we're comfortable with it.
So you don't have any problems with any of the crime rate there? You're safe, you feel safe there?
I feel safe there, yes.
Okay. And I mean, I didn't catch, what was your actual street that you live on?
We live on a street called Hillsdale.
Hillsdale. Is that near Oakdale?
No.
Is it on the other side?
It's off of Aqueduct, which kind of dead ends into the I Promise school.
Okay. No further questions.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanco. You may step down.
We could approach. Yeah.
We need to correct it.
Dan DeRose with 19 News here, as looks like we might be taking a little bit of a break or a little bit of a sidebar here. I didn't get to hear exactly what they said Or I wonder if we have gone to lunch. We're going to double check with this. We're going to stick with our gavel-to-gavel coverage, and we'll double check with what just they quickly announced that. We're going to continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage today, regardless of whether they went to lunch. We will stick with this. We're not going to stop any of our streams because eventually we're going to bring in Tara Coleman. She's a defense attorney that contributes a lot here for Channel 19, and we will continue our conversation. I almost fell off my chair when we came back from the sidebar and the defense said, "Okay, sir, we're not going to shoot you in the face with this gun. The judge doesn't think it would be a good idea." That would have been a first. Again, the defense is trying to get anybody on that stand to admit that this is not a toy gun, that the splatter gun that started this whole thing, and we've seen the chief of police, that's a style of it. The chief went out and bought that for the news conference shortly after the incident, basically to show everyone what it looked like. And it does not look like we've gone to lunch. We get our shot back here. Let's take a listen. Looks like they are trying to decide what we're going to do here. As we see the two brothers sit side by side for the first time, normally separated by their... Okay. So the judge apparently is speaking with the attorneys, probably trying to get a good feel for the next witness. If the next witness was going to be a 10 or a 15-minute potential on the stand, the judge might go ahead and let this witness come up. But if it was Ephraim, the young man who was in the passenger seat, that testimony is obviously going to take quite a while. I would anticipate each young man who was in that car with the splatter guns and witnessed the fight, I imagine each one of those will be approximately about an hour, if not a little more. So the judge probably a little bit wary of calling that witness, as that would take quite a bit of time, push us through lunch. Again, you have to remember Tyler, the young man sitting there, he is facing just one count of involuntary manslaughter. His brother there, Deshaun, is facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. It all has to do with involvement. The accusation is that Deshaun started the fight. His brother joined it. It was Deshaun who threw the punch that got Ethan Liming knocked out, that sent him to the concrete, hitting his head, that again caused the fatal injury. That it is very important to understand that sequence of events because of whether or not the jury is going to see this as justifiable self-defense, if being shot at, and again, that's why the defense is trying so hard, and they tried to even get that father to go back on, he saw his son Ephraim leave the house that night with a splatter gun. Did you think that was normal? Was it okay for him to do that? And he said yes. And then they tried to get him to go back on it and literally tried to say, now seeing everything that has happened, was it a good idea for him to go out? And of course, that's speculation. You're asking the witness to speculate that something like what happened that night at the I Promise school could happen. Quickly, the prosecutor objected, and the judge sustained. The judge agreed. You cannot ask a speculative question. And the father of Ethan Liming, I thought that was an interesting round of questions when they said, you're here as a state's witness. He said yes, meaning he was requested to testify by the prosecution. and then asked your son. He was part of the whole start of this. He was one of the first ones to get out and shoot this splatterball gun at the defendants on the basketball court. Was your son charged with anything? Is he facing anything because of his role in all of this? Of which the answer was no. A very interesting line of questions there, but could not get that father to admit that was not a good idea for him to go out. I think, again, all of us on the other side of this courtroom, I think we can all agree, based on what happened that night, no, it was a terrible idea. Just checking in on where the defendants are going. I know they had asked the bailiff if they could do something, or if they could perhaps talk to family or maybe use the restroom. But we will see here what they decide to do. It looks like we're still trying to determine if this will go to lunch or if we will get a new witness. Trying to listen in here. They must have gone into the judge's chambers. The judge was clearly not amused at the defense and their idea that they were going to pull this gun out and shoot this father in the face in the courtroom to see if he would still call this a toy, if he would still say it was okay for his son to take that out of the house. So you heard the father say he's been shot with it before by his own son, and that it stings a little, but what he would still classify as a toy. Ultimately, what will be interesting in all of this is when the jury gets the case, the jury will be given all the evidence, and I would love to be a fly on the wall when the jury gets this. There has to be a curiosity factor of what it feels like to get shot with this gun. And I would not be at all surprised if in the jury room they test it out. Potentially test out the sound. We've heard the defense try and say that this sounds like a machine gun when it's going off. If I'm a juror, I want to hear the sound of it. And potentially I would want to, what does this feel like? We had someone compare in court on Friday, say it felt a little bit like a rubber band sting when someone snaps you with a rubber band. Then we heard the defense try and get the father to admit, have you ever been shot in the face repeatedly with a rubber band at night in the dark? Basically trying to set up again how dangerous and how scared his clients were in the argument of self-defense. So we will wait here, still waiting before we, and again, we won't take a break for lunch. We will continue to show some of the video, and in fact, why don't we do that? I'm going to play here. This is the 5 minutes of the first time we see the surveillance video of when Ethan Liming and his friends show up to court, and then the position of the vehicle, because again, there's sort of two rounds of fighting that happen. It happens right at the car. Unfortunately, it's dark and you don't get to see a lot. And then that fight sort of spills further down into the parking lot. And when you see Ethan's car move for the first time, that's because his friend has gotten in to pull the car down to where Ethan is lying motionless, and they tried apparently to load his body into the vehicle, potentially to get him some help. They couldn't manage the size of Ethan, and that's where I call what round two happened. You see the defendants first. It was the cousin, Donovan Jones. He was the older of the three. He was 21. He continues to pursue the other three kids in the car when they move it up to try and save Ethan. But then you see our defendants, Deshaun and Tyler, they get in their SUV and they pull around to that same location, and that's where basically round two comes in. And we heard in testimony this morning, the defense tried to question the detective who viewed the video to say, look, whatever killed Ethan, whatever extra happened down there, the kicking, the stomping, the punching when Ethan's already on the ground, that's not what killed him, right? We know that it was when he got hit, knocked out, and hit the concrete, that's what killed him. The detective did agree with that assessment. You have to remember that defense is going to have to try and convince that jury that when they were beating and stomping Ethan for the second time at the other end, round two, that's not what caused his death. Did it look bad? Was it terrible? If you're the defense, you're going to say, yes, that was a terrible thing to do, especially considering the fact that Ethan is either already dead or dying because of the blow to the concrete. But if you're the defense, you've got to get that jury to see that, well, while that was bad, that's not what killed him. What killed Ethan was hitting that concrete. So as we wait for a decision to continue, let's watch this video. It's 5 minutes of the first time Ethan's vehicle shows up and they get out and start shooting that splatterball gun. Take a look.
Okay. Now we're seeing Ethan's vehicle pull in, correct?
Correct.
Can you determine the person going back to the car, that's Mackay?
The first one is Mackay, and the second one is Ephraim.
Now you see someone coming over from the court. Did you determine who that was?
Deshaun.
And now there's someone else coming over from the court?
Correct.
And this is when you're saying you can't really see what's happening, but now we have at least two of the defendants here. Now the third is coming over. That one coming over last is Donovan Jones, right?
Correct. The one in the back's approaching from behind, and then there's Donovan Jones approaching.
The person we see standing outside the car right closest to us, that's Ephraim, who's getting back in right now?
Correct.
All right, now we see the defendants and Donovan Jones walking away from the vehicle back towards the court?
Correct.
We see the car pulling forward to where we believe Ethan was on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And someone's walking back over from the court. Do you know who that subject was?
Donovan Jones.
Donovan. And from your investigation, do you know what the boys are trying to do right now?
They are trying to get Ethan's body into the vehicle, and they are attempting to call 911.
So it looks like Deshaun and Tyler are back on the court, but Donovan Jones is the one who's not in the court?
Correct.
We're seeing some headlights and a vehicle approaching. Whose car is that?
The defendants.
This is at 2:01:49. So now we see one figure head over to Ethan's car, and now a second figure. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you determined that was Tyler and Deshaun?
Yes.
Okay, what do you see currently in the video?
There's commotion. I think it's in the back. You see them running away
Towards the McDonald's?
towards McDonald's, and then someone gets in the car, and drives it up towards Market Street.
Did you determine who was driving that vehicle? Ethan?
We believe it was Tyler.
And again, you're looking live at the courtroom. That was the initial video, the first time seeing the surveillance video. One of the attorneys, actually the attorney for Tyler, I watched him come up, pack his bag, and leave. That leads me to believe that the judge has now called for lunch. We are not going anywhere. This is part of our gavel-to-gavel coverage. We're going to continue to discuss the morning's testimony, what we saw. We will have our legal analyst, Tara Coleman, join us here shortly to talk about what we saw this morning and the defense's argument that this was self-defense. I've said it probably 100 times already, but I want to continue to say it as you watch this coverage, and we want to thank our viewers. We know that this has been a case that has grabbed national headlines, partially because of where it took place, but then partially because, yes, this was a dumb TikTok prank. This was supposed to be one of those pranks where you run up, you shoot people with this splatterball gun, you get their reaction of running away, and then you post it to Instagram. We did hear from the defense shortly before this trial was to begin that he said if one thing comes out of this, he hopes that kids learn how stupid TikTok pranks are, whether it's eating Tide Pods or shooting individuals in this situation. It ended up costing that young man his life, Ethan Liming. When we saw that video today of the surveillance video, it's not great. It is very dark. You can't make out the moment that Ethan is hit in the face, knocked out, and hits the cement. Think about that. If you're on the jury, the fact that you don't see the blow, you don't see Ethan falling, you don't see maybe his head bouncing off the concrete. It is just one of those situations as a jury that is very, very impactful to see crystal clear surveillance video versus dark surveillance video that's 20, 30, 40 yards away. We want to bring in now, and we're so thankful to have Tara Coleman. She has been a legal analyst with us on numerous high-profile cases. We're going to welcome her in. Tara, how are you today?
Hey, Dan, thanks for having me. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Thank you for joining us. You always give us such incredible insight to being a defense attorney, to why certain things are said in court. Excuse me. Let's start with this surveillance video. You don't get to, and we've shown it a couple of times now. I'm actually going to put it on mute while we play and while we have a conversation. What don't we see in this surveillance video?
You don't see a lot, Dan, and that's not uncommon. Surveillance video usually is a bit disappointing, especially after you hear open arguments and you're thinking you're gonna, see all of this on video, but they usually are shoddy. They usually aren't, straight on to what you need to see. But what also was a bit surprising to me today is the lack of filling in that color by the prosecution, right? So when you're playing a video surveillance that is not going to be exactly what the jury wants to see, you've got to fill that in with your witness and the questioning, step by step. So while we can't really see what's happening here, through your investigation, is this when X is happening? Is this when this is happening? And we didn't get a lot of that during the foundation laying of the video surveillance. And so I really thought there could have been a better job of filling in that color. But really, this video surveillance is more about what you don't see. And that is going to be in favor of the defense because they need doubt, right? And so these places where you can't see spot on what's happening in the surveillance video is an advantage to the defense to create doubt in the jury's mind.
And Terry, you've watched this video, correct? You saw it played in court today?
Yes, I have seen the video.
So the way I've been viewing this is you sort of have two rounds, and correct me if I'm wrong and maybe not using the greatest term. You have the first round that just happened. They show up, they shoot the splatterball guns, the fight starts, the fight spills down to the other side of the parking lot here. We're seeing one of Ethan's friends get in the car to drive the car closer to where Ethan's body is. And in a couple of seconds here, we're about to see round two. We know round two was initiated by Donovan, the cousin of Tyler and Deshaun, because Tyler and Deshaun have already gone back to the basketball courts. You can see them there on the right-hand side of your screen, but you're going to see Deshaun come back. There he is right there. He's going to go back for what I'm calling round two. You have Ephraim, I want to get their names correct, the three friends that were there. You have Lamarian, Mackay, and Ephraim. They are trying to get Ethan's body into the car. Whether he's dead or dying, we know that it was because he hit his head on the cement. But now there's Donovan. Donovan shows back up. We can't hear what's going on. We can't see clearly what's going on. But we know that round two is about to begin. An engagement of the other three friends that were simply trying to help Ethan. Now there is a second assault. That's why Donovan pleaded no contest to 2 counts of assault. And we're actually going to see the two defendants. They're going to show back up, both Deshaun and Tyler. You're going to see their SUV come pulling up here in just a second. There's going to be some kicking of the window. And what we heard the defense today try and get the detective to say is that at this point, we know that Ethan's dead, correct, or dying. And if there's anything extra, meaning when they find the footprint, when they find the stomping, and here comes the 2 other defendants coming back in for round two, why is it such a big deal for the defense to say, look, what happened in that first minute and 15 seconds when he went down and hit his head is completely separate from what happens in round two, the stomping and the kicking. Why is that so important for the defense to hammer that into the jury?
It's so important, Dan, because it's wholly irrelevant. Okay. Now, I don't know if there's a stipulation, but if they've stipulated that the cause of death was the cracking of that occipital bone, meaning when he hit the concrete and died, everything beyond that point has nothing to do with the use of force that Deshaun Stafford used and what the defense calls the luckiest, the unlucky punch. Nothing to do with that. And so I'm actually surprised. I couldn't tell from the docket. I would have almost thought they would file a motion in limine to try to get all that excluded, honestly. I didn't see that they filed one, but I can't tell. But I'm assuming that the judge ahead of time did allow all of this to come in. And unless it's beyond me, but it's definitely helpful for the prosecution. And so I'm assuming there's no stipulation to the cause of death. And so if there's not a stipulation to that, then the prosecution is kind of allowed to bring in extra stuff, because who knows if there's going to be some argument Could they have helped him in time, or could something have happened after that, the fatal blow to the concrete? But yes, in the defense's point of view, everything that happens after Ethan fell to the ground.
So
is
basically,
wholly
everything that happens in round two, whether he was stomped, the footprint that's on his shirt, you're saying that that is irrelevant because he was already dead. And let's be honest, nobody is saying this is a good thing. We're not trying to say, oh, well, at least he died when he hit the concrete. I know that this is sounding very clinical, but unfortunately, that's what this is. This is trial. This is where we have to look at all the evidence. When did Ethan Liming die? When was he kicked and punched and stomped when he was on the ground? And is there a difference? Tara, answer for me in the state of Ohio. Let's say there's a bar fight. Let's say, and we're going to take this completely away from the I Promise School and what we're looking at here. If two people stand toe-to-toe and start fighting, let's not get into who started it. Let's just say they go toe-to-toe. If I hit a person and that person goes down and hits their head on the curb or hits their head on a bar stool or hits their head on the floor of that bar and they die, am I responsible for that? As we heard the defense say, it was the most unlucky punch in the world. Is that person responsible, or is that up for the jury to decide?
So, Dan, that's exactly why we're dealing with manslaughter charges here and not murder, right? Because what you're really responsible for is that assault, that use of force that you used to assault the person. And so while your intent was not to kill that person, you did make an intentional action of assault. And the outcome was then death, which is why we're dealing with manslaughter here. And so, and you bring up a great point about when we're discussing the moment of Ethan's death, this is kind of a legal analysis, right, under the black and white law, right? But round two is totally important to Ethan's family, right? Important to, the jurors, which is why the prosecution wants to get all of that in there. And it does give you context. But when we come to the legal analysis under the law, that's what we're talking about here. And so in your instance of a bar fight, okay, you're going to analyze the use of force used by the defendant in that case, right? And if that is a direct causation to the death, then you're going to be dealing with manslaughter charges. But really, when it comes down to the fault, it's the force that you used to cause the unfortunate outcome.
It is an interesting argument, and I keep telling our viewers, and we know that this has captivated a lot of viewers watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage here, but this idea of when did death occur, that is such a big issue here. I'm not sure, Tara, if you watched, I thought this was interesting. The first sort of non-officer witness that we got on the stand was the father of Ephraim. Ephraim was the friend of Ethan Liming. He was in the passenger seat. He is the first one to get out and start firing. He's the first one to come back to the car. We don't hear from Ephraim first. We hear from his father. His father was at home, was laying in bed. Ephraim comes home running in. He's in a panic. He has blood. They never really determined if that was Ephraim's blood, if he was hit, or if that was blood from trying to help Ethan into the car. But then Ephraim's father goes down to the scene, finds out that Ethan is not alive. He can't remember if the officer told him that he was dead or gave him a certain look that indicated that he did not survive. But then this discussion of seeing his son leave that night with a splatterball gun. And it almost became sort of an indictment on his parenting. Well, your son left the house with a splatterball gun. Did you think that was a good idea? Why is the defense basically putting Ephraim's father on trial here?
Because the defense think when the jury gets back in that deliberation room, it's going to be in the favor of the defense if there's doubt about anything. And they're essentially just giving the jury a lot to think about. I feel like the indictment on parenting there is just to add even more layers to be in the back of the jury's mind about this is such a tragedy, but look at all of the different steps in the way where something could have gone differently to where this would not have happened. And I think it's just trying to give them a lot to think about, because the more you have to think about, the more likely you're going to see, okay, maybe there is some doubt there and the prosecution hasn't met their burden. That's what I think that's about. But the defense better be careful here, because the combative nature of the questioning I'm seeing so far, I don't know how that's going to play with the jury, if that's going to hurt them or not.
And it depends on the jury's makeup. How many people on the jury have kids? How many people on the jury know that these 17-year-olds can be stupid and pull a TikTok prank like this? And then there was the issue, you see the defense start to get out one of these splatterball guns, and he's asking this father, do you know how many shots come out in a second? And of course, the father's not an expert. He didn't design this toy. He hasn't studied how many gel balls come out in a single second. And all of a sudden we get a lot of objections. I don't think it looks good for the defense every time that the prosecutor defends, says objection, and the judge agrees with the prosecutor. And then we find out they go to a sidebar, and then we come out of that sidebar and we hear the defense tell Ephraim's father, well, we're not going to shoot you in the face with this gun because the judge doesn't think that's a good idea. Is that literally?
My jaw dropped.
Was that theater?
Physically, my mouth fell open when I heard that.
Was that just theater, or do you think if the judge had given him permission that he actually would have been able to shoot this witness in the face?
No, I don't think the defense was planning that. I do think they were planning to fire the gun. I don't think he would have fired at the witness. That could have been assault in itself, right? But the fact for him to say that, and I think in his mind, he's trying to, be cordial and kind of just have a cordial nature, friendly nature with the jury. And so that probably just came out wrong. But my jaw dropped when he said that. I couldn't believe it. But I don't think that was the intent. It was probably to just fire the gun. I doubt they were asking permission to shoot the witness with the splatterball gun. But the jury doesn't have context around that. The jury might really think defense intended to shoot the witness in the face with the splatterball gun. I don't know. Just from my experience, I just doubt that the defense actually would have tried that.
And he clearly is trying to get that father. And we've seen this from the beginning when he was questioning the detective, when he questioned the first officers to get on the scene. Well, how did you know that was a toy? The defense is trying to do anything he can to get somebody up there to say, this was not a toy and this was a dangerous weapon, and it's what set off this whole thing. Why is that so important? Why does he need somebody? Why does the defense need somebody to say this was not a toy and should never have been given to a 17-year-old heading out for the first night of summer recess?
It's important because you need to lay the context of what Deshaun and Tyler Stafford are going through in real time, right? So you need for that, the firing at Deshaun Watson in the face. You need the context around that to be established, right? So that you can portray Ethan as being the aggressor in this situation, which is going to help their defense of self-defense by Deshaun. And so it's very important for them to establish these splatterball guns as not just toys, but kind of serious things, and I want to say, I hate to say it, but so far, we haven't really seen the defense establish that. They've almost kind of failed at that. We saw in yesterday's testimony with the first responding officer who had combat experience, I think, and he's like, no, this is totally different from a real gun. You tried to get with Ephraim's father today, oh, these hurt, right? They haven't really established that so far, but the importance in that, again, is to set up the state of mind Deshaun Stafford's in when he's getting shot in the face with it, right? To portray Ethan as the aggressor.
Right. We're going to continue our coverage here. We are at lunch recess for the trial of the I Promise School death. We've got our legal analyst Tara Coleman with us. She's a defense attorney, a noted defense attorney here in Northeast Ohio. Tara, I'm going to give you a 9-minute pause here. We're going to show the defense questioning about the surveillance video, excuse me, when it is put sort of time-stamped, when it's chronologically put together, because I think it's important for people to see when they pull up and not see this angle, then this angle, then this angle, you know, each individually. This is the defense, or I'm sorry, the prosecution putting it all wholly together, and then we'll come back again and talk about what this video does and doesn't show. Again, this is about a 10-minute video. Take a look.
Know that Ethan was killed when his head hit the ground and hit the pavement. So, sadly enough, by a minute and 15 seconds in, Ethan's already at a point where...
In fact, let me jump back in. This is after we have seen the sequence video. The defense is now questioning the detective who went over all the video. And this, again, is the crux of the entire trial. The defense is trying to get this detective to say that the exact moment that Ethan was killed was when his head hit the pavement, and that was because of a punch that was thrown, an unlucky punch. So this is the defense trying to get this detective to admit that Ethan died shortly after hitting his head on the pavement, and anything else that happened after that, stomping, anything else that happened, was after the fact. Take a listen.
So that Ethan was killed when his head hit the ground and hit the pavement. So, sadly enough, by a minute and 15 seconds in, Ethan's already at a point where if he's not dead, he's dying.
Correct.
Okay. So, when we talk about all the events that occurred afterwards, and we will, those relate to other things and other possible issues, but in a minute and 15 seconds, whatever happened, it's irreversible, and Ethan's already, all the boys believe, knocked out. But what we find out later is a lot of serious damage is done, and it's non-recoverable. Is that safe?
Yes.
A minute and 15 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to ask you some questions about this. Now, I see Ethan's car pull in, and it appears that two boys jump out, and they're not Ethan, right?
Correct.
Ethan remains in the vehicle?
Yes.
And these two boys run with these guns in their hand, these blaster guns, not real guns, these blaster guns in their hand, and they're running up and they're shooting at the boys on the court, correct?
Correct.
And the boys on the court, we can see them run.
Yes.
And you've been out there with me, I'm saying maybe you've been with me, but you've been out there, I've been out there. There's only one way in and out of that court. The only gate that's open is the one back towards the back.
Correct.
Okay. So the boys on the court, when the boys with the blaster gun come running down the alley with these things aimed, the boys on the court take off running for the exit.
Correct.
Now, from what I can see, the basketball court's well lit, and that's where the boys on the basketball court are, correct?
Correct.
But this parking lot area over here is pretty dark. Like running down that alley, it appears like maybe not the parking lot, but the grass and the tree right here, that's somewhat of a dark area. Would you agree?
I agree with that.
So the boys looking out from the light are being confronted with other boys and these blaster guns shooting at them coming out of the dark.
Yes.
And do you know whether the boys on the court actually immediately were able to get off the court, or whether they stopped on the court? I guess that's a confusing question. I'm gonna rephrase that. At some point, we see the two boys with the blaster guns turn around, joke's over, and start walking back to the car, or running back to the car.
Correct.
Do we know whether the other boys are still on the court, or whether they've run off the court at this time?
I believe the video shows them running off the court.
Okay. And they're running towards their vehicle?
I can't tell you where they're running to, but they're running off the court.
Okay. And At some point, we see the two boys get back in the car. Now, Ethan's remained in the car this entire time, correct?
Yes.
And we do see Deshaun come up to the vehicle. He doesn't appear to be walking, doesn't appear to be running, he appears to be jogging with the basketball in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And at that point, all the boys are in the car. All Ethan and Ethan's the people who Ethan are all in the car, right?
Yes, I believe Ethan was outside the car while Deshaun was coming around the car.
I guess that's my question. I can't tell, and maybe you can tell me, when did Ethan get out of that car? And we can look at it, but maybe you've looked at it a million times. I'm going to look at it again here and see. Doing all right. Okay, so I know I'm real far ahead. I got to go way back. I'm sorry. This is a little touchy, but I'll get it. Who's getting out on the passenger side?
The front passenger side, that is Ephraim.
And who got out on the back passenger, the back left side?
Mackay.
Okay. And where's Ethan right now? Inside or outside the vehicle?
Looks like he's inside the vehicle right now.
Now, Deshaun's walking over. What's in his hand?
Looks like basketball. And Ethan's outside the car right now.
Okay. So we know that all the boys were back in the car. So, let me ask this. Is it a 4-door or 2-door?
4-door.
So it's not a situation where someone's got to get out of the driver's seat, lift up the seat, and let someone back in. Ethan makes a choice, it appears, to step out of that vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that he makes the choice because Deshaun's walking up to the vehicle. I won't phrase that. Is there any indication that there was any issue with the vehicle that it couldn't have just drove away after this prank was over?
Not that I know of, no.
So we can assume that Ethan got out for some reason, and when he got out, what did he have in his hand?
I believe a splatter bar, or one of those splatter guns.
Okay. Now, were you responsible for collecting these guns? And I know that you guys had to purchase another one to kind of use in court. Did you have anything to do with that?
No.
Are you aware that kids in Ethan's car, specifically Ephraim, says these guns fire 7 rounds a second? 7 BBs a second are coming out of that thing?
No.
Okay. If 7 BBs a second are coming out of this thing, let's see how many seconds, because, well, I'll rephrase that. What does Ethan do with this blaster gun as Deshaun approaches?
I don't know.
He's shooting him in the face, isn't he?
That's what Deshaun said, yes.
Well, that's not what Deshaun said. That's what everyone else said, right? That all the boys in the car, all of Ethan's friends said that Ethan gets out and as Deshaun's shooting.
I'd object, Your Honor. He's asking for hearsay.
Yeah, sustained, I guess.
Based on your investigation, is it your understanding that Ethan gets out of the car and starts shooting Deshaun in the face or not?
Yes, that Ethan got out of the car and started shooting Deshaun.
Okay. So Ethan gets out of the safety of the car and starts shooting Deshaun in the face as Deshaun is approaching, and we can say that it takes a couple seconds?
Yeah, a couple seconds.
Okay. So let's say 5 seconds. So 35 BBs to the face is what that gun can do in 5 seconds.
Yep, sustained.
So as Ethan's firing this gun at Deshaun, apparently a tussle ensues. They both start fighting, right?
Yes.
And there's going to be a question as to whether or not Deshaun threw a punch or whether they tugged back and forth for the gun. But this isn't where Ethan was killed by the car, right?
Objection to the question. Statements along with that question.
Yep. Rephrase, Mr. Sim.
There's an initial tussle between these two boys.
Correct.
That's not the tussle that caused Ethan's death. That's not the punch we're talking about.
No, not at the beginning.
Whatever happened, happened back in that dark area.
Correct.
Now, Deshaun's 5'5", 135 pounds. Did you arrest him?
Yes.
His brother?
And we're going to jump in here as the defense there starts to get into body size, trying to show that there was a sizable mismatch between Deshaun and Ethan. Ethan Liming, 6'1", 180 pounds. Deshaun, 5'5", 130 pounds. Going to bring our legal analyst, Tara Coleman, back in. Tara, we saw the defense really get smacked time and time again, trying to talk about how powerful this weapon is. Doesn't it shoot 7 BBs a second? How many seconds? Doesn't that mean Deshaun could have been hit in the face 35 times? Objection, sustained. Again, we see time and time again the defense trying to talk about just how dangerous this gun is, and he's just not going about it the right way. Would you do something different? And how bad does it look to a jury when you keep getting shut down on the same basic question? Oh, Tara, I think we've got you on mute.
Thanks, Dan. Sorry about that.
No.
It looks bad, but it's not the end of the world. And I think what's happening here is the defense is not really laying the proper foundation for a lot of the questions. So he's going, in other words, he's kind of going for those home run questions a bit too soon, to where a lot of these objections absolutely are valid and understandable why the judge is sustaining them. So I hope maybe they have an expert they can bring in, or they're going to have to get this done with another witness somehow, because they've just have not brought it home yet to really establish kind of that in the dark, this gun is startling. It is, got Deshaun Watson and Tyler hyped up in a way that this brawl ensued. So they are going to have to do some work to get that established.
And wouldn't that be something? You're the defense expert. Tell me if this is going too far. If you have somebody who has tested this gun, and like you said, they should bring in an expert. I fired this gun. We bought a model that was exactly like the gun they were using. We fired it X amount of times. It had this many gel pellets come out. How far can they go in a court? How far would a judge let them go if you have that expert take the stand, and if then, boy, if I'm the defense and he's talking about how this sound and these pellets are coming from the dark, could you ask the judge to turn the lights off and let the jury hear this sound? Obviously not get shot with the gun, but at least hear this sound in the dark. Is that going too far?
It's not. And yeah, you're allowed in some instances to do demonstrations in the courtroom. And Dan, a lot of times these are things that will have been figured out prior to trial. So if you're going to bring an expert in, there's usually an exchange of expert reports, right? And you kind of negotiate that out with the other side. Like, here's what our expert's going to say. Here's how far they're going to go. And a lot of times this is decided on prior to trial. So the judge knows usually at all times what's going to happen in that courtroom. If there's any objections, the other side, would respond to a motion for an expert and say, hey, no, this part's irrelevant. It's not going that far. So usually those parameters are set. What I would do in this instance is I would like to the jury to hear the sound. If it is, as similar to an automatic weapon as they say, and you have to think too, from someone that has never heard an automatic weapon, right? The sound in itself, if it can be startling and you don't have experience in guns, that could be enough. And that's going to also matter too, who's on that jury, right? What came out in voir dire, and is it going to be beneficial enough to my case to have that sound heard by the jury? But yes, I would have an expert to try and talk about the aspects, to get out the rounds per second, to get out the average, how it feels, to get out why is there a warning on the box, right? I would do that.
And then I spoke about this before we had you on. When it comes time for the jury to get this case, and I'm assuming in evidence will be at least one of the guns in question. I know one of them was smashed, the one that was outside of the car that Ethan was using. When it goes to the jury, would they be able to fire this gun on their own if the defense isn't able to get an expert or whatever? Would a jury have access to that? I don't know if they'll have access to gel pellets and be able to load it and shoot it, but is that something the jury could do on their own?
That's a great question. And I don't think there's going to be any rules or limitations on what they could do with the evidence, because once it's, it's preserved and once it's submitted to the jury, honestly, they're going to have a foreman, but there's not going to be anyone in the room to tell them they can't do it. Now, I don't think the court will go so far as to provide them with ammunition or things that have not been admitted into evidence. But as far as what they're going to be able to do with what in that jury deliberation room, I think they can. Yeah. Because
you would also think, I'm curious. I've never been hit. I've been hit with airsoft. I've been hit with paintballs. I've never been hit with a splatterball gun, so it makes you wonder if the jury will get curious. Well, just how bad does it hurt if I'm standing, a car distance away from a trunk to here that's, maybe 4 feet, 5 feet? What would it feel like? I don't think they would ever take any shots to the face, but, shoot me in my hand or something from 8 feet away to see what it would feel like. Just a curiosity factor there. Yeah. It's so outrageous of a moment. We got Tara to have her mouth drop open when the defense talked about almost wanting to shoot Ephraim's father. Remember, Ephraim was the first 17-year-old to get out of the car. Ephraim's father said, I saw him leave the house that night with his splatterball gun. I knew what it was. I didn't have a concern that he took it with him. I think they were just going out to play with their splatterball guns. He did not know this was part of a TikTok challenge. And then we see the defense start to get out that gun. And we weren't exactly sure what we were about to see happen, but there was a sidebar with the judge where the judge asked the defense very clearly, what are you about to do? And you're about to hear the response. I have never heard this before in court. I could not believe what we're about to hear. Take a listen.
Well, sir, we're not going to shoot you with this thing. It probably doesn't, I don't think the court thinks that's a great idea to shoot you in the face with the thing that your son had on that basketball court that night. Can you see how these guns, these splat guns that fire at 250 feet per second
Objection,
cause concern?
Sustained. You can ask him to assume things. I don't think any of that is in evidence.
Did you read the big warning label that came with this?
No.
Would you like to?
No.
Would you be surprised that the first thing it says is the product may be mistaken for an actual firearm by police officers? Wouldn't that be something you want to know before you let your kid go running around with this? Is that the company itself says it can be mistaken for a firearm by police officers and it's not a toy. Right? Your son says it feels like getting hit by a rubber band. Have you ever been hit repeatedly by a rubber band in the face in the dark?
You're asking me if I've been hit repeatedly with a rubber band in the face in the dark?
Yeah.
No, I've not.
I mean, you can see how these things cause consequences. It caused consequences right here in court, and it sure as hell caused consequences out there on that basketball
I would object,
court.
Your Honor. It's not a question. It's also calling for speculation.
Sustained.
You stand by your statement that you're good with your kid going out there and shooting this thing at strangers?
Object. It's already been asked and answered, Judge.
Are you good with that?
I would object again.
He can answer.
Are you good with that? Even after what happened, are you good with the fact that your son and his friends go out there and shoot these splat guns at strangers?
I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't seem so funny today, does it?
I would object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're here as a state's witness, correct?
Yes.
Your son was involved in this just like everybody else, was he not?
Yes.
Did he get charged with one thing for his involvement? Did he get charged with any crime at all for starting this whole thing with the other boys in the car?
No.
No further questions.
And we'll cut that off there. We're going to bring Tara back in. Tara, yet again, we find, first of all, that was the comment about we're not going to shoot you in the face. That's just incredible to me. And then this repeated line of questioning, was this a good idea? Does this look like fun? Was this we've seen the consequences. Was this still a good idea to let your son go out? Walk us through what the defense is trying to do. And then again, we saw 2, 3, 4 objections that were sustained by the judge. So as he's trying to make this argument, every turn he makes, he gets shut down.
Yeah, so before we walk through that, Dan, I didn't catch, did the judge on their own pause that, or was there an objection from the prosecution for the sidebar? I think the judge jumped in and said, hold on.
Yeah, as soon as he opened the lid, the box to that lid where the gun was, and he started to reach in there, I think the judge quickly said, we need a sidebar.
Okay,
I think the judge,
interesting to me. Yeah, that's interesting. And then you saw he doubled down on the comments, like, we're not going to shoot you, and then double down, we're not going to shoot you in the face. But what's happening is the defense is trying to set up, look at all these intervening factors. Look at all these people involved. And he even went as far as to say, your son Ephraim was involved, right? Is he charged with anything? Is he here on trial? And he's trying to set that up to with this theme that the jury's going to have to consider, right?
And did you notice, I hate to interrupt you, did you notice that when he asked, was your son charged with anything? He was involved in this from the beginning. Did you notice Tyler, the younger brother, he is shaking his head the whole time. Nope, saying nope, they were never charged. Maybe that's a point. They were the aggressors. They shot with these pellet guns. Shouldn't they have been charged in something? How does that work when, okay, now this case goes on to a homicide and it gets broken down, involuntary manslaughter? Should those kids have been charged?
So that's all going to be in prosecutorial discretion, right? So the state is going to review the case and determine who should be charged and with what. And I'm assuming after their investigation, they, within their discretion, did not want to bring charges against any other than the 3, Deshaun, Tyler, and Donovan. And the defense is setting up here for the jury to think about that. This is an unfortunate tragedy, but look at all these people involved. Do you want to further ruin the lives of my clients? And just setting up that it's just an unfortunate tragedy. I think that's where they're going with this.
And Tara, I think it was kind of a discombobbled dismissal for lunch. So I'm going to keep my eye on the camera just so everybody knows we're not going to miss a single second of our gavel-to-gavel coverage. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. But we should be getting back. Again, they kind of broke. They had a discussion with the judge about what was going to happen, who was going to be called next. I want to bring in what we think is going to happen this afternoon and get your opinion. You have 3 17-year-olds who were in that car with Ethan that night. 2 of them we know were, according to the defense, were customers or acquaintances of Ethan who were just trying to buy weed that night. They were in the back seat. And then you have Ephraim, who we're hearing is a closer friend. We hear from his father. He's played with Ethan on sports teams for years. They are expected to testify, at least Ephraim. We haven't heard the other 2 names, Mackay and his friend, if they are going to testify. We know at some point, obviously, Ephraim is going to testify. What do you expect to hear? What do you want our viewers / alternate jurors, let's just call them alternate jurors, that's how we've asked them to watch this coverage. What should they be looking for? How much description? It's dark. We heard Ephraim first kind of shied away from the confrontation and then got involved. What do you expect to hear from a witness who was there? We only get 3 eyewitnesses that are going to testify as to what they saw, and they are all going to be on the side of Ethan Liming, you would assume. So what do you expect to hear from eyewitnesses?
Yeah, Ephraim's going to be key here. And I would imagine, since they just put Ephraim's father on the stand, my guess is Ephraim might be the next witness. And here's going to be some key points to look out for. I think it's important for the defense to establish why Ethan got out of the car. And you can tell the defense is trying to set this up, but we need somebody to bring it home that Ethan doesn't get out of that car until they see Deshaun Stafford approaching the car, right? And then, so we're going to be looking out for that. Another key thing I think the defense has to establish is that Deshaun was kind of at first getting beat up. I think and I don't know if this is evidence or, yeah, this is the opening argument. Deshaun was on the ground at one point.
Yeah,
which is why Tyler came in. I think that's a key point to look out for, was this body size they're setting up. Was it an unequal match? They're really going to have to look out for that. And I think too, that's going to be important because they're going to establish what they call the unlucky punch. They're really going to need an eyewitness to say at some point Ethan and Tyler were in the scuffle, and that's when Deshaun came in with the unlucky punch. Those are 3 points in time that I think are very crucial for the defense to establish. But ultimately, remember this theme, right? I think both sides are saying choices have consequences. And so what we're going to need Ephraim to decide is at all the different choices that took place in that timeline. And I think a key one is going to be Ethan's choice to get out of that car. And did he fire into Deshaun's face?
And I want to get back to this point, and I asked you this earlier. You're telling me that I can still be found guilty of involuntary manslaughter even if my unlucky punch leads to someone hitting their head and dying. You can still be convicted for that?
If there's not a break in that causation chain, yeah, there can always be an issue of causation. But yes, if it's established, okay, the punch is a direct cause to the concrete and the death, and but for that, Ethan would not have died, you can be liable. I mean, it's not per se, and that's what this trial is all about. But yes, there are instances where that can happen. If the concrete itself might not be a strong of enough intervening factor to break apart the causation from the punch to the death.
And I also want to bring this up as we played the defense there questioning, I believe this was the detective, when he was asking about exactly when Ethan died, when his head hit the concrete. Again, he started getting into all of those things that happened after. And you'll notice, you'll never hear the defense. We have yet to hear the defense talk about all of those things that happen after. That's the phrase he's using. He's talking about when Ethan was stomped, when Ethan was kicked, when they continued to punch him on the ground. The defense, very smartly, is not going to remind the jury and keep saying stomp and keep saying kicked. That's why he uses phrases like all of those things that happen after, a lot of serious damage after. He's trying to show that, yes, anything that happened after is not what caused the death. We are going to hear from Ephraim. If we hear Ephraim, he's the one that's going to be able to say, I saw Ethan go to the ground and then X. I saw somebody stomp. I saw somebody kick. That is going to be huge. It could be graphic because, remember, we heard this morning for the first time that when they moved the car forward, that was Ethan's friends trying to get the car down to where his body was so that they could get him into the car. 6'1", 180 pounds. Apparently they couldn't lift him to get him into the car. But so we will also hear some pretty graphic testimony. We've already heard that the second officer to arrive, when he saw Ethan's body, he saw vomit coming out of his mouth. He saw blood coming out of his mouth and his ears. We're going to hear some pretty graphic testimony from the people who saw all this happen.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough afternoon for Ethan's family for sure. I do think it's where we're going to get into some of the graphics of it. And to this whole point about round two or everything that happens after the fact, I did in our last clip notice that the defense is saying at this point, this is when Ethan is dead or is dying. And that does lead me to believe what I was talking about earlier. There is no stipulation as to the point in time of death. the fact that the defense is saying he's either dead or dying. So yeah, this is good, which makes me believe that's why a lot of this is getting in.
So walk us
So
through. Walk us
they're
through.
going to hear it all.
For the people who aren't familiar, what do you mean the stipulation? I know that means the two sides agree, but you're saying the two sides don't agree on the exact moment of death?
Exactly. So my thoughts, I was pontificating earlier as to, was there some agreement among the both sides about the exact timing of Ethan's death? And the way the defense is questioning makes me believe there is no such agreement. So I'm not sure that both sides say the moment he hit the ground, that's when Ethan died.
And
I think they both agree it was the occipital bone, but we just don't know at what point did he hit the ground and die immediately? Was he dying while he was on the ground? That's what I mean by that. It leads me to believe I'm for sure now there is no such stipulation.
Right. And we did hear from the prosecution in her open. She's like, look, he's laying there. He's dead. He's dying.
Okay.
And this proceeded to continue. So yes, we've now heard both sides say he was either dead or dying.
Or dying. Got it.
As round two started. How much, if you're the defense, this is where it could be extremely damaging to your case. Whatever comes out of Ephraim's mouth, whatever he saw, and we're starting to see the camera move, which is a good sign. What is the defense's? When do you object? When do you try and get Ephraim to stop his story?
Yeah, it's honestly, the defense has been getting so banged up with objections here that I think they're going to have to use their discretion and truly, honestly object based on legal grounds. I don't anticipate any frivolous objections here. I think it's going to be when the prosecution is genuinely overstepping with speculation, hearsay. It's going to be your normal grounds because, again, it's not part of the technical trial, but how you're perceived by the jury does have a big play in with defending your client. So I think it's going to be true oversteps when you're going to hear the defense object.
What would be damaging to the defense? And I'm asking you to speculate when we talk about not speculating. When Ephraim gets up there, I'm thinking about, he's witnessing Ethan on the ground. He was convulsing and they were kicking him. If he gets up there and says he was motionless, they started kicking him, they stomped him, then again, there's that debate of exactly when did death occur. Was he already dead when they were kicking him and stomping him? You have to then go back. So what could be damaging to the defense? What if Ephraim, what do you expect to hear from Ephraim that would really not be in the best interest?
If there's testimony that Ethan is still alive during round two, I think that is damaging. And they'll have to deal with that. And one thing that I think we have to tie up is it was shocking to me to hear Ephraim's dad say Ethan ran in with blood on his face. And we hadn't heard so far was Ephraim hit? Was he in the scuffle? And so I think they're not going to want to leave that hanging. So we are going to need to hear from Ephraim. I mean, that could have been a transfer of blood from Ethan, or was he hit as well? And is that why he was so scared? Is that why he took off running? So that is going to be a hanging question in my mind right now that I think needs to be wrapped up.
I agree. We heard that he came in the room. He had blood on his face. Just exactly how far, and was that part of round two?
Yeah, Dan, I think that would be damaging to the defense if I think at that point Donovan's over by them. So if that was another scuffle that we don't know about yet, I mean, technically to the use of force question, it doesn't matter, but it matters in the sense of perception of the jury, and that would be damaging to the defense.
We also heard, and I wanted to get your opinion on this, folks, we're still watching the courtroom. We see both Deshaun and Tyler are back in the courtroom, but the attorneys are not. There may be another sidebar issue here talking about what we're going to hear. This was brought up in Friday's testimony with the first officers who were on scene. They talked about the fact that when he saw Ethan's body, that the pockets were turned out, is what the officer said, meaning his pockets are inside out. Does that put anything in the minds of jurors?
It's odd, right? And you want to know why and who did that. And for the defense, you hope Deshaun or Tyler didn't turn his pockets inside out. But yeah, that's an odd detail, but there are so many different scenarios as to how that could have happened, were the friends looking for his phone or something? Did somebody come to the scene afterwards and look? You never know. But for the defense, you would hope that your clients didn't do that.
Again, we're seeing the seal. We have yet to begin. We should be here shortly, coming back from lunch on day 2 of the I Promise school death in the parking lot there. Tara, let's talk about and remind our viewers that Tyler and Deshaun are in no obligation to testify in their own defense. This is always a big question when we watch any high-profile trial take place, the question of should the defense put Deshaun and Tyler on the stand? Should they go up there and defend themselves? They're obviously open to the prosecution and going after them. You're the defense attorney in this case. So you're the defense attorney in real life. Let's say you're the defense attorney in this case. Would you even consider putting either of those individuals on the stand?
As we all know, even from TV or what have you, and it tends to be true, very rarely should you put your defendant that is a client on the stand. You usually very rarely will have someone testify in their own defense. However, in the small instances when that does occur, it usually does occur in self-defense cases, right? When you're putting on a defense of self-defense, and that's because you need to establish kind of the justification behind the force you used. So at this point in time, I'm not putting Deshaun on the stand. I'm not putting Tyler on the stand. If they can get enough evidence established to really set the context and the mindset that the defendants would have been in to how this all occurred. If there's a huge, just gaping hole and we feel like we just haven't gotten there, it might be a game time decision. Do we really need to put them on to establish this? And that's going to depend on a whole host of factors. Are your clients good witnesses? How are they going to react to cross-examination? Can they handle cross-examination? What is the truth of what they're going to say? And is it beneficial to add to the story? So right now, I'm not considering it, but I don't know what the defense has up their sleeve to really get it home that this was true self-defense.
And we did hear the defense say in their opening, talking about how Deshaun and Tyler grew up in a neighborhood where if you hear shots like this, it is not a good thing, and that's what immediately put the scare into the both of them, and that's why this was a case of self-defense, according to the defense. So it will be interesting to see. Tara, who else would be a surprise witness today? Do you think we'll hear from all 3 young men? What is, keeping in mind, the other 2 young men that were in the car were buying weed that night from Ethan. That's according to the defense. Could we expect to hear from them? Would they take the stand, or is that something the prosecution?
I think if we don't hear it in the prosecution's case, which we might not, we're going to have to hear from Mackay or the other individual in the backseat at some point to establish, hey, we were customers. Not really the best of friends with Ethan. Yes, he was selling us weed. I mean, I think all that's got to get out because they did hit home in that in their opening, the defense did. But if I'm the prosecution, I'm actually not sure if they call them or not. It's going to depend on what they learned in the interviews of these witnesses, because it's not wholly entirely relevant to the prosecution, right? What they have to say. But we'll see. But if I had to guess, if I were the prosecution, if I'm going to call one of them, it would be Mackay, who's the one that got out with Ephraim to do the firing. But we'll see. That one I'm not so sure about, but I know the defense for sure will call Mackay if The prosecution does not.
When it comes to a case like this, when do we hear from the medical examiner? When do we, and we will not be showing these because these pictures of his body in the parking lot and then the pictures during the autopsy are going to be extremely graphic. When do we hear? Do you close with that? Is that the lasting impression you want to leave with the jury?
Yeah, and it usually depends on the theme and how you're going to set up your case, right? And each attorney is different. It's really going to depend on the evidence you have. What I'm seeing so far, I do expect that technical information to come out after all of your fact witnesses. Because I think you want to set up with the jury what happened factually, how this all played out, and then get into the technical science of cause of death and what ultimately happened. And that way the jury is hearing this with the context of what happened in real life so that they can hear the scientific evidence behind it with the context of factually how it played out. So we probably will hear from medical examiner, all of them, I would say, after all of the fact witnesses.
Yeah, sometimes you see cases that start with that, they get right
Exactly.
into it right away. Sometimes, obviously, in this
Right.
case, we heard from the officers that arrived. Now we've heard from Ephraim's father, the first really to be contacted. Tara, we're still waiting for court to come back. We're seeing a little movement. But as we wait for this, I'm going to play the surveillance video, the one I was referring to earlier, that has been chronologically pieced together. I think it does show a better picture of how this all happened. These are the young men playing basketball. You can see they sped this up to condense the 22 minutes of playing basketball into 13 seconds. And now we're getting the regular speed. This will be when Ethan's car shows up. And you're going to see Ephraim and Makai get out of the car. And the shooting part of this takes 10 seconds. You can see the one already retreats. I think it was Ephraim that retreated first. Makai retreats second. You can see them top of the screen heading back to the car. Now you get the young men from the basketball court who are coming to confront. And that is Deshaun, the first one there. They're going to zoom in. You see he's carrying the basketball, and it's right here that you see Ethan's arm go up, shoot off some of the guns, some of the ammunition, and then the second comes in, the second attacker. Now here comes Donovan. He will be the third to get involved here. But again, what we're not seeing is when did that punch get thrown that sends him to the ground. We can't see really any of it. You see Ephraim, he's standing there. If he's the witness we hear, he's watching this whole thing play out right in front of him. He doesn't get involved, so it's not like he was in a headlock and he couldn't see or he was getting punched. He is standing there watching this whole thing. And they did make it a point to time this out. Now you see Deshaun, all three of them, Deshaun, Donovan, and Tyler come back. The defense attorney made it a point to say, look, that was 1 minute and 15 seconds. That's what happened in 1 minute and 15 seconds. And that is, again, what we're calling round one. Here is Ephraim and the two friends moving the car down to where Ethan's body was laying. You have to think at some point, the fact that, look how far away it is. Just based on what we're seeing here, maybe 20, 30 yards down from where the confrontation started, they're now going to try and get Ethan's body in the car. Is it lifeless? What was he doing? Think about the questions that are going to come for Ephraim.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, yeah.
Is he lifeless? Is he gagging on blood? Is he saying anything? Clearly, he probably isn't saying anything. We know he got knocked out, hit the ground. But, you know, what are they seeing here as they try to get his body in the car? Tara, about as graphic as it's going to get?
Yes. This is going to be the toughest witness, probably. Ephraim is going to be the toughest one. Because as you said, we saw him in that video looking on to the fight, standing up outside of the car. So he's going to be the most key eyewitness. And this is going to be so hard. And one thing that just popped to mind, Dan, as we're watching this video again, you saw the three individuals walk away from the car after the key round one why didn't round 2 start then? It almost leads you to believe they really weren't after Mekhi, Omarion, and Ephraim because they walk away. And I think they get in that silver SUV to go back to pick up Donovan. Donovan never walked away with them. And you know what happened there to restart the drama.
Donovan
right?
walked back down there. And in fact, Donovan's already back down at the car. You can see the SUV is pulling over now, and we'll get the singular shot. The SUV has Deshaun and Tyler in it. Donovan is already getting into it. You can see the driver door is open, and now here come Deshaun and Tyler. Again, this is what the defense is talking about, all the extra stuff, the stuff he says, all those things that happen after. These are all those things that happen after. What's happening right now? Again, Ephraim is there. He's going to be able to say, I saw this. They came back down. Why did they come back down? What were the words that were said? And that's the issue. That's going to be really interesting to hear what we can't hear, what the eyewitness says happened.
Agreed. That's all going to be key. I mean, it's so dark there that we cannot tell what was going on. And I thought we heard an open arguments. Maybe, do I have this wrong, Dan? I thought at some point Ephraim was supposed to be crouched down in the passenger seat.
Yeah, that's what the defense said in the beginning, that he was sort of.
I haven't seen that at all, and that will be huge. If you say something in opening that pans out to not be true, that's a big hit to your credibility with the jury. So we'll have to see what plays out there.
Tara Coleman, noted defense attorney here in the Cleveland area. We certainly appreciate you getting us through this lunch break. We are now back in session in what could be sort of and I'm going to put a warning out there right now. This could be a tough afternoon of testimony. Tara, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, take care. Let's take you now live back into the court down in Akron.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yeah. Can you take the stand there? Do you? Back, right? Have Ed scoot up a little bit. Ed. There we go. Okay. Thanks. Good afternoon. Can you give us your name and spell your first and last name for us, please?
My name is Ephraim Stefanco, which is E-P-H-R-E-M. Last name is S-T-E-F-A-N-K-O.
All right. And Ephraim, how old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Okay. You live in the Akron area?
Yeah.
Lived in Akron your whole life?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in school or are you employed?
I'm going to Stark State College, and I'm employed, yeah.
Okay. And I think we just had your dad in here earlier, but your dad's name is Aaron, and what's your mom's name?
Tiffany.
Okay. And did you graduate high school in 2023?
Yeah.
Which high school?
Firestone.
Okay. You went there all 4 years?
I did.
And during your time there, did you know Ethan Liming?
I did.
All right. Tell us when you first met, or how did you first meet Ethan?
We played baseball together in middle school, and we were on a team together our 8th grade year, and then we went to high school together, and we played baseball together, basketball together, and we were just had some classes together.
Okay. So you sort of met in middle school and then had baseball together?
Yeah.
All right. Did you play football also?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did Ethan?
Yeah, he did.
So his last year at Firestone would have been his junior year?
Yeah.
Okay. When he was a junior, was he on the football team?
Yeah, he was.
Do you remember what position he played?
Tight end or on kickoff, the kickoff team as well, I think.
Okay, so not, say it again, he was tight end and?
Tight end and on the kickoff team.
Okay, so he wasn't the quarterback?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We were good friends. We hung out a decent amount, went to concerts together.
So would you see each other after school too?
Yeah,
And did you know his family?
I did, yeah.
Met his mom, Jennifer?
Yeah, mostly through baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you meet his dad and his stepmom?
His dad.
Okay. And did you guys, you said you were, through baseball, you got to know them?
Yeah.
Parents? Okay. And does he have any siblings, Ethan?
Yeah, younger brother Noah.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 34. Just take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize that, what's in that photograph.
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
Ethan, on his birthday.
Okay. Do you recognize it, State's 34, to be a photograph of Ethan? I'm going to put it just up on the overhead. And he was 17 when he died. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah,
And when this incident happened in June of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 as well.
You said you played basketball with him?
Yeah.
Where would you guys play? Was it on a specific team or just for fun?
Yeah, we were on the Firestone freshman team, and also we'd go over to I Promise here and there and play.
All right, so where you live, how far away is that from I Promise?
Like 5 minutes, not even.
Driving?
Yeah.
Okay. And Ethan, he didn't live right near you, right? He lived a little further away?
Yeah, not too far.
Okay. So on June 2nd of 2022, we're going to talk about that, obviously. Was that you guys' last day of school?
It was, yeah.
Your last day of junior year?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there a plan after school for you and Ethan to get together?
He texted me later in the day asking if I wanted to hang out, and I said yeah.
Okay. What time was it that, well, let me ask you this. Did he come to you or did you go to him? How did you end up together that night?
He came and picked me up at my house.
Okay. He was driving that blue Kia?
Yeah.
All right. Picks you up at your house, and what's the plan?
Well, he told me that we were gonna go get Makai and Lamarion, and I was fine with that. It wasn't in our original plans, but he told me, and I was friends with them as well. So.
All right. Let me talk about them. So you said Makai, and what's his last name? Shady?
Yeah, Makai Shady. Yeah.
Okay. And how did you know Makai Shady then?
He went to Firestone as well, and sometimes he was up at I Promise playing basketball as well.
Okay. So you went to school with him?
Yeah.
How did you meet Makai?
I just been through school, having classes my freshman year with him.
Would you guys hang out, you and Makai, sometimes?
Not really. Only like me and Ethan would go play basketball at I Promise. Makai might be there, but yeah.
Okay. And how about Lamarion Dancy? How do you know him?
From school as well, playing basketball at I Promise as well.
All right. So it's fair to say the four of you would go up to the I Promise school to play basketball?
Yeah.
And do you know where that, let's see, Lamarion lived pretty close by, I think, to I Promise?
Yeah.
So on June 2nd of 2022, you said that Ethan came and picked you up. And what time of day was that?
I'm gonna say around 9, or just like, I know like it was dark out.
Okay, it was dark.
So.
All right. And after he picked you up, I think I already asked you in a way, but what was the plan? You're just gonna hang out?
Yeah, just hang out.
Okay. And when you got in the car with you, did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, I had the splat ball gun.
You have one yourself?
Yeah.
Or had one? Okay. So you had yours, and did Ethan have one as well?
He did, yeah.
Okay. What would you guys, have you used these splat ball guns before?
Yeah, like we would shoot each other, just shoot our friends with them. Yeah.
All right. So he picks you up, and where do you go?
We drive to either Lamarion or Makai's house. I'm not too sure which one, but they were together.
All right. And the home that you went to, was that near the I Promise school?
It was, yeah.
And when you get to that house, you're not sure if it's Lamarion's or Makai's?
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
All right. When you get there, tell us what happens.
So they were like, we knew that they were going to come out the house because Ethan had texted them. And so he was like, let's prank them. Like, let's shoot them with the guns as well. And so that's what happened. We shot them, whatever, and then we got in the car.
All four of you got in the car?
Yeah.
And you said you shot both Lamarian and Makai with the splat ball guns?
Yeah.
And like, what was their reaction, I guess?
I mean, not much. It's like, you get shot, it's like a tiny sting, whatever. He just kept on.
Okay, so it was like joking, you guys were joking around?
Yeah.
All right. The gel gun, splat ball gun, what does it shoot?
It's like little Orbeez.
Describe what that is for the jury.
It's like, if you've ever been to a restaurant or whatever, like they have it's like you put them, they're like little beads, you put them in water, and they like expand into like gel balls.
Go ahead.
But it's like, I don't know, if they have them like in like the little plants or whatever, like at a restaurant.
Oh, so you're saying like in a vase, they might have those little gel balls
Yeah.
with water, and then you put flowers or whatever in there?
Yeah.
Okay. So they expand with having been soaked in water?
Yes.
And you guys obviously had those gel balls with you?
Yeah, we put them in a water bottle.
And why do they go in a water bottle?
Just cause you make them in like a bag of water, so they expand, and then you just like dump them into the water bottle, so then it's just like, it's like extra ammo or whatever.
And then how do you load them into the splat ball gun?
It's like, there's like a little like orange clip on it, and it comes off, and like you flip open a lid, and then you just like pour them in.
So you had one on your own, and then Ethan had one?
Yeah.
Who brought the beads to shoot the guns? Both of you or one of you?
Both of us.
So you brought your own gel balls and he brought his?
Yeah.
And there's been talk in the past about these things being frozen. Were they frozen?
No, it's impossible to freeze them and to have them work in the gun.
Why is that?
Because you make them in like a clump, and I mean, water freezes, they would all freeze together. I mean, it's impossible to break them off one by one or have them form one by one. And also for them to even shoot in the gun and then be frozen, it wouldn't work.
Okay. That would be 36. There's scissors. All right, I'm going to show you some exhibits that we marked here. Oh, could you make that one 36, please? This is State's Exhibit 35. Can you kind of take a look at that and tell me what it is?
So it's like the gel ball gun, and am I allowed to like pick it up? All right. So the clip goes in like right here, which is where you like put the beads or whatever. There's a sight. I don't know. It's just like a normal toy gun.
Okay. Does this appear to be like the one you had that night?
Yeah, it's the exact same one.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. And where did you get your splat ball gun?
Walmart.
Okay, so this is State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize what's in that, in State's Exhibit 36?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's the balls or whatever.
Say it again?
It was the Orbeez.
Okay.
The gel balls.
So these are like the balls that you would put in the gun and they come out?
Yes.
All right. So you said you both have one of these bottles?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you pick up Lamarian and Makai. You say you kind of like jokingly shoot him with the guns, and you guys get in the car.
Yeah.
And what do you do right after you get in the car?
Well, like we had like marijuana, and we like started like smoking that, and then we started to drive.
Okay, and we wondered if you had marijuana in the car?
Yeah.
All right. Where do you go to smoke the marijuana? Or are you driving? Are you parked somewhere?
At first we were parked, and then like we just started to drive.
All right, and whose marijuana? Who brought it?
I think Ethan.
Okay. Did you guys smoke marijuana together in the past?
Like times before, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, you said you started to drive. Was there a place you were, we're going to drive to this place and do this, or what was the idea there?
No, we were just gonna like drive around.
Okay. Tell us what happens as you're driving around.
We were just like talking, whatever, and then we drive around like onto Market, and then we like see that there's people like at I Promise.
People where?
Like at I Promise.
Okay, you see from the road there's people at I Promise?
Yeah.
And where are those people?
On the basketball court.
And that's well lit, the basketball court?
Yeah, because it was like nighttime, so they got lights out there.
All right. So you see people on the basketball court at I Promise, and Ethan's driving, right?
Yeah.
And what do you do next?
We pull into I Promise.
Okay, and is there a discussion of why you're pulling in there?
I mean, we're just gonna like shoot the balls out the window or whatever.
From the splat ball gun?
Yeah.
And the plan was to shoot the people that were at the I Promise on the court?
I mean, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Was the plan that night, we're gonna do some TikTok challenge and film it?
No, not film it. I don't think it's a TikTok challenge either.
You did what?
It's like, we weren't gonna film it, or like, it's not a challenge.
Okay. So no one's videotaping. The plan wasn't to put it on TikTok after you did it?
No.
Okay, it was just to, unfortunately, sneak up on some people and shoot the gel balls at them.
I guess.
Okay. And obviously now and then, too, not a very good idea.
No, yeah, bad idea.
So you guys pull in, or Ethan pulls into the lot. Can you tell us in the car, so he's driving, Ethan's driving, where are you?
I'm in the passenger.
Front seat passenger?
Yeah, front seat passenger, yeah.
Okay, and do you recall where Makai and Lamarian are?
I think Makai's behind Ethan in the back seat, and then Lamarion's sitting behind me.
Lamarian's behind you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you pull in, and is the car, do you park the car?
Yeah.
Ethan, not you, does Ethan park the car?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, and what, is anything being said in the car? Like, who's gonna shoot, or who had the guns?
It was like, I had mine, and then Ethan like passed his back to Makai.
Okay. And what'd you guys do?
So he parked, like, I thought we were just gonna drive by, but he like parked it, and so like we got out.
Who's we?
Me and Makai.
You got out of the car?
Yeah.
And what did you do?
We just like walked up to the edge of the fence, and we're just like shooting the gel balls through the fence.
Into the basketball court?
Yeah.
Did you know the people on the court?
I did not know.
Did you recognize them at all?
No.
All right, so you're shooting the gel balls into the court. What happens as you're doing that?
They kind of like back up to the other side of the court. And as like when they back up, we start to back up, go back to the car.
Okay. Is anything being said? Are you saying anything to them as you're shooting the gel balls into the court?
No, we're not saying anything.
Okay. Were they saying anything to you?
At the time, like when we first started shooting, no, I don't think so.
Okay. So you head back to the car?
Yeah.
And what happens then?
They start coming out the sides, like, of the fence. I think it was, like, Donovan Jones was the person who started, like, first approaching the car.
Okay, so when you say they, they're coming out the court entrance there?
Yeah, it's, like, on the far side. It's the only entrance.
All right. And how many people were on the court at that time?
4.
Okay. Fair to say 3 males and a female?
Yeah.
All right, so who starts to come out of the court towards the car?
Donovan Jones.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, so they are all 3 men then go coming out of the court towards the car?
Like Donovan Jones personally, like immediately kind of started coming after, and then the other 2 did a little like not even a minute after that.
Start coming towards the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you getting back in the car? Are you still out of the car?
So as I saw them approaching, I got back in the car on the front passenger side, and Makai got in on the other side, and I think Makai just like gave Ethan his gun back.
I'm sorry?
He gave Ethan his gun back.
Okay, so Makai's getting in behind Ethan in the driver's side.
Yeah.
And you get back into the front seat, passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. What happens after that?
So Donovan Jones starts like approaching the car, and so at this point Ethan like gets out of the driver's seat with the gun, and like they start like fighting over the gun and fighting each other.
Okay, so let's just say they. So how many people of the men there at the court, how many people are at the car when they start fighting over the gun?
Just Donovan Jones right now, just him right now.
You said Donovan Jones started fighting over the gun?
Yes.
Okay, then what happens?
They like just start like going like back and forth, and then other 2 come in and start fighting and like jumping him.
Okay, so who at this point is Ethan, of the 4 of you guys from Ethan's car?
Yeah.
Who's fighting?
Like Ethan, like versus all of them.
Versus all of them, meaning how many people?
Like 3.
3.
Yeah.
And did you later learn the names of all 3 of them?
Yeah.
Okay. What in terms of fighting, I guess let's start with so it starts out as 1-on-1 and then ends up being 2 or 3-on-1?
Yeah, it's like 3-on-1 after that, after the 1-on-1.
And when you say fighting, what body parts are we talking about?
I mean, just like throwing punches.
Okay. Who is throwing punches?
I can't really tell from just everybody basically.
Okay, so Ethan's throwing punches?
I mean, just to defend himself, yeah.
Okay, and the other 3 are also throwing punches?
Yes.
And is that happening right outside the car?
No, it's like, it started outside the car, the 1-on-1. It kind of like escalated down towards the farther end of the parking lot.
And I think you said at first it started over kind of a grabbing at or the gun itself, this black ball gun. Did you see anybody shoot the gun?
Like when he was approaching the car at first, I think Ethan kind of like shot a couple times at him.
Okay.
But like in a joking manner, not in like, this gun isn't going to hurt you if somebody's approaching you. It's not going to like hold somebody back.
What, and why would you say that Ethan was shooting the gun in a joking manner? How did you know that?
I mean, it wasn't like, when somebody's going to fight another person, they're not going to shoot a jug gun at them. Like, it's like, you can tell when somebody's like, when 2 people are going to like go at each other.
So what was Ethan's demeanor at that time?
Just like normal, like almost like jokingly.
Okay. So the fight used to kind of moves away from the car about, can you tell about how far from the car the fight moved away?
Maybe like 15, 20 feet.
I'm sorry?
15 or 20 feet.
Okay. And can you still see the fight going on from where you are?
Yeah.
Are you inside or outside the car at this time?
I'm outside the car.
So you got out?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's Ethan, and it's still, how many people fighting Ethan?
3.
3. I guess take us through like what you see going on with the fight.
So it's just like, it's kind of like, from where I was standing, it's just like a ball of people, and then Ethan gets like knocked out, and then he's on the ground, and then they're like stomping and kicking.
So you say Ethan gets knocked out or to the ground?
Yes.
Did you see him fall to the ground?
Yes.
Did he move or get back up after that?
No.
And you said we're still talking 2 or 3 people?
3.
3. And as Ethan's passed out on the ground, describe what they're doing.
Like kicking him, stomping him.
Anybody punching him at that point?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And obviously he's not getting back up and...
Yeah, no.
Okay. How does that kicking him when he's on the ground or stomping him when he's on the ground, how does that end?
I mean, like after, like, obviously you can tell, like, he's unconscious, so after a while they stop and then walk away.
Okay, where do they walk to?
Like back over towards the back half of like the parking lot near the basketball court.
Okay, and what do you do?
That's when like Makai gets in the like driver's seat and drives over because we were trying to get Ethan out of there.
Okay, so Makai gets in the driver's seat. Are you back in the passenger front seat?
Yeah.
Where's Lamarian?
Lamarian kind of like, he was like halfway between when they were fighting and then he kind of like went down like as they were walking away, like over Ethan kind of.
Okay, so Lamarian is out of the car during the fight for some part of it?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he walks towards Ethan?
Yes.
As defendants are walking away?
Yes.
All right. Do you see what Lamarian's doing over by Ethan?
I mean, just like standing, crouching. Yeah.
Say that again for me, I'm
like
sorry.
Standing, just like near where he was laying at.
Okay, so Makai then does what with the car?
So we were up near the basketball court still, like where we originally parked the car. I was there as well. We both get in the car, drive down to where Ethan was laying at.
Okay, and where Ethan was laying, he was kind of, fair to say, under that kind of one lamppost that's there?
Yeah.
What do you guys do when you get over to him?
We're kind of like, we're trying to get him into the car because we know that, like, we thought he just got knocked out at the time. And so we were gonna like try to just like get him in the car. Like, we didn't want to be there anymore. We never wanted to like fight these guys. And so we were just wanted to like get him help, get him out of there and go.
Okay. Were you able to get him in the car?
No.
What did you move him at all?
Like we tried to, and then like Donovan Jones came back over to stop us from doing that.
Okay, so you say Donovan Jones comes back over to you guys where you're trying to get Ethan in the car?
Yeah.
And what happens?
So Makai has his door open, like seeing what's going on, and Donovan Jones like kind of like is just like resting over the top, like leaning on his car and like preventing us from getting him in there.
Okay. Donovan Jones is there. Is any of the other two from the court, do they come over to the car?
Not till like a little bit after, like he originally comes over.
Okay. And the other two then come over and join Donovan at the car, at the Ethan's car?
Yeah.
And what is happening then when they're all three back at the car?
So, well, Donovan's like kind of getting after Makai, like saying stuff to him, and you can hear in like the 911 call that Makai's saying, "I don't want to fight you. I don't want to do like we just like basically just like leave us alone." And Donovan Jones is like not like letting us like get this, like not letting us get Ethan in the car, and so Makai tells me to call 911, and that's when like Donovan was like just like kind of like reaching in, like grabbing, and then he punched me in the face, and I dropped the phone.
Okay, so you do make a 911 call?
Yes.
All right. When is it that the other two basketball players come over to the car?
I'm not sure if it's like before or after the 911 call, but I just remember one of the Stafford brothers was like running up and like kicking the car window like on my side because they were trying to get us out, and like I wasn't gonna get out, and so he would like run up and like lungefully like kick the window, like trying to break it in.
Okay, so you have Donovan on one side of the car, Makai's side where he's driving, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you have, is it Deshaun on the other side, or which one?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so one of the Stafford brothers is trying to kick the window of your window.
Yeah.
Okay. And all three of you now are back in the car?
Lamarion's not in the car. He's still out, kind of. Or he's like kind of like near the outside of the car.
Okay. And what is what are defendants saying? Like, what's happening when the window's getting kicked?
They're just telling us to like get out the car, and we're saying like we don't want to fight y'all, like leave us alone. but they're just like insisting that we get out the car and that we fight them.
Okay, so what happens then?
So, like I said, I got punched, dropped in the phone, as Donovan Jones was like trying to like come in and get after us. And then I look over and like Makai and Lamarion are just running. So, I opened up the door, like the passenger side door to get out. And whichever Stafford brother was like kicking the window, he was like, give me like the gel gun. And so as I got out, he took the gun and like hit me over the head. And then I ran like away through like the drive-through of the McDonald's, and Donovan Jones was like chasing after me.
Okay. And of the two Stafford brothers that are here, you don't know which one it was that hit you with the gun on the head?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. So why was it that you ran?
I mean, I was the only one left, and I saw the other two do that, so that's what I did.
So we know Donovan Jones was saying stuff about trying to fight you. Were the Stafford brothers doing the same thing?
I'm not too sure. I just heard yelling. Kind of like when it first happened, they were like saying, "Don't make me go get my gun. Don't make me go get my 9."
Go ahead. You can. What were you saying? Go ahead.
So, like, those are like all that they were saying. Oh, and also like when I was running away, they're like, "This is my car now," talking about Ethan's car.
Okay. Did you see as you were running away what happened with Ethan's car?
No.
Okay. Do you know what happens to the two splat guns?
I just know that one of the Stafford brothers took one from me.
When you run through the McDonald's like parking lot, where are you going? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to like get to market, maybe like have people see me, or like get help. And also it's like, I just wanted to like go, like run home.
Okay. And how far is your house from there? If you're running home, how long did it take you?
Probably like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe longer.
And as you're like, are you running straight home or what were you doing?
Yeah, I was just like running straight home.
Okay. Did you see, after you ran away, did you see the defendants again?
No, like I didn't know if they were going to try to like chase me down. So like whenever a car would come up behind me, I would just like either duck into like behind a tree or just like try to like not be like on the main street. But I did not see them after that, no.
All right. And when you get home, what do you do?
I run upstairs and I just go get my parents. Yeah.
Okay, you told them what happened?
I mean, yeah, like my face was all bloody, so they were kind of already like freaking out. And I told them what happened, and I just said that I'm not sure what happened to Ethan.
Okay. All right. Later, I guess after your dad goes to the scene and talks with police, you make a statement to the police. You go down to the police department and talk to them?
Yeah.
Okay. Described, I guess it had just happened pretty much, right?
Yeah, a little like my dad went down to like try and help. And then he like made a statement to the police and said that I was there. So then the police came and picked me up. And I went down to the police station with Lamarion and Makai.
All right. At what point did you learn that Ethan had actually died?
Sorry. My dad called my mom. and said that Ethan died. And I just knew from my mom's reaction what happened. I kind of just dropped to the floor and I didn't know what to do.
When you last saw Ethan, he was on the ground, right? Did you see what he looked like, what his face looked like, or anything like that?
No.
You never got that close to see that?
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna, you said you made a 911 call. We're gonna go ahead and play that for you. So tell us if you recognize it.
Right.
Yep. Thanks. So you called 911 from your phone?
Yeah.
And where did your phone end up, if you know?
I'm not sure, somewhere in the car, because I dropped it when I got hit.
Okay. So this is gonna be marked as State's Exhibit, what, 37? 37? We're gonna go ahead and play State's Exhibit 37.
June 2nd, 2022, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 34 seconds.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Oh, we're at King School, or no, we're at the I Promise School in Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
Our friend just got knocked out.
Okay.
We don't know what to do.
What is your name?
My name is Ephraim Stefanco.
Okay, is there a fight happening there now?
Hey, man. We're sorry, man. We didn't mean it. Sorry, what was that?
Is there a fight going on?
There was.
Okay, are the other people still there?
Yeah, it's all good. It's okay, though. It's cool now. It's cool now.
Okay, is your friend unconscious?
Yeah.
Is he breathing?
Is he breathing? Yeah, he's breathing. He's breathing.
Okay. Are you with him now?
Yeah.
How old is he?
I'm not trying to fight, though.
How old is he?
What was that? I can't fight. I can't.
How old is he? Hello?
He's 17.
He's 17? Hello, are you still here?
We'll stop it at 1:27. So we hear some voices in the background, and we hear some, like, just, I guess, movement or something. Describe what's happening.
Like I kind of said before, like, Makai told me to call 911, and like I said, Donovan Jones was, like, trying to get in at us, so Makai had, like, backed up on top of me, almost, like, on the center console, like, just trying to get away from this guy. And you can kind of hear him say, like, we're not trying to fight y'all. We don't want to fight y'all.
That's what Makai's saying.
Yes.
And then you say something like, it's cool now. What is that about? What do you mean?
I mean, when people are trying to get you, you don't want to be like, yeah, like, I just wanted to, like, calm the situation. Like, I didn't want them to think, like, I was, like, I just wanted to, like, make the situation, like, calmer. Like.
So are you saying it's cool now to them?
Yeah. Like, kind of to both, almost. Like, I was, like, almost, like, reassuring, like, yeah, it's cool, but also to, like, the person on the phone.
Okay. So when you're saying it's cool, it's directed towards the Stafford brothers and Donovan Jones?
Yeah.
Trying to kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, just kind of, like, cool the situation down?
Yes.
Cool, it's okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think then right at the end here, what happens to your phone call?
Well, I just get punched and I drop it, so I guess it didn't, like, hang up, so.
Okay, so if I resume at 1:27.
Sure.
I think caller's asking if you're still there.
Hello?
And then you didn't have any other contact with 911 after that?
No.
Okay. So obviously that's your voice, and that fairly inaccurately is a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call that night?
Yeah.
And you said you were like bleeding or have you, did you have what were you bleeding from or what was the injury?
Just had like scratches on my hand because he was just trying to get in there at anything. And I got like punched just like right in the face, so I had like just a swollen lip and a bloody nose.
So you guys said that you played basketball at the I Promise School before.
Yeah.
The shooting at people in the court, was that the first time that ever happened?
Yeah.
What about when you guys were on the court?
Like, had anybody come there
to shoot at you?
Yeah, before. Like one time, just like somebody, like one of our friends from Firestone, like had a splat ball gun as well, and they just like wanted to mess around.
So they came to the I Promise School to shoot at you?
Yeah, like when I was playing basketball there one time.
All right, I have to figure out what number this is. I'm going to show you what we previously marked as State's Exhibit 33. You know that there's videos from the I Promise School that night, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you've seen those before today?
Yes.
So this is State's Exhibit 33. I'm going to play it, and then as we go along, ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
And you can see it probably on your screen right there. I'm going to jump ahead in the video. On the counter down below to back up a little bit. Here we go, sorry. Okay, so when you guys pull in, I'm going to start there, right about at 1:42. Okay, you see Ethan pulling his car in there?
Yeah.
You said you were front seat passenger, so are you getting out right now?
I am, yeah.
All right, and you see you got the splat blaster, you and Mackay?
Yeah.
And you're the one who runs a little further, like you're still running right now?
Yeah.
And what was their reaction when you shot the splat blaster at them in the court?
They kind of just went to the other side of the court.
And you said you're not saying anything when you're doing that?
Yeah, no.
All right, we see you get back in the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Now, the person running over with the basketball, do you know who that was?
Donovan Jones.
Is that your memory of it? Or?
Yeah, it's my memory of it.
Okay. All right, so one person's there, and now we have another, one of the Stafford brothers coming over? Is that fair?
Yeah.
So you're out of the vehicle. What's happening?
So this is when they started like all going like jumping in basically.
That's you kind of walking to the front of the vehicle?
Yeah.
All right, so that's you getting in the vehicle?
Yeah.
So Mackay is now getting in the front seat, and he's the one driving over towards Ethan, right?
Yeah.
Now that person walking back over to your car, I think you said that was Donovan Jones?
Yeah.
So you're still in the front. Do you get out to try to get Ethan in the car, or how does that work?
No, I stayed in.
So it's Mackay and Lamarian?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop it at 412. I'm actually gonna back it up. At 142. So when you get out and you're running over there, that's kind of on that little sidewalk area, or is it on the grass that you're running on?
Yeah.
Which one?
It's like it's like the sidewalk leading up to the entrance, and then there's like a grass hill kind of going down.
Okay. Now, I think you stated just a little while ago, oh, hold on, let's get to it, sorry. You're running back. And that first person running over, you stated that's Donovan Jones?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that would be my question. Are you sure? Because I think at another point, maybe you said it was somebody else. Do you remember for certain today which one it was that ran over first?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you run off, you head sort of, I guess, to that bright area to the left of the screen. That's where the McDonald's is?
Yeah.
And as you're running away, do you see Ethan? Do you see what state he's in at that time?
No.
Okay. So you used the name Donovan Jones here in your testimony. Did you know that person? Did you know him prior to this event?
No.
So you learned his name from like law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. When you guys were running over there and shooting into the court, could you tell, or do you know if the gel balls hit any of the people on the basketball court?
No.
You don't know, or you?
Like they didn't. Yeah, I don't know if it hit or not.
Okay. The first person who runs over to the car, that we see in the video coming over to the car, do you remember what they look like or give any kind of description of them when you were talking to police?
No, I couldn't.
Sorry?
I couldn't remember, no.
You can't remember now
No,
what they look like? Okay. And in regard to Donovan Jones, do you recall what he was wearing at all?
And he didn't have like a shirt on.
He did not have a shirt on?
Yeah, no.
What about the Stafford brothers? Did they have shirts on?
I think so.
Say it again for me.
Like, I think so, but I can't fully remember.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions for you, but both these gentlemen may.
Go ahead, Mr. Sin.
Hello. Good afternoon. Is it Ephraim or Ephraim?
Ephraim.
Hi, Ephraim. My name's John Sin, and I am one of the attorneys in this case, and I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you anything that doesn't make sense or feels like I'm trying to trick you, you can just stop me and I'll try and rephrase you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
You were 17 back then?
Yeah,
And you're going to Stark State?
I am, yeah.
Good for you. What are you taking up?
Psychology.
Okay. And Ethan and you have been pretty good friends for lots of years.
Yeah.
And I can tell you're getting pretty emotional even thinking about that, so I honestly am very sorry for your loss. It can't be easy losing a friend. Is this the first friend you've ever lost?
Yeah.
Okay. You were talking to the prosecutor, and you're talking about Ethan being an athlete, and I know that he was a baseball player and a football player. Is that true?
Yeah,
Did you play baseball and football with him, or just baseball?
just baseball.
Okay. There's a website called Max Preps, and that tells me stats, and that says that Ethan was varsity baseball number 11. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
It also says that Ethan was varsity football number 12. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
And then it says QB and MLB. I took that to mean quarterback and maybe middle linebacker. Did Ethan want to be a quarterback?
I remember him playing quarterback like on JV, maybe his sophomore year, but
Okay.
not on varsity now.
Okay. But he was going into his senior year, and I guess summer camp and all that stuff, they don't really determine who's going to be senior year until senior year.
Yeah, no.
You know, I'm not a football player either. Okay. So you and Ethan have been friends for a long time, and as you know, you've had over a year to kind of live with this situation and grieve and all this stuff, and now we're in court and we're just trying to get things straight. And so some things have come out that are uncomfortable to talk about, but we got to talk about it. Okay. One thing is there's marijuana, and I bet I smoked marijuana at your age and you smoke, but you smoked marijuana, right?
I did on that night, yes.
Okay. And it is not a secret that Ethan was selling marijuana that night.
He didn't tell me that we were going to do that.
Okay.
But
I know, and I know it's uncomfortable. You said earlier that you kind of, I think your words were that, I think Ethan brought marijuana, but you know who brought the marijuana that night, right?
other people could have brought it in, I'm not sure.
Okay. So if the other boys from the car say that they had texted Ethan to buy marijuana, and they're out in the hallway, they're going to testify, right? If they say that they texted Ethan to buy marijuana, that Ethan was delivering the marijuana and you were sitting next to him, are you saying that you had no knowledge that he was selling marijuana that night?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I knew that we were going to go smoke with them, but it's not like the dealing part. I didn't know that.
How did you know you guys were going to go smoke?
He told me.
Okay. So he said, we're going to go smoke with these two guys.
Yeah.
And you know these guys, but they're not guys that you run with on a regular basis. Is that accurate?
I mean, yeah, not often, no.
Okay. Ethan picks you up and you're just going to ride sidekick for the night, basically?
Basically, yeah.
Did you have your own weed?
No.
Okay. So Ethan tells you you're going to smoke and you're going to go, and then you gave some statements earlier that we've gotten. You said that you were kind of surprised, or at least you didn't know you were going to see the other two boys until you were in the driveway.
I knew that we were going to get them.
Okay. Were you present the whole time?
Yes.
With them? Okay. Tell us about the actual transaction with the marijuana. How did that happen, and what did you observe?
I mean, like I said, we just shot at them with the splat ball gun, and then they got in the car and we were just rolling the weed.
They do what?
We were rolling the weed.
Rolling the weed, okay. But those guys were purchasing weed. Do you know how much they were purchasing?
No.
Did you see them purchase weed?
No.
Where did Ethan keep the weed in the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Where did he get it out from?
I can't remember.
Do you remember him having a scale in the car?
Yeah.
What do you do with the scale?
I mean, you weigh weed to see how much it is, like how many grams or whatever.
And so these guys get in the car, and then you all decide to go smoke. Now, I'm going to go back to the original phone call. He didn't tell you he told you on the phone you guys are going to smoke tonight, right?
Yeah, he texted me.
Okay. Was the first time you ever smoked in your life with Ethan?
No.
Okay. Do you know where Ethan got his weed from?
No.
You smoked with Ethan before.
Yes.
What about the splat ball? Was it your idea or his idea to bring the splat ball back?
It was both of ours.
Well, you testified earlier that Ethan texted you and said, bring your splat.
Well, originally we got our guns together.
Okay.
So it wasn't all his idea. It was 50-50.
How long before this did you get your guns?
Maybe a month and a half.
And where'd you get them at?
Walmart.
Whose idea was it to get splat guns?
Both of ours.
All right. And that splat gun right there, is that your splat gun or his splat gun?
I don't know. They're the same. We had the exact same model.
How do these things work?
How do they work?
Yeah.
John, there's scissors right.
You put gel balls in a gun and you shoot them.
Now there's a battery, right?
Yes.
Can you tell by looking whether this one's yours or somebody else's?
We had the same one.
Did you charge your battery up before you went out that night?
I think I just had it on the charger before. I kind of just always do. Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Now, theoretically, this thing hasn't been fired in over a year, right?
Right.
Okay, but it's either yours or Ethan. Did you guys do a lot of shooting with it before that night?
We just shot each other with it.
Okay. And you jumped out and you shot the other two boys when you got there, right?
Yes.
All right. So, what's this thing do? You put this magazine in it?
Yeah.
And the magazine holds like 20,000 pellets?
Something, yeah.
You know if this battery's charged?
I don't know.
So is that the combination?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what you guys have when you're gonna go do this thing. Now you said a TikTok thing. Do you have TikTok?
I do.
I have TikTok too. And you said you guys weren't doing the Orbeez challenge, right?
No.
But anybody who's got TikTok could tell you that the Orbeez challenge is a thing. And we even had a cop tell us that he didn't realize until after this that law enforcement's got to deal with this thing where kids are going out and spraying people with these guns. Did you know about that?
I have seen videos of people having them on TikTok.
Okay. So the idea being you're going to scare people, but you're not going to hurt them.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Okay. So Ethan tells you on that night to bring your splat, but you're man enough to say today that both you guys knew what you were doing when you bought the things and both you guys knew what was going to happen that night.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not putting that all on him.
No.
So you're not driving the vehicle, Ethan is. And at some point, you're driving by, I promise, and you see kids on the court. Is that accurate?
We just see people, yeah.
Yeah, but you actually say, hey, there's kids on the basketball court.
Yeah, sure.
Well, you played basketball there before, right?
Right.
And you actually have played with these two kids, or at least you've been on the court with these two guys before, right?
No.
No, you never saw Stafford Brothers before?
No.
Maybe that may have story. Maybe that was one of the other boys. Do you think you've ever met them before? You've seen them before?
I don't think so. There's a lot of people always down at I Promise, maybe.
Okay. What about Donovan Jones?
No, I've never met him or seen him before that night.
But over the course of the year, have you learned who's who?
I know who Donovan Jones is, but I don't know. I know Deshaun Stafford. That's the only name I can remember right now.
So you know Sean, but you know Donovan?
Yeah.
Okay. And on this night, you pull up there, but you don't know, you don't recognize boys that you know. This is just going to be a prank, really.
Right.
And you guys jump out, and you grab these things, and now Ethan's got his own gun, and you got your gun. Ethan doesn't jump out of the car?
No.
Who has Ethan's gun?
Makai.
Okay. And so Makai's got Ethan. How did Makai get Ethan's gun? Do you know?
I think at some point either Ethan just passed it back when we were driving, or yeah.
Did Makai ask for it, or did Ethan say, "Take my gun and go shoot"?
I can't remember.
Okay. But at some point, Ethan chooses to pull in, I promise. Was that his choice or somebody else's?
I think it was a joint. Like we all wanted. Like we were all like agreed. Yeah.
Okay, you all knew what you were going to do. You weren't going to stop and play basketball.
No, yeah.
But you thought it was just going to be a drive-by. You didn't realize that anybody was going to stop, right?
Yeah, I didn't know about that. Yeah.
So the drive-by and you guys. Well, let me ask this. I mean, you thought they were just going to hang him out the windows.
Right.
And then Ethan stops.
Right.
And Ethan says, "Get out."
He's not like telling us to get out. We kind of just like, oh, we stopped. Let's get out.
And then you run down the parking lot, down that sidewalk, and it's...
Yes.
Okay. And those kids took off running.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you'd smoked some weed before this, right? You guys had stopped and smoked.
Right.
How much? And you rolled some up. How much did you smoke?
Not a lot.
Not a lot?
Yeah.
So you're pretty clear-headed with a pretty good memory of what happened here. You're not confused because you were high.
No, yeah. I was like not even high.
Okay. So you're not high, you jump out, you get back in the car, and you guys are going to take off, and no harm, no foul. Kids didn't get hurt, they didn't fall down, they just rubber bullets or rubber gel blasted things.
Right.
Lo and behold, Donovan Jones starts walking up to the car.
I didn't know it at the time, but...
You know who Donovan Jones is?
Yeah.
And now you know who Deshaun is?
I don't know, like, which one between the two.
Okay. And Donovan's a big guy?
Yeah, he was, like, probably, like, 6 foot.
And he walks up to Ethan. Now, how's Ethan get from the driver's seat where he's in the car outside the car?
He opens the door and steps out.
Okay. Do you know why he stepped out?
I don't know. He just stepped out.
Okay. And that's as Donovan's walking up.
Yeah.
So Donovan's walking up, and Ethan at that point gets out of the car. Now, is there any reason you thought he was going to take off, didn't you? You thought you guys were going to drive away.
Yeah, for the most part.
Did any of you guys tell Ethan to get out and shoot at Donovan?
No.
No one made him do that?
No.
And then I assume that every time I hear this little sound, a BB comes out, right? Or a little gel thing comes out.
I mean, yeah.
Like 7 of them a second?
I don't know.
Okay. So you see Ethan, then Donovan Jones, you see Ethan just kind of shoot Donovan in the face.
Well, I wasn't in the face, I don't think.
You don't think?
No.
Where was he shooting at?
Probably like in the chest area.
Okay. And Ethan, Ethan thought it was a prank. I mean, Ethan thought it was funny, I guess. I don't even frame it that way. So Ethan didn't know that Donovan wasn't as serious as he was.
Yeah.
Ethan thought maybe Donovan would come up and get the joke, and he shoots him, and Donovan gets up and they start fighting.
Yeah.
And you indicate in an earlier statement that they're tussling. You don't know who was swinging at that point in time. It just seems like they're wrestling around.
Right, yeah.
And then Donovan and him move off to the dark. I say dark to us because we saw it on video, but they move away from the car out towards the middle of the parking lot, and you kind of stay by the front of the car.
Yeah.
And at this point, the Stafford brothers are coming over.
Right.
And I know you say that you see everybody throwing punches.
Right.
Ethan's throwing punches.
Yeah.
Donovan's throwing punches.
Yeah.
Stafford's are throwing punches.
Yes.
You even said in your earlier statement that there was a fourth person, the girl.
Yeah.
Did you see her doing stuff?
Like I said, it was just like a ball of people. I couldn't really tell. I just knew there was 4 in total there.
And who threw the punch that knocked Ethan to the ground?
I don't know.
You have no idea on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. And then...
I mean, I know it wasn't Donovan Jones because he isn't here today. But during that knowledge, like, I had no clue who threw the punch.
Yeah, but that's like a big assumption. I mean, you know, I realize he's not charged. So is that the only way you know that it wasn't him? Is because they didn't charge him?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, like, didn't one of the Stafford brothers admit to throwing the punch that knocked him out?
You heard that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about this thing, right? You're in the Firestone community. This is a tragedy, so it's kind of hard to keep track of who did what. But if you take away things you heard, and we just go by things that you know because you observed it, you saw Donovan walk up to the car, fight Ethan, and then you saw 3 other people get into the fight, and then they're all fighting, and the next thing you know, Ethan's on the ground.
Yes.
And you can't, on your own personal observations, say who threw that punch or didn't throw that punch.
I'm not sure.
And if the defense was trying to say that Donovan didn't approach the car, Sean did, you'd say, BS, I was there.
I would say I can't fully remember.
Okay. So you don't know who did it. All right, so let's be clear with that. I mean, you're testifying right now.
Right.
How good's your memory on this thing?
For most of it, like I said, faces aren't that well. I wasn't trying to like directly look somebody in the face. I was trying to get after me.
And that's why you can't say who was throwing punches out there.
I mean, yeah, also is like everybody was.
But Donovan's 6 foot, these kids are 5'5". Donovan doesn't have a shirt on, and you just told the story that Donovan's the one who walked up on Ethan first.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, was Ethan wearing a mask?
I don't think so. I can't fully remember.
Well, if I showed you your testimony from grand jury where you indicate that he's wearing a ski mask, would that help you?
Sure.
Do you remember talking to the grand jury?
I do, yeah.
Do you remember Ethan normally wearing a mask?
Like when we play like baseball or something, just to like hold your hair back, or football, or like wear it when you're cold.
Okay, when you're cold?
Yeah.
Was it cold out that night?
No.
1 second for me. Yeah, what page is that? Thank you. Okay. I'm going to show you your grand jury transcript from testimony you previously gave to the grand jury in Summit County, and I'm going to ask you to read. I'm going to ask you to read just the first 10 lines for me.
Okay.
Read it to yourself.
Okay, read it to yourself.
All right.
So now, did that refresh your recollection? Thank you. As to what you told the grand jury, what happened that night?
I mean, I see the words on the paper, but
You didn't lie to the grand jury.
no.
What did you tell the grand jury that when you were under sworn testimony? What did you tell them? What did you tell them he was wearing on his face that night?
Like just what I had remembered.
Okay, so what was it?
That he was like, I couldn't really see his face. He either had a hat on,
How did you see his face?
because he was like laying on the ground.
I remember that. What did you just read there that you said?
That he had a mask on.
Okay. You told the grand jury he was wearing a ski mask.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I represent Tyler Stafford. I have some questions as well. I'll just start with this last thing. Is there some reason you don't want to say that he was wearing a ski mask?
No, I just can't fully remember.
But how could you remember when you told the grand jury?
It's been a year and a half almost.
So maybe you remember it better now than you did then?
I mean, like maybe I remembered it better then. I mean.
Okay. But I mean, that testimony was, when was that? Do we know? Was that back in July of last year?
I don't know.
Okay. And in July, you said Ethan was wearing a ski mask. You couldn't see his face.
I never said that you couldn't see his face. I just said he had a mask on. It's a full, like headed mask. Like, you could pull it down, so where it was still, like, over your hair. And, like, that's how, like, whenever he did have it, like, when we played football, or when we play baseball, like, that's how he would wear it.
Okay, 1 second.
Also, we were smoking weed. How are you gonna, like, smoke weed through the mask? It don't make no sense.
He wasn't wearing a ski mask because you were smoking weed?
Yeah, you have to have the mask off.
I see.
Or like, just, like, pulled down.
1 second. Back, Coach.
You may.
I'll show you your transcript. I'm looking at page 28. Okay. You were asked, what did he look like at that point?
Again to the form, Judge.
I can't read this to him?
No.
I just read that earlier.
What's that?
I just read that.
But you said that.
I know.
And you said, I couldn't tell because he had a mask on. You couldn't tell what he looked like because he had a mask on.
That's
this
when he was laying down.
This transcript is not accurate. Why have some other questions? So you mentioned smoking marijuana. I don't care who sold it or bought it. Let's talk about the effects. Can we agree that marijuana affects different people in different ways?
Sure.
Okay. Like you personally, does it make you more hyper? Does it make you more slow, more calm, more agitated? How would you describe it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Okay. So now you've studied psychology a little bit?
Like a week.
You've been in college a week?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know how marijuana affects you. You couldn't describe it?
No.
Okay. Do you know how it affects Ethan?
No.
Okay. Do you know how marijuana affects anybody?
I mean, it can make you, like, tired.
It can make you tired. Okay. So did it seem to make Ethan tired that night?
I don't know.
Well, after you smoked marijuana, Ethan drove you to the I Promise school.
Right.
And you got out and was running around with this weapon that we just saw, this splatter gun, right?
Yeah.
You didn't look tired. Were you tired when you were running?
We barely smoked.
Okay. Okay, but you and Ethan had very little marijuana, and that's why you weren't tired.
Sure.
Well, I want your testimony. It's not I want to know what you're here to testify about a very serious matter. This is very serious.
Right.
Okay. So it's not like, oh, whatever. Oh, who cares? This is important. What did you observe?
That's not a question.
Well,
Ask a question.
Can you tell us how Ethan appeared to you on that night?
Normal.
Normal. Okay. Okay. Now, you said Ethan gave his gun to, is it Mackay?
Yes.
Okay. And so he gave his weapon, his splatter gun to Mackay and said, get out and go with you and go shoot these basketball players.
Sure, yeah.
That's what happened?
He didn't, like, say go out and shoot. He just, Mackay already had the gun.
I thought Ethan gave it to him. He had Ethan's gun the whole time you were in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you said that at some point, you and Mackay get back into the car after shooting.
Right.
Okay. At some point, do you tell Ethan, let's go?
No.
Okay. I mean, you're trying to simulate like a drive-by kind of shooting, right?
Sure.
I mean, at some point you thought they're going to shoot like maybe out the windows or something.
Yeah.
But instead, for whatever reason, two of you get out of the car. So, I mean, isn't the thing at a drive-by shooting, after you shoot, then you leave, then you take off?
Right.
But that's not what happened.
No.
No. Ethan stayed there and actually got out of the car.
Yeah.
And Ethan got out of the car when Donovan Jones approached.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was already out the car.
Okay. And you didn't hear Ethan like apologize, sorry for scaring you, nothing like that happened?
No.
And you didn't apologize, I'm sorry I scared you guys, nothing like that?
Later on, I was just saying I'm sorry.
When was that?
Like when we drove the car down, when all of them were like around us, like outside the car, because we didn't want to do that no more.
You didn't want to do this anymore at that point?
Right.
Okay. And then you said that you think Ethan took his gun back from Mackay and shot Deshaun in the chest?
Yeah.
Not in the face?
No, not in the face.
Okay, not in the face. And you were able to see that?
Yeah, because I was
clearly.
looking over.
Okay. Okay. Now, you said you did see a mutual fight at some point. It said at some point, their term was what, a ball of people?
I mean, like, it was just jumping him. 3-on-1 fight.
Well, okay. But, I mean, you were pretty close to what was going on at this point.
At first, yeah, and then it escalated down to when I wasn't that close.
When it escalated, you got farther away?
Right.
Okay. You tried to get farther away from the violence, let's say.
I just stayed where I was.
Well, if you were close to it in the beginning, and then when it escalated, you got farther away, it sounds like your distance changed.
Yes.
So you didn't stay in the same location. You moved at some point?
I stayed the same. When they were fighting, it moved down to the parking lot. I was at the top next to the car.
Oh, I see. You're saying they changed their location?
Yes.
Now I got you. And you said it's a ball of people. You're just seeing people swinging all over the place.
Right.
Including Ethan swinging at people.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said at some point you saw Ethan go down and hit the pavement.
Right.
Okay. You're not sure who hit him at that time, or you saw that happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, were you standing closer to him, or was it still that you had pretty distant when it happened?
When he got knocked out,
yeah.
Everybody, like the Stafford brothers and Donovan Jones, they walked away. Me and Mackay got in the car and drove down where Ethan was laying at.
Okay. And did you and Mackay try and move Ethan into the car?
No, I was like on the passenger side.
Okay. Was someone helping Mackay try and move?
Lamarion was out there.
Okay. But the two of them were not able to do it. I mean, they tried and...
No, because Donovan Jones prevented us from that.
Okay. So, and also, is this around the time that you're making the 911 call?
Yeah, Donovan Jones comes over. He starts like harassing us in the car, telling us to get out. Then Mackay tells me to call 911 because obviously they still want to fight or whatever.
Okay. So. And was it, did I hear in that 911 call someone say, he's still breathing? I heard that on the call.
Yeah.
Who said that?
I think either Lamarion or Mackay. I want to say Lamarion because he was more near.
So your testimony is one of your two friends said Ethan was still breathing, and you're trying to make a 911 call, and Donovan Jones comes in and stops you.
Right.
I mean, by hitting you?
Yes.
And that's when you dropped the phone with the 911 operator?
Right.
Okay. And Donovan Jones is he's taller than the Stafford brothers.
Yes.
And we think he wasn't wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
And I know we're spending a lot of time talking about just like a minute or two of interactions, right?
Yeah.
But you said towards the end of this incident, if that's what we're going to call it, that the taller guy, Donovan Jones, he was chasing you around.
Yeah.
And at this point, he'd already hit you at least once?
Yes.
And so because of that, did you and everyone else say, we got to leave the scene, we can't make it, I mean, your phone's broken, I'm guessing at this point.
It wasn't like a discussion that we had to leave. I just looked over and the other, like Lamarion and Mackay were like running away, so I didn't know what else to do.
I understand. I mean, you tried to make a 911 call, and Donovan Jones hit you and stopped the call.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just had a couple redirect quick questions. Yeah. So when you're talking about Donovan, I just want to make sure we know with the car itself. When you're talking about Donovan was swinging at you, so you're in the passenger front seat.
Right.
Okay, at that point, Makai is in the driver's seat.
Right.
Donovan's at the driver's seat door or window.
Yes, at the door. The door is open.
The door was open. So he's swinging into the car at both Makai and you?
Yeah.
Because he'd have to be swinging like over Makai to hit you,
Yeah,
right?
he was just like kind of just like throwing punches in there.
Okay. And then we saw in the video, and you described a little bit earlier, that a second person, so one of the Stafford brothers, came up to your side of the car, to the passenger front seat car, and
Yeah.
was kicking at the window.
Yes.
Like trying to break the window?
Yes.
But you don't know which Stafford brother that is?
Yeah, I'm not
or
sure.
was. Okay. And you said, Ethan's fighting, but at one point it's 3 against 1. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Did Makai or Lamarian ever get any punches, and were they ever involved in the fight?
No.
During the fight, where were they?
Makai was like standing like right outside when the car was back up near the fence. It was before we drove down.
Before it moved, okay.
Makai was like standing just like right outside the like driver's side door. Lamarian was like halfway between Makai at the car and like the fight.
Okay. So, but in the fight with Ethan and 3 other people, none of you guys, you or Lamarian or Makai, threw any punches or were involved physically in the fight?
No, not at all.
Just Ethan alone against these 3?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on one second. All right, thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Sin? Mr. Gallo? All right, thank you, Mr. Stefanco. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for an hour and 25 minutes, so let's take a short break at this time, just a 10 to 15 minute break, and we will resume.
All rise.
Dan DeRose with 19 News as we continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial of the death at the I Promise School. We've just heard from Ephraim Stefanco. He was in the passenger seat when they showed up to the school back on June 2nd of 2022. He got out and fired first. There seemed to be, if you've been watching this coverage, gavel to gavel, there seemed to be now a large discrepancy of who approached the car first. Ephraim Stefanco, who admits that he doesn't know any of the 3, he kept saying that it was the cousin who came up to the car first. And when we say the cousin, we're talking about Donovan Jones. You're going to see that's Ephraim getting out of the passenger seat. They run up, and he claims it was Donovan Jones. I was a little surprised that the prosecution did not try to correct him multiple times. She did ask once, now wait, you said it was Donovan Jones. Are you sure? Can you be sure? And he said no. We've already heard from the defense. The defense has already admitted that the young man you're going to see coming up on the right side of your screen, there it was. You can now see Donovan jumped the fence. I've got to watch this again, because the fight's already going. Here comes the third person to get involved. We're going to stop this and we're going to watch this video again. I'm trying to get I was looking at my notes. We've already heard the defense admit that the young man who walks up to the car first was his client. He tries to say, look, that's Deshaun. He's got his basketball on his side. He jogs up to the car. He wasn't running. That's when my client gets shot in the face. And that's when he starts to fight in self-defense. So again, if you were as confused as we were watching that, The defense didn't do a great job, the prosecution did not do a great job at getting clarification from Stefanco that he's apparently mistaken in who came up to the vehicle. We see the individuals retreat here. You're going to see at the bottom of the screen the first one run towards the vehicle. And there it is, that individual right there at the top has the basketball, and we have been told from the beginning that that was in fact Deshaun, who was on trial here, Deshaun Stafford, even though he was misidentified by the witness there. Now, I'm very curious at how this is going to play into this whole event. You then had the defense attorney get up there, and he continued to use the name Donovan, that Donovan Jones came over. It almost makes me wonder if the defense is eventually going to ask for a dismissal because the witness is implicating Donovan Jones as the aggressor who came up to the vehicle. We are going to have to wait and see who the other two witnesses. We did find out that the other two witnesses are also going to testify, and I want to make sure I get their names correct. There were 4 total individuals in that car that pulled up. You had Lamarian, Mackay, Ephraim, and then of course Ethan was driving when this happened. Now, we did hear that what we have been calling round 2, you see that Mackay was the one who drove the car down there, and you can already see Jones, the subject that's on the right side. Ephraim testified that Donovan would not let them call or tried to keep them from calling 911, tried to keep them from loading Ethan's body into the car, and then that's when we see the brothers come down, both Deshaun and Tyler Stafford. They come down to the vehicle. We heard the 911 call made by Ephraim. You can hear the screaming in the background, the get out of the car, get out of the car. You hear Ephraim say, "We're cool." The dispatcher asked Ephraim, "Is he breathing?" And you hear, I think Ephraim yells out to, I believe it was Mackay that was crouched down over the body, according to the testimony. He yells out, "Is he breathing?" And you hear a yes. And but that's after the testimony that I believe he described it as a ball of people when Ethan was being attacked by 3 individuals. He said there were just, everybody was throwing punches. I believe he said, Ethan was throwing a punch as well, or was throwing punches as well, trying to protect himself. But then Ephraim talked about what it was like when he was on the ground. He said he saw Ethan get knocked out, and they proceeded to stomp and kick him. The prosecutor asked, did they punch him when he was down on the ground? He said, no, they just stomped him. And that the 3 of them proceeded to do that while he was on the ground. That's going to be a point of contention here as we are on just a quick 10 to 15 minute break. The exact nature of, and especially we can see where that was sort of heading. You had the dispatcher ask if Ethan was still breathing. If that was the case, there's an issue then of what they were doing to him when he was down on the ground. But of course, one 17-year-old yelling out to another 17-year-old, "Is he breathing?" May not be the most reliable medical expert on Ethan's condition once he's on the ground. You did hear the testimony of Ephraim talk about so there go Mackay and Lamarian, and you're going to see Ephraim run right there. He runs through. That's Donovan Jones, who was chasing after both of them. He would later get picked up in the SUV by both of the Stafford brothers. There goes Ephraim running across the street. He had been punched. That's what ended his 911 call. And the prosecution is going to have a little bit of ammunition there when it comes down to the end of this, that if their argument is that this was self-defense, why did round two ever happen? You've already got Ethan on the ground. He's unconscious. He's dead or dying. Why did they come back for round two? Why did Ephraim then get hit in the face while he was making a 911 call? Why did they yell out as they were running away, "This is my car now," running away from Ethan's car? So the prosecution is going to have, and you see, we know that that is in fact Tyler Stafford, who drove Ethan's car away from where his body was. That's where that ended up. Again, we are in gavel-to-gavel coverage of the death of Ethan Liming, 17 years old, what started as a dumb prank with the splatter ball. And we did get clarification a little bit in that they asked Ephraim, was this a TikTok prank? And he said, no, we weren't filming this. We weren't doing this to put it on TikTok. We just were doing it as a prank. So the defense even brought that up again with Ephraim. You had never seen this on TikTok. Do you have TikTok? He said, yes. The defense said, I even have TikTok. He said, you hadn't seen this on TikTok, and this is what you were. And he said, no, I don't know if the defense is going to try and mount some sort of civil suit to maybe try and sue TikTok, that this is what led to the shooting type situation. And he said, no, we didn't see this on TikTok. We weren't filming this. We weren't doing it to put on TikTok. We did get our first shooting of one of these splatter guns. We're working on getting that sound. It was very obvious. I'm going to make sure that we don't have that here. Let me take a look at some of my equipment here. Don't have that just yet, but the defense used it, I think, 3 times, fired that gun 3 times so the jury could hear it. It is fairly loud. It is what the defense said partially led his clients to think this was an actual drive-by and then switch into self-defense mode. But as we heard from our legal analyst, Tara Coleman, even in a matter of self-defense, if you throw a punch that ends up leading to the death of an individual, even if it's because that individual, it's what she said was causal, what caused the death. That's why, according to Tara Coleman, this is not a murder case. This is an involuntary manslaughter case, that you can be found guilty if the punch you throw leads to the death of an individual, whether it was the direct blow that caused the death or that person getting knocked out and hitting the concrete. That is causal, and you cause that death, and that's why this is an involuntary manslaughter case. It continues to be interesting, and if you're the defense, I don't think he spent an incredible amount of time talking about who threw the punch. You heard the testimony, and it could be that the testimony coming up of the other 2 of their friends, Mackay and Lamarian, that maybe they have said already in grand jury testimony, I saw him stand up and I saw him throw the punch that knocked Ethan out. Because we have heard even the defense in their opening statement say when Deshaun was overpowered and got knocked to the ground, that's when his brother Tyler came to his aid. And when Deshaun came to, he even said Deshaun vomited, that maybe he had gotten a concussion when he got knocked to the ground, that when he stood up and threw that punch, that it was the unlucky punch that knocked out. And if you were a defense attorney and you didn't have grand jury testimony where at least one of the witnesses said, yes, it was this one that threw the punch and it was this one that was helping. You wouldn't just openly admit that to a jury that your client threw an unlucky punch that knocked out Ethan Liming. That's where that is. Let's go through this video one more time, the surveillance video, which is not incredibly clear. They sped up this portion. This is where the Stafford brothers and their cousin are playing basketball on the court. Here is going to be Ethan Liming pulling up in his vehicle. You're going to see it is Ephraim gets out of the passenger seat and Mackay gets out of the rear passenger seat. They start firing. They fire through the fence. They were asked, did any of the splatter bullets hit the three men on the court? They said, I don't know if they hit them or not. They retreat back to the car, and here comes what we were told is Deshaun Stafford. Comes around the back of the car, gets shot at. This is where the fight starts. A second individual and a third individual come running out, and you see Ephraim get out of the car to witness this again, to witness the shooting, or not the shooting, excuse me, the beating. And this is where he said it's just a mass of humans throwing punches, and that fight goes down about, he said, 15, 20 feet. This beating lasts about 1 minute and 15 seconds. That was timed out in court this morning. You're going to see the three individuals retreat. That's when you get Ephraim, you get Mackay, and Lamarion. They get back in Lamarion. They get back in the car, and they're going to drive the car down to where his body is. And we hear from Ephraim that he was on the passenger side, but it is, I believe he said it was Mackay that was sort of standing halfway between the fight and the car. He went down and is standing over Ethan, trying to get him some help and eventually try to get him loaded into the car, and they can't do that. And Ephraim says they couldn't do it because Donovan Jones comes over and he wouldn't let them get him in the car. Said they was standing over the car, was standing by the door there, would not let him put Ethan in the car. And then that's when they get punches thrown there at the car inside. And we will eventually see the two Stafford brothers. They're leaving the basketball court. They're going to go get in their SUV and drive back over, and sort of what we call round two. The 911 call is being placed as we speak. Donovan won't let them make that 911 call. Eventually, Ephraim, who's making that call, is telling him, he claims in his testimony, he said, we're sorry. And then in the 911 call, you heard him said, we're cool, that they just wanted to leave. They didn't want this to go on anymore. And yet the Stafford brothers come over. You can see them here in just a second. You'll see their SUV pull up on the scene. They've started it in the lower version of the camera. They're going to back out and come over to where Donovan Jones is. And a lot of what we heard in Ephraim's testimony is that supposedly the aggressor, now that they've pulled up that SUV, was Donovan Jones. You might be asking, where is he in this trial? He is not facing manslaughter charges as Tyler and Deshaun are. Donovan Jones pleaded no contest to 2 counts of assault and was given a 180-day suspended sentence. As we watch, you're going to see right about here, keep your eye on the passenger side of that vehicle. They're trying to get them out of the car. They get the back door open. There's punches being thrown, but on the front window, you see that individual going back and forth. That's when they're trying to kick in the front window where Ephraim was. And it's eventually right about here that they get out. You see the back passenger door open up, and they run. They run from that side of the car, and eventually you're going to see Donovan Jones give chase. This will flip over to the McDonald's version. Here we go. Keep an eye on your right-hand side. There go Mackay and Lamar. And then here you're going to see Ephraim come run kind of through. There he goes, run through the drive-thru. And there's Donovan Jones, has been identified as Donovan Jones, still looking for them. Now this is going to switch back to the parking lot at the I Promise School. And it is Tyler Stafford who gets in Ethan's car. You heard Ephraim say in his testimony that they said, "This is my car now." It is Tyler that gets in the car. He's going to put it in reverse and move it not very far. Exactly, I'm not even exactly sure why he got in and drove it, just moves it only a matter of a few feet. We are back now into testimony, so let's take you live into the court.
Okay, very good. Could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can take the witness stand. And sir, make sure you're staying close to the microphone and keep your voice up.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Okay, can you please state your name and spell your first and last name, please, for the court reporter?
Lamarion Dancy, Lamarion Dancy.
Okay, and how old are you now?
18.
Okay. If I direct your attention back to June 2nd of last year, so last summer, how old would you have been then?
17.
Okay. And are you presently in school?
No.
Okay. Did you recently graduate?
Yes.
Where from?
Firestone.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here if you attended Firestone your entire high school career?
I went to Firestone from freshman year all the way to my junior year. I didn't go my senior year because of this incident. So,
okay.
This incident.
Okay. So what did you do for your final year of schooling?
I went to an alternative school to receive the missing credits I didn't have, and I finished there. But I still got my diploma from Firestone.
Okay. So does that mean you didn't like physically go to Firestone for that last year?
No.
Okay. What do you do for a living now?
Actually, I do landscaping with a friend of mine and Mackay. That's it.
I'm sorry, can you say that last part for me?
I do a landscaping with a friend of mine in Mackay.
Okay, Mackay Shady?
Yeah.
And do you have any long-term goals for the future?
I do, but I can't really think right now.
Okay, did you think about going in the military or anything?
Yeah, the Navy.
Okay. Okay, you mentioned that you switched schools because of this incident. Can you tell the jury what you mean by that?
Like, I left Firestone because it just was overwhelming at the time, and I didn't just want to be looked at different because of the situation, so I just separated myself from it.
Okay, and do you think that that was a good decision for you?
Yeah.
Did you know Ethan Liming?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury how long you've known Ethan?
I know Ethan since I was in 6th grade, so we had a relationship all the way up to our junior year.
Okay. And did you just know him from school, or was there something else?
It was just school.
Okay. Did you guys ever play sports together or anything?
No.
Okay, no pickup basketball games or anything?
Yeah, we play pickup basketball, but for actual team or anything, no.
I'm sorry, can you say that again for me?
We played pickup basketball together, but we never played for like an actual team or
Okay,
anything.
so not organized sports?
No.
And was he a friend of yours?
Yeah.
And in the months leading up to June 2nd of last year, did your friendship with him change at all?
Yeah, like we started hanging out more. He started picking me up from work. I seen him more in school, like during lunch hours. So I communicate with him during then, and just mostly in school for the most part.
Okay. Did you guys have each other's phone numbers?
Yeah.
Would you ever call each other?
No.
Okay. Would you text each other?
Yeah.
Did you occasionally buy marijuana from Ethan?
Yeah.
Do you know if you were, if you did buy marijuana from him on June 2nd of last year?
Yeah.
When you said that Ethan would pick you up or take you to work, where were you working at the time?
Acme. The Acme on West Market.
Okay. Did any of your other buddies work there as well?
Yeah.
Who?
Makai.
Did you, or do you know Ephraim Stefanco?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you known Ephraim?
Since 6th grade.
Okay. And did you ever play organized sports with him?
No.
Did you ever play pickup sports with him?
Yeah.
And was he a friend of yours?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys keep in touch?
No, not so much, but no, not really, no.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you know Makai, right?
Yeah.
And how long have you known Makai?
Since 6th grade.
Okay. And have you ever played organized sports with Makai?
No.
Did you ever play pickup sports with Makai?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys buddies?
Yeah.
And you still keep in touch with Makai?
Yeah.
And did you mention that you still work with Makai?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever have Ephraim's phone number?
At that time?
Sure.
No.
Okay. Have you ever had his phone number ever in your life?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you call him ever?
No.
Would you text him?
No.
Okay. What about Makai? Do you have his number?
Yeah.
And you guys still text one another?
Yeah.
Do you ever call one another?
Yeah.
You mentioned that you would see Ethan at lunch at school. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you guys chat there?
Yeah, it's like, if I seen him, it's just a quick little conversation, like, what's up, like, what class you going to? Something short, not too much. Just...
Okay. Would you guys ever make plans talking at school?
No.
Okay. Did you communicate with Ethan on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall how that conversation was initiated?
I just texted him for some marijuana, and that's how he came to my house.
Okay. So, can you tell the jury? Do you remember exactly, what the text message was to Ethan?
Nah, I can't remember exactly what I said. I just know I needed marijuana at the time, and that's what that was for.
Okay. And did he respond to you?
Yeah.
Did you recall what the response was?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he indicated he did have some weed to sell?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, did you make plans to get together?
No, not until I met up with him that night. Like, it was kind of last second.
Okay. So how did that come about?
I was originally just going to get the marijuana from him, but he asked if I wanted to smoke with him, and me and Makai just decided to get in the car with him, and he was going to go smoke with him.
Okay, so let me back you up just a touch. Where were you when this communication was taking place?
I was at home.
Okay, And do you live near the I Promise school?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was with you at home?
My mom and Makai.
Okay. And did the plan become that Ethan would come over to your house?
No. Well, the only thing he was coming to my house for was to drop the marijuana off and allegedly leave, but that's not what happened.
Okay, so what did happen?
He told us, well, when we got outside, we went outside and Ephraim and him started shooting us with the splats. And after that, he had asked us, did we want to smoke? And me and Makai originally gave like a look like we didn't really want to go in there, but we just said forget it, and we went up the street and around the corner from my house to park in the car and smoke.
Okay, so you said that Ephraim and Ethan both were shooting you with the splat ball guns?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if you were upset that they did that?
Nah, I was just like laughing.
Okay.
It was kind of like they caught me off guard. It was surprising.
Okay. Did Makai get upset?
Nah.
Do you know how far away Ephraim and Ethan were when they shot you with the splat ball guns?
Ephraim was like to my right. He was already out the car, and Ethan was in the car. So he was telling me and Makai to come to the car, and Ephraim kind of like surprised us, and he started shooting. And they just was both shooting at us at the time. So, yeah.
Do you know if they were closer than you and I are right now?
A little closer.
Okay. Did you get hurt from that?
No.
So you and Makai decided to get in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what seats you and Makai climbed into?
He sat behind Ethan, and I sat behind Ephraim, which was behind the passenger.
Okay, so you're in the back passenger side seat?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And where do you guys go from there?
We go to a street that's it's somewhere up the street from my house, but not too far. It's around the corner, really. But we went there, and we parked there, and we started rolling the weed and stuff.
Okay, and you guys did smoke marijuana in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
Like 15 minutes.
Okay, and do you know who supplied that marijuana?
Yeah.
Who?
Ethan.
Okay. Was the plan to match Ethan and supply some of the weed as well?
Yeah.
Okay, did that ever happen?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys were smoking weed in the car, were you stationary or were you driving around?
Stationary.
Okay. And you said you were there for about 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, then where did you go?
He got a text from somebody that needed marijuana, and we were on our way to there, but like the neighborhood's kind of small, so I forgot which way we drove. And we drove towards the school, and we saw people on the court, and we got the idea to shoot them with the splats.
Okay. And so let me back up just a touch. One thing I skipped over, who had the splatterball guns?
From when I got in the car, or?
Yeah, from the get-go, who had them?
Ethan and Ephraim.
Okay. At some point, did you handle any of them?
Yeah, I had them in the back seat. Like, I touched them, but, like, I didn't, not the entire time, no. I didn't have them.
Okay. When you touched it, did you have the opportunity to see if the splatter balls themselves were possibly frozen?
Yeah.
Were they frozen?
No.
Okay. When you got hit with them initially, did you think that they were frozen?
No.
Okay. Is there a chance they were frozen? You have to answer out loud, please.
No.
Okay, so you said you did handle the splatterball gun?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do with it after you handled it?
I gave it back to Ephraim.
Okay, so Ephraim has a splatterball gun in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the other splatterball gun at that time?
When we're parked,
Yeah.
it's in Makai's hand.
Okay, so Makai has it.
Mm.
Do you know why Makai had the splatterball gun?
We just looking at it, expecting it, like, because it's a toy, and then just really just looking at it.
Okay. Okay, and then you said that you noticed people were at I Promise?
Yeah, once we got the driver, and we drove past him. Yeah.
Do you know who got the idea to pull in there?
No.
Okay, did you understand what was going to happen there?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen?
Initially, it was supposed to be just like a playful, quick drive-by shooting, but we didn't do a drive-by. We stopped for some reason, and Ethan told us we had to get out and shoot him. Instead of doing a drive-by, they had to get out and shoot him.
Okay, so you think Ethan said something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he did.
Do you recall what his words were?
He said something like, you got to get out and walk him down or something like that. I don't know. Something like that.
Okay. And so at that point, who had the splatterball guns?
Makai and Ephraim.
Okay. And what happened next?
They get out and they started shooting at him.
Okay. And at this point, is it light out or is it dark?
It's dark.
Okay. Could you see what was going on from your spot in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. What was going on?
Ephraim and Makai are shooting at him, and Ephraim's getting kind of close towards the gate as he's shooting at him, and Makai is kind of like getting closer to the gate, but not really, shooting at him from a distance. That goes on for about, 10 seconds or something, and then they come back to the car. Makai comes back first, and then Ephraim.
Okay. When they came back, what were they doing?
We were about to leave, but Ethan told Makai to hand him the splat, and he got out and started shooting.
Okay, let me back you up just a touch. When they came back, did they think that they had upset the people on the court?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay, or did they think it was sort of a silly joke?
Like, we were laughing. I couldn't really tell how they were responding until I saw them get to the car. And then at that time, when they got to the car, I didn't know if they were serious or not, because it didn't give, like, he was mad at us.
Okay, hang on 1 second for me. Did you recognize any of the people at the basketball court?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask a follow-up on that. When you pulled in there with Ethan, did you immediately recognize people at the court?
No.
Okay. So as far as you knew, they were strangers?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said Makai and Ephraim run back to the car?
Mm-hmm.
Do they stay outside of the car or do they climb back in?
They get inside.
Okay. Does anybody get out of the car at that time?
After they get in, like, a couple seconds later, Ethan gets out with the splat.
Do you know why Ethan got out?
Because one of the people from the court came to the car, and Ethan started shooting them. But then again, I didn't know if they were mad or playing or anything, because they were laughing. It's just as much as we was laughing. Well, not really, like, laughing, but they had, like, a smile on their face, so I couldn't tell if he was mad for real.
Okay. So initially, how many people came up to the car?
For what I remember, I can only see one because I'm looking out the back window, and I'm looking at Ethan shoot him with the splat, and at the time, I only see one.
Okay. And did that person have anything with them when they came up to the car?
They had a basketball before they came to the car, but they threw that before they got to the car.
Okay. Do you know who that person was?
I gotta say his name.
If you know his name.
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
Okay. Did he have any physical characteristics that were noteworthy to you?
Can you repeat that?
Did he have anything specific about him, clothing or a hairstyle that was significant to you?
Yeah. He had dye in his hair.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Like color in his hair.
Okay, and you sort of touched your hair as well?
Yeah.
Did that person have dreadlocks?
Yeah.
And you said that they were dyed in some way?
Yeah.
Okay, did the other guys have dyed dreadlocks?
No.
Okay, so were you able to see that person's face when he came up to the car?
Yeah.
Okay, what did he look like at that time?
He had his hair like kind of how I got mine right now, but it was shorter. I can't really remember that much.
Could you tell he was angry?
No.
Why not?
Because he had a smile on his face.
Okay. Was he saying anything at that time?
He was saying, "Are you serious?" or something like that.
Okay. Do you know if Ethan was saying anything?
No. He was just kind of like laughing and shooting the gun because he's still thinking like it's not that serious yet. Like, we was all thinking it's a joke. Like, because I can't tell if he's mad or angry or I don't know.
Okay. Could you tell when Makai and Ephraim first ran up to the basketball courts and were shooting the guns, could you tell if the people on the court were getting hit with the splatter balls?
Yeah, they kind of moved, like they got hit, but then one of them just stood there because they realized, like, I don't know, maybe it's a toy gun, it's not really a real gun. But yeah, you can see they reacted once the shots started firing.
Okay. Okay, so you said that the person who approached the car was saying, are you serious?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, what happened next?
He grabbed the gun out of Ethan's hands and they started fighting.
Okay, can you describe how that fight started?
Just like, so Ethan was shooting him and he kind of like grabbed the gun and to prevent him from shooting him still, and then he punched him and he grabbed the gun from him and basically tried to get him to stop shooting. Well, just grabbed it from him and started punching him, or he punched him after he grabbed it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you're saying that this person punched Ethan?
Yeah.
Okay, then what happened?
The fight broke out.
Okay, can you describe what happens next in that sequence?
It's kind of like like just punches back and forth, a little tussle going down the hill towards the pole or whatever, and he's outnumbered, just 3-on-1, and I'm in the back seat at the car at the time seeing it, but once I realized like he's outnumbered, I get out the car, but by the time I even get to him or anything, he already was knocked out.
Okay, let me back you up just a touch. So you see the first punch thrown, and you said that the fight starts up.
Mm-hmm.
Are these two guys like wrestling or punching one another? What's going on?
It's like a mixture of both, like it's kind of like wrestling and just throwing punches.
Okay, and then at some point, does another person enter that mix?
Yeah.
Do you know who that was?
No, I think the brother.
Okay, so you think the first guy's brother joined in at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and at that time, is that still occurring right by the car?
No, it's going towards down where he was last lane, like he's getting to where he was last lane, and like he's getting to that pole. That's like the fight is escalating down. It's moving down to there.
Okay, so the brother jumps in and it's moving down towards the pole.
Yeah.
Does anybody else jump in?
I don't really remember.
Okay. At some point, did anybody from the car with you jump into the fight?
No.
Did you hit anybody?
No.
Did Makai hit anybody?
No.
Did Ephraim hit anybody?
No.
Were you yelling at these guys or challenging them in any way?
Yeah, I got close to try to get him to stop, but I tapped his back and he flinched at me and I backed up.
Okay, let me back you up just a touch, sir. So, you said that the fight was moving down towards the light pole, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall if that light pole was giving off any light?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you see what was going on?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, are you in the car or out of it?
I'm actually like moving towards it. I'm out the car, like moving towards the fight.
Okay. And do you know where Ephraim and Makai were at this point?
At the car.
Okay. Do you know if they were in the car or just standing by it?
Standing by it.
Okay. And you're moving towards the fight?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you consider jumping into the fight?
Yeah, but I didn't.
Okay. At this point, where is Ethan?
On the ground.
Okay. Did you see Ethan get knocked to the ground?
Yeah.
Can you please describe to the jury how that came about?
He hit him and it's like his whole body just locked up and froze and he just hit the ground and I'm sorry.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry this is difficult, sir, but we kind of have to get into the specifics of it. At the time that you saw that happen, what was the number of the fight? Was it a one-on-one fight, a two-on-one fight? What was going on?
2-on-1.
Okay, and do you know which two it was?
I believe the brothers.
Okay. And you indicated that you did not know their names at that time.
No. I still don't really know.
Okay. If you were to see them, would you recognize them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please point them out by an article of clothing and where they're seated, please, for the court?
In front of me with a white button-up shirt.
Okay. The two gentlemen with black ties on right here?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you indicated that it was a two-on-one fight at the time that Ethan got knocked out?
Yeah.
Do you know which brother threw the knockout punch?
I want to say the one with the color in his hair, I believe.
Okay. Do you know which one of these defendants that is right here today?
Like name?
Do you know which one it is?
Nah.
So you saw the knockout punch get thrown. Can you describe what Ethan was doing when that happened?
He was throwing punches back, trying to defend himself.
Okay. And was he throwing punches at both guys when it happened?
Just throwing punches. Just throwing punches.
And did Ethan see the punch coming that knocked him out?
No.
Could you tell where, if you know and can tell from your vantage point, can you answer that question?
Could I see what he was punching?
Ask your question.
Could Ethan see that punch coming? Did he know it was coming?
I don't know. I mean, probably I wouldn't know. I could see that the punch was coming, but I don't know if he saw it was coming.
Right. So did it sort of blindside him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that he locked up and fell down, is that right?
Yeah.
Were you able to see Ethan from basically the start of the fight through the end of it?
Yeah.
How many times did you see Ethan fall down?
Once.
Okay. There was no second fall down where he got back up or anything?
No.
Okay. After Ethan went down, did you see him move on his own ever again?
No.
Did you hear him say any words on his own ever again after that?
No.
Once he went down, what happened?
They started stomping him, punching him on the ground, ground and pound. Just they ain't stopped.
Okay. You used a term there, ground and pound, and the jury might have some guesses as to what that means, but can you please explain?
When you get on top of somebody and they're already on the ground and it's just a rapid of punches still coming.
Okay. And did you see who was doing that, or was it everybody?
Give me a sec. It was one doing the ground and pound, but they all like played a part in the stomping and kicking.
Okay. So did both brothers participate in the
Yes.
kicking and stomping?
Yeah.
Okay, and you mentioned at some point that you approached one of them.
Yeah,
Do you know
like
which
try
one
to.
it was?
No, I can't tell. I can't really tell now. I know, but I can't tell now. Like, it's been a year, so I can't really tell.
Okay, did you touch one of them?
Yeah, I tried to get him to stop. Like, I tapped his back, and he turned and flinched at me, and I just backed up.
Okay, when you say he flinched at you, can you explain to
Like when somebody, like, jumps at you, like they're about to hit you, and you make, like, react, like, you jump back, like, that's what I did.
Okay, so was it kind of in a threatening manner?
Yeah.
To get you to back off?
Yeah.
Did you back off?
Yeah.
At some point, did the attack end?
Eventually, yeah.
How did that come about?
They were just talking, and one of them, like, tried to, like, before he left, he, like, tried to punt him. Like, he kicked him extremely hard, like the rib cage in that area. And he told me to pick my mans up or something like that. I don't know. Pick my mans up or something like that. I don't know. He just was talking, and he kicked him and they walked away.
Okay, and I'm sorry, just in case the jury didn't quite hear you, did you say he told you to pick your mans up?
Something like that.
Okay, and did you know what that meant?
Just pick my friend up, basically.
Okay. Did anyone touch Ethan's clothing after that?
I don't think after the fact, no, but no, I don't remember.
Did you see anybody get in his pockets?
Yeah, I did see that.
Do you know who that was?
No.
Do you know at what point that happened?
After they got done assaulting him, and he was knocked out, bloody and stuff.
Okay. And so do they get up and walk away?
Yeah.
What do you do at that point?
I'm on the ground, seeing if he can breathe, or if he has any sign of breath. And then like I'm rubbing his chest, calling his name, and then he like coughed up a lot of blood or something like that. And then after that, I just told Makai and Ephraim to pull the car up.
Okay, so did you touch Ethan?
Yeah.
Can you describe to the jury how it was that you touched him? If you just bent down, or if there was some other?
Trying to pick him up. Well, I tried to pick him up, and I couldn't because it was dead weight.
Okay. And at that point, was the car still up by the basketball court?
No, the car was by me when I tried to pick him up.
Okay. And you said that you called for Makai to bring the car down?
Yeah.
Did he do that?
Yeah.
What did Makai and Ephraim do once they moved the car down by you?
Me and Makai tried to get Ethan in the car, and Ephraim was making a 911 call, and one of the three just wouldn't let us leave and get him in the car. He insisted on getting another round of fighting. He said, if I remember it correctly, he said, why is y'all out here playing? Y'all know how it is out here. Y'all shouldn't be like, it was something like that. And then he just was insisting on one of y'all got to fight before one of y'all got to run in 30 seconds with me or something like that. Just a fair one-on-one when the fight was already over with and I'm trying to get my friend in the car.
Okay, and I'm sorry that this is difficult, sir, but I kind of missed what you said there. Did you say he was insisting that somebody fight him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody from your group take him up on that?
No.
Okay.
That's where you hear us in the 911 call saying we don't want to fight. Okay. That's where all that's happening.
Okay, you've heard that 911 call?
Yeah.
Okay. Is one of the voices on there saying we don't want to fight your voice?
Yeah.
Do you know if anybody else was saying that?
Yeah. I want to say Makai said it too, but I don't think he caught it.
Okay. Do you know who the individual was who was insisting that you stay and fight?
I was familiar with him. I don't really know him. But
Is it one of the brothers?
No.
Okay, so it's the third guy?
Yeah.
Have you heard the name Donovan Jones?
I mean, since throughout the case, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And is that who we're talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And at the time that this happened, did you know the Stafford brothers?
No.
Had you ever seen them at the park playing ball before?
Yeah, I've seen them up there twice playing basketball before.
Okay, but am I understanding correctly? You didn't know their name?
No, I don't know them. I just seen them playing basketball up there before.
Okay. Had you seen the third guy up there before?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know him at all?
No, not really. I'm just familiar with his face and seeing him around the neighborhood before.
Okay. Had you ever played basketball with him?
No. No.
Okay, so I think you said you and Makai were trying to get Ethan into the car. Is that right?
Yeah.
How were you doing that?
At first, I tried to pick him up. Then I couldn't. Then I tried to grab his arms, and Makai had his legs, and we were just both trying to move him, but even then we both couldn't move him because he just was extremely heavy for some reason. But we couldn't even get him to the car because the one individual just insisted on fighting.
Okay. Do you think that you moved him at all?
A little bit, but not too much.
Okay. From where he was on the ground in relation to the car, how did you have to move him if you were going to load him?
Like, he was kind of like, the car was pulled up towards like the back seat, so all I would have to do was just get him up enough to where I can get him in the back seat. So the car is kind of close enough to where I can do that.
Okay. you able to see Ethan and see his face?
Yeah.
Did he appear injured to you?
Yeah.
Would others there have been able to see him as well?
Yeah.
Would they have seen blood?
Yeah.
You indicated that there was one individual preventing you guys from getting Ethan loaded up.
Yeah.
Did the other guys come back at all, or were they gone?
They came back.
Okay, do you know how they came back?
No, but I remember one came back and went in the back seat, smashed my phone. I don't know if he smashed the other ones back there, but smashed my phone. Then I think Ephraim was on the phone with the 911, and I think after we got done talking or whatever, or however that went between me and him, he just turned, and Makai tried to shut the door, and he was preventing him from closing it. And then he got it open, and he started kicking and punching them too.
Okay, do you know what person that was?
Was Donovan.
Okay. Did you see what the Stafford brothers were doing while that was going on?
One was on the other side on the passenger side, trying to get in the car, hitting the window, I think. And the other one was just kicking him, or not the other brother, but I don't know what the other one was doing. I just know one was on the other side of the car, hitting the window, or something like that.
Okay. And again, where were you when this was going on?
Like, I'm in front of the car, like I'm at an angle. Well, I'm not gonna do all that, but I'm in front of the car with Ethan. Well, it's not really in front of the car. It's like a line with the headlight. I'm sitting there with him.
And were the other guys that initially had been playing basketball, were they yelling anything at this point? Are they saying anything to you?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did they make any threats at any time?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
They said they was gonna come back, or I was gonna go get my real shit or something like that, my real gun. I assumed it was they going to get their real gun, so yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did Makai get out of the car?
When?
I'm sorry?
When?
So you indicated that somebody was hitting Makai and Ephraim in the car?
Yeah, he got out after he let up, and he looked at me and told me to come on, start running. I saw him galloping, and he started running, and I just ran.
Okay, so when Makai took off running, you joined him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that you had a cell phone in the back seat of the car, is that right?
Yeah.
What kind of phone was that?
iPhone.
Okay, and you said someone got in the car and got the phone?
And
do you know who
slammed
that was?
it. I don't know which one, but it was one of the brothers.
Okay, and what did they do with it?
He slammed it on the concrete.
Okay, and was it, did you have any other personal belongings there as well?
Yeah, I have my ID in the back of the phone.
Okay. So probably your phone and ID were left behind?
Yeah.
Okay, so Makai took off running and I guess told you to come along, is that right?
Yeah.
What was Ephraim doing?
I don't remember.
Okay, was he still in the car?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Were you scared of the threats that they made about getting real guns?
Yeah,
Why did you get scared by that?
because like y'all done already the damage was done. I didn't see the need for a real gun to get involved. So at that point, I was like, what am I staying here for if they get a real gun? So we ran.
Okay. And so you did run with Makai?
Yeah.
Where did you guys go?
To a friend's house that was right down the street from the court, but nobody was there or nobody answered. And then I ran home.
Okay,
well,
so
we ran home.
Let me back up just a touch. So you're by the light pole, and the car's there with Makai, right?
Uh-huh.
Which can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you take running away?
So it's the entrance and it's the pole. So from the pole, I run like out of the entrance, and then it's like, I don't know, but if some people familiar with the area, you would know. It's just, I ran down the street and turned to the side street, and it's just a house straight ahead, and I ran to the house.
Okay, so did you run down the alleyway that's behind McDonald's?
Yeah.
Okay, and then were you running towards a car lot?
Yeah.
And then at that street that you came to right there?
Yeah.
Do you know if that's called Valley Street?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, is your friend's house near there?
Yeah, it's right, like the first house you'll see going down that street.
Okay, and you said you and Makai both went there?
Yeah.
What happened when you got there?
We was bamming on the door, seeing if somebody was there, to see if I can use their phone, and nobody was there, or nobody answered.
Okay, did you know where Donovan and the Stafford brothers were at that point?
I seen a car pull out the little alleyway and go towards the main street, but that was the last thing I seen from them.
Okay, were you concerned they were maybe following you guys?
Yeah, I thought they was gonna chase us, so after I saw the car, I went to my house.
Okay, did you do anything when you thought that they were chasing you?
Can you repeat that?
Did you do anything in particular when you thought that they might be following you?
No, I just went home.
Okay, and Makai went with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so how far away did you have to go to get home? Is it a block, 2 blocks, a few blocks?
2 blocks.
Okay, and when you get home, do you go inside? Do you stay outside?
I go in and I tell my mom what's going on, and I use her phone to make a call because my phone was at the scene.
Okay, and who did you call?
I called a friend of mine that wasn't too far, well, that didn't live too far, and I was just seeing if he can come down here and see what was going on at the scene because my mom didn't want me to go back.
Okay, and was there a reason you didn't call the police right then?
I didn't think it was that serious, I mean, I knew it was serious, but I didn't know he died from it.
Okay. Did you have reason to believe that the police were already on the way?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because Ephraim called him.
Okay. Do you know if your friend or your mom went back to the scene?
Yeah, they both did.
Do you know if they talked to the police?
No, they kind of just went over there to look to see what was going on, and I think they may have asked one of them a question or something like that. I don't know, but the only thing I know is I was in the house and I came back and received the news from another friend saying that he was dead.
Can you say that again for me, please?
I was in the house and my friend that I told to go up there to see what was going on, he came back and told me that he died.
Okay. Did you talk to the police that night?
Yeah. After everything.
When you ran away with Makai, who was still back in the parking lot?
I believe Ephraim.
Okay, Ephraim, what about the guys playing basketball? Any of them?
I don't know.
Okay. And did anybody chase you as you ran away?
When I was running, I wasn't looking back. I wouldn't know I was running.
Okay. But the three guys that had been playing basketball and who attacked Ethan, they were still there, right?
I believe so. I don't know. I think.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 33. It's a segment of video, and I'm going to ask you a few questions about it to help the jury understand what was going on that evening. Okay, so I'm gonna start it here at about the minute 49-second mark. And I'm gonna pause it at 1:59. Do you know whose car that is right there?
It's Ethan's. It's Ethan's.
Okay, and is that the car pulling up to the I Promise basketball court?
Yeah.
Okay, can you remind everybody where everyone was seated in the car?
Ephraim's in the passenger. I'm behind Ephraim. Ethan's driving, and Makai's behind Ethan.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it there at 2:15. We see a couple guys hop out of the car. Is that Makai and Ephraim there?
Yeah.
Was Ephraim the guy that went up the furthest?
Yeah.
And we see them holding splatterball guns, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there at 2:36. Can you tell the jury, what happened in that little segment right there?
So, in that moment, this is when Ephraim and Makai are back in the car, and Ethan asked Makai for the splat, and Ethan got out and started shooting one of them that came to the car, and then y'all can see the fight started after that.
Okay, and obviously it's a little dark there on the screen, is that right?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that it's a little bit hard for us to see what's going on there?
I apologize, but if you can't see something, then that's where the fight started. Like after you see him get out and start shooting, and then he took the gun and he punched him.
Okay. And what I'm getting at, sir, and you don't have to apologize for the lighting, were you in a position to see, was it hard for you to see what was going on that night when you were there in person?
Nah, like I could see it all.
Okay, I'm gonna. So at this point, you say the fight is on already?
Yeah.
How many people have come from the basketball court at this point?
I only seen two. So it's just at the fight, it's 2-on-1. Because I only just see the two.
Okay.
The third one, I didn't really see him until after.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play here.
That's the last one, I think.
Okay, so that's the third guy.
Yeah.
Okay, and at this point, where are you?
I had got out when it was a 2-on-1, and I was going towards the fight. I was gonna help, but I didn't. I was gonna try to stop it, and that was just what I was trying to do, just trying to stop it.
Okay. And who do we see standing at the front of the car there?
That's Ephraim.
Hit play from 258. Okay, so I just paused it there at 3:17. Do you know what's going on at this point in the video?
The fight is pretty much about over, and they walking away, and you can see two walking away, but it's the one over there that's telling me to pick my mans up, or, you know, and he kicked him one good time before he left. Like where I said, he punted him in the stomach, he did that, and then he walked away. And then,
okay, and what are Ephraim and Makai doing here?
Like, when they got back in the car, I think that's when I told him to, like, bring the car up. Because I was seeing that he was beaten bad, and I was like, we got to get him to a hospital. I'm like, bring the car up.
So you could tell that already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hit play from 3:17. Okay, so we see 4 people walking there. I'm going to pause it at 3:29. Did you see 4 people walking back?
Yeah.
Do you know who the 4th person was?
I think it was a girl. I don't know. Well, actually, no, it was a girl, but she didn't do anything.
Okay. Do you know if you've seen her since then?
No.
Did you know her at the time?
No.
So hit play from 3:29. So I'm going to pause it here at about 4:39. Can you tell the jury what's going on at this point in the video?
All right, so I think if y'all did see it, well, one of them walked back, and this is the one that I'm telling, I'm not trying to fight. I'm just trying to get my friend in the car and leave at this point, but he insists on trying to get one of us to fight, and then he just tries to, because Makai tried to close the door, and he prevented him from closing it, and then he started punching him, kicking him, and then one of the brothers was on the other side of the car, hitting the other side, and then one came and went in the back and threw my phone.
Okay, hang on 1 second for me, sir. I'm gonna restart the video here from 4:39. I'm gonna pause it here. Sorry. At about 5:37. So at this point, do you know where you are?
I'm in the front of the car with Ethan.
Okay, when you say the front of the car,
Well, technically the side. So like, I'm by the headlight. That's kind of where like he was laying, and that's kind of like where I'm like on the side of him, just sitting there and just watching us all.
okay, and would you be on the driver's side or the passenger side?
Drivers.
Okay, and then, do you know what vehicle just pulled down there by you?
Whatever car they were in.
Okay, that was part of their group there too?
Yeah.
And at this exact moment right here, do you know where the guys from the basketball court are?
They all at the car.
They're all at the car?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause it. At about 6:13, can you tell the jury what's going on in that part of the video?
Well, if y'all seen the passenger door open, they got the door open and they attacking Ephraim and Makai from both sides. And it's just, everything's over with, for real. They just wouldn't stop.
Okay, and do you know who was on the passenger side?
Which one, the brothers or?
In terms of the guys from the basketball court, do you know?
It was one of the brothers. I ain't sure which one.
I'm gonna restart it. Okay, I'm gonna pause it here at 6:30. Do you know what we're looking at right there?
Me and Makai running.
That's you and Makai running the alleyway?
Yeah.
And in the other video, before it jumped over to Don's video, it's maybe a little bit difficult to see, but you guys took off running.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it at 6:40, 6:39. Do you know what we just saw right there?
One of the people on the court chasing us, or chasing Ephraim, and I seen me and Makai just running. That's about it. I didn't know he was chasing us.
Okay. And did you know where Ephraim went?
No. After, in the video where you see like, nah, I'm gonna just say, like, when I got to running, I wasn't even really thinking about it, if I'm being honest. I'm not gonna say it like that, but I was just trying to get away. And I was just making sure, I didn't make sure, but never mind.
Okay. At any point, did you see anybody in either group wearing a mask?
No.
Have you ever seen Ethan wear a mask?
Like, anytime before this situation, or?
Yeah.
Probably for baseball. That's about it. Yeah, for baseball.
And would that be kind of like a cold weather type of a thing?
Yeah.
Sir, I need you to, again, think back on if you had an opportunity to view Ethan before you ran away that night.
Like, do I know what he had on, or?
Did you have a chance to view the injuries to his face?
Yeah.
Okay, and I need you to let the jury know, if you're able to do so, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 16. if this is how Ethan looked the last time you saw him.
Come on.
Dan DeRosa with 19. The defense and the prosecution have been called up to the judge's desk. They want to have a conversation. I believe the picture that they're about to put up is of Ethan in the parking lot. That's why we've switched over to just video pictures of Ethan. Obviously, before the beating, we will, out of respect for family, not be showing any kind of pictures that are autopsy photos or evidence photos. The question to Lamar Dancy here was, he was going to ask him one more time if this is how you saw Ethan with his injuries before you left. And they were waiting to put up the picture, and they asked for, I'm assuming the defense asked for a sidebar, a quick conversation, approach the bench. If you're the defense, you don't want that picture shown, or you want it shown as little as possible to the jury, which is going to show some rather extensive injuries. Here's the discussion taking place live in court. Again, we're not going to show any pictures that show the brutal nature. If anything, we have now heard from two witnesses. The clarification has been made by this witness of exactly who started the 2-on-1. It was the brothers who started this. We're talking about Tyler and Deshaun, who were 2-on-1. And then a third individual joined in, and very tough to hear. We knew heading into this afternoon that this was going to be some tough testimony for the family to hear. You heard this witness, Lamar Dancy, call it ground and pound. The prosecutor had to ask for clarification. He said when he was down on the ground, when Ethan was down on the ground, one of the three of them got up on top of him while he was on the ground and continued to pound him in the face. We heard of them stomping on Ethan as he was on the ground. And then you also heard Lamar Dancy testify that who we know as Donovan Jones, he was sort of the third, the bigger, and the aggressor once the initial fight was over. That according to this witness, Donovan Jones said, and I'm quoting, "Come and get your mans." He had to explain what that meant, and from what Lamar Dancy understood, he said it meant come and get your friend, meaning he was beaten pretty badly. And then as he tried to go help his friend Ethan, then Donovan Jones then provoked him and said he just would not back down and he wouldn't quit, and said something to the effect of one of the rest of you still have to fight me. One of you still has to fight. And that's when you can hear in the 911 phone call that was played, multiple people saying, we don't want to fight anymore. We don't want to fight. And according to the testimony, Donovan Jones wasn't satisfied with that answer. He then proceeded to get into the car and punch the two individuals that were still in the car. And let's keep in mind, Donovan Jones has pleaded no contest to 2 assault charges. I think what we're hearing in this testimony is Donovan Jones played a large part in this beating, at least the second half of the beating, what we are calling round 2, even though that we know at some point he joined in on the 3-on-1 against Ethan as he was laying on the ground. But the prosecutor somehow saw fit to charge Donovan Jones with 2 counts of assault, in which he pleaded no contest and was given a 180-day suspended sentence. We're getting back into court.
Lamarion, just a couple more questions, and I'll wrap it up.
And it does not look like we're going to see the picture, or
last saw
Demarion's going to
Ethan,
have to look at the picture.
Can
Lamarion.
you please describe for the jury what injuries you observed to his face or body?
His bloody face, like he was bleeding from his mouth. His eyes was like I don't know, like shut, but like I can't describe it. But you could tell that he was beat badly.
Okay, and were the injuries to his face the only injuries that you observed?
Yeah.
You didn't observe injuries to his body?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to his body?
No.
Okay. You indicated he was bleeding from his mouth?
Yeah, but yeah. He was bleeding from his mouth. It was his face. Like, you can just tell he was beat badly from his face.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness.
May.
I'm going to have you take a look at what's been marked State Exhibit 16. Sir, minus the police placard and the medical stickers that had been placed on Ethan's body, was that the condition that you saw Ethan in?
Overall.
Yeah.
And sir, there was a time that it was reported that Ethan may have still been breathing to 911. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you believe Ethan was still breathing at that time?
I only thought that because he coughed up blood onto his shirt and then he made a noise. Like, it wasn't like him talking, it was just like a noise. And I just thought he was still alive. I just thought it was some hope.
Can you say that last part for me?
Thought it was some hope.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Lamarion.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Sen, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
The last time you saw Ethan, he was in bad shape, correct?
Yeah.
And you hoped that maybe he was still alive.
Yeah.
You ever been around a dead body before?
No.
You ever been around somebody who suffers a brain trauma or a brain bleed?
Nope.
Do you have any experience with folks who when their brain suffers injury like that, bleed out their eyes and bleed out their mouth and throw up blood?
No.
So you don't really have the medical training to say whether there was hope that day like you want to be, or whether or not these are just involuntary things that happen when somebody dies. You don't know that, do you?
No.
Now, what we can't agree on is that the punch that cost Ethan his life happened within a minute of the boys going with the splat ball guns, right?
Repeat that.
Ethan got knocked out, so we thought, right?
He did get knocked out.
happened within a minute and 15 seconds of you guys getting out of the car.
Yeah.
It's fast,
Something
right?
like that, yeah.
And then a lot more stuff happened at a later time. People chasing you and kicking windows and stuff like that, punching you and breaking phones. Ethan's gone by then. He's knocked out.
Yeah, he's knocked out.
And you said that he just froze up, and could you hear him hit the ground?
No, I just watched it.
And he hit hard.
Yeah.
And at that point, he never really had any response after that, did he?
Nope.
And that was all fast.
Mm-hmm.
So, the prosecutor talks a lot about when you guys were assaulted and you guys were attacked, but you guys started this, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. There were 4 of you, right?
Yeah.
And four men, 4 boys.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, there are 3 men, 3 boys.
Yep.
And a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys were minding their own business playing basketball.
Yep.
When you guys decided to pull this prank.
Yeah.
Now, you, according to the police report, are 225 pounds. Is that? Got you listed as Lamarian Dancy, 5'7", 225. What's accurate there?
My height,
Okay, what do you weigh? What did you weigh back then?
like $160.
Okay, I don't know where they got that. What about Makai? They have him as 6'1", 225. Is he bigger than you?
Yeah. Height, I know he's 6'1". I don't know about his weight.
Big guy?
Not really.
Bigger than you?
Yeah.
And you're 165, we said?
At that time.
Okay. And he's bigger than you. And Ethan's bigger than all of you, right? 6'1"?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you an athlete?
Kinda, sorta.
Makai an athlete?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Ephraim's a baseball player?
Yeah.
He's 5'8"?
Yeah.
Okay. So you 4 boys are much bigger than the 3 boys on the basketball court. These guys are 5'5", 5'6", 135.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think you're much bigger than him?
I didn't say that.
Okay. So, do you disagree with me that you guys are picking on smaller guys? Do you disagree with me that you 4 boys were bigger than the 3 guys you were picking on?
Yeah.
Okay. You were bigger, right?
I guess.
You got eyes.
I mean, I guess.
Okay. And on this night, you and Makai, till this day, you guys are tight, right?
Yeah.
Is that how you say his name, Makai?
Yeah.
You worked at Acme together?
Yeah.
Now you do landscaping together?
Yeah.
And you grew up close to each other?
No.
Where do you live? Don't give me the whole address, but are you on the I Promise side of Market Street or across the street side of Market Street?
I promise that.
Okay. What about Makai? Is he on the I Promise side of Market Street?
Not in that area.
He's not
Not in that area.
We haven't heard from him yet. What about Ephraim? He's up by Merriman Road, right?
I don't know where he lives.
You don't know him like that?
I know him like that, but I don't know where he lives.
You never been to his house?
Once, but I don't remember where it's at.
What about Ethan? You ever been to his house?
I thought we was talking about Ethan.
I was talking about Ephraim. I'm sorry, maybe I said it wrong.
No. So I've never been to Ephraim's house, and I'm not familiar where Ephraim lives.
Now, you indicated that you and Ethan were friends?
Yeah.
And you told the grand jury that you wouldn't see him that much. Only time I would see him, it was in school or if I had asked him something. That's really it. I wasn't too close to him. Is that accurate at the time? You weren't too close to him?
Yeah.
But you would see him in school and you would call him when you had to ask him something. You text him when you had to ask him something.
Mm-hmm.
And none of you guys, well, I shouldn't say that. You're the only guy that mentioned what you were texting about. Tell the jury what you were texting Ethan for. What question were you asking?
Marijuana?
Yeah, you got weed. He was your weed guy, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, how often do you buy weed off him?
I don't recall how much I did at the time.
How many times you buy him? You've been hanging out with him for 7 months. Is that when you started buying weed off him?
You said, can you repeat that?
You said you've been hanging out with him for about 7 months. Is that when you started buying
I
weed?
never said I was hanging out with him for 7 months.
Okay. You didn't start getting closer to him?
Yeah, I started getting closer to him.
Is that because you started getting into marijuana?
Yeah.
Okay. And how much did you buy this night? How much were you buying off him?
I don't know. I don't remember how much I was buying.
Eighth, quarter? What's normal?
Like quarter.
Okay. And you and Mackay, you had your own plans for the evening. Ethan was supposed to just drop by with the marijuana and go, correct?
Yeah.
And he, at some point, asked you if you want to smoke. And the prosecutor says that you're both going to pitch in, right?
No, we're gonna smoke, but like we match like a blunt, basically. We just
You matched out of what you just bought off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he brings it, but he wants to smoke some of yours and some of his together.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's kind of the cool thing to do, right? I mean.
I wouldn't really call it cool, but it's just some people, teenagers do.
Okay. So you guys go and you match a blunt and you guys smoke 2 blunts?
Yeah, we was on the second one, but it wasn't finished yet.
Okay. So you went through one whole, and a blunt for the jury is basically you take a cigar wrapper of some sort, like a small cigarillo, you empty out a lot of the tobacco and pack it with weed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you guys, between the 4 of you, finished one.
Yep.
And then you were partway through the second one.
And he got the text. And
he got a text from another customer.
Yes.
And he had to go make another delivery.
Yeah.
But he wanted to do this thing first, where, were you guys going to go, I shouldn't say.
No.
Were you guys going to go with him on the delivery?
Yeah.
Okay. Why were you going to go with him on the delivery?
Because we were already with him and we were still smoking.
Okay. You didn't have your own splat gun, right?
No.
And Mackay didn't have a splat gun.
No.
And you guys really had your own plans for the night. You kind of got caught up in this?
I wouldn't say caught up. We just both agreed to smoke with him.
Okay. But now you're agreeing to go somewhere else and somewhere else.
No, that's not what the plan was. We were supposed to smoke with him, and we were going to go home, and he was going to go do what he was going to do.
So he was going to drop you off before he sold the next.
Yeah, but we didn't know he was going to have to serve somebody else while we were smoking with him.
Okay. And at some point you're driving by a promise school, and whose idea is it to shoot people with this splat gun?
I don't recall. All of us kind of got the idea, so I don't specifically remember one of us saying, let's do it. We all agreed.
And the idea is quick drive-by shooting were your words. You're going to do a quick drive-by shooting. And no one's saying it's a real gun.
Yeah.
You get it, you're getting a real gun. But the idea is you do a quick drive-by out the window.
That was the idea.
Okay. And you discuss that, and it would be?
It didn't go as planned. Okay. We eventually will.
Because Ethan stopped the car.
Yeah.
And Ethan handed Mackay a gun and told him to get out. I mean, wasn't that your words?
Yeah, he told him, Ephraim, gotta get out and shoot him. Get out and walk down.
Okay. So say that to me again.
Dan DeRose with 19. We seem to have lost our audio out of the courtroom. Let's see if we get this back. We're working on a pool situation. For those of you at home, that means that one station is responsible for shooting the trial that day, and they put out a feed to every station that gets to use it. Defense is being awfully demonstrative here, so it is not our camera today in the courtroom. It will be tomorrow, so trying to figure out why we've lost audio here. See if it comes back. What you're seeing is This defense is trying anything to get sympathy for his client. That's what you do. You're the attorney for the accused here. He said to this young man, you started it. He said to Lamar, you started this, didn't you? You guys started it. They were just there shooting baskets, minding their own business. And he said, yeah. And then we saw yet again the defense get into this size battle. How big are you? And the statistics that he read out in court were completely wrong. He read out something like Lamar was 220 pounds, and Lamar said no. And we see him get the gun out again, and he's using it, and the jury is getting to hear that noise again. I get the feeling that this defense is going to do that multiple times, trying to show how loud it is and trying to show the jury the issue with why these young men were scared and acted in self-defense, according to their attorney. But again, this defense attorney has this idea that if he plays out how big Ethan and Lamar and their friend Mackay and Ephraim, that if he is able to show that they were much bigger, and he even said, you guys were picking on the smaller guys, weren't you? And the witness said no, and then he said, but you're bigger, right? And he said yes. So again, that continues to be a theme. We're still waiting to see if we've got some sort of audio back.
Okay, I'll withdraw that particular question because it got a little confusing me. Now,
this is not going to be great audio, but it's going to be something.
He's going to get in the passenger seat where he's riding shotgun, and where are you? Are you behind Ephraim or behind Ethan? Ephraim, okay. And then Mackay, he's behind Ethan. Yeah. And at this point, there's a point in time where they run up on the boys on the court, trick them, play the prank, and then come back, and everybody is in the car. And there's nothing stopping everybody from driving away. That's what we thought would happen, right? Now we're going to drive away.
Yeah. But unfortunately it didn't.
Okay. Right, but whose choice was that?
Ethan's.
Ethan says, give me the slap.
Yeah.
And at this point, one of the boys, and you're testifying that Sean, is walking up with a basketball in his hand, somewhat smiling and saying, are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious, dude? You just shot me?
It's not like how you're explaining it, but it's more like a smirk and like, are you serious? Like a sarcastic, but not like.
You being serious? Or shooting with this?
Not like, but you wouldn't be able to tell if he was mad.
Okay.
So that's why I say like I couldn't tell.
But at this point, from point blank range, how far is Ethan away from Sean when he starts shooting in the face with this thing?
Kind of like where he is, a little closer. Yeah, kind of where we are.
And he's not shooting the kneecap of the butt, straight in the face.
I wouldn't say straight in the face, but upper, like above the torso, up here.
Which point Sean tries to grab the gun away from him. Right? And that's what he said. Sean tries to grab the gun. And
so he didn't try. He fortunately he just grabbed the gun and punched him.
Okay.
A vice versa.
Which, does that seem a reasonable thing to do?
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the fight's on, and Ethan's giving as good as he got, right? Ethan's swinging and they're fighting. Ethan and Sean are fighting, and it moves into the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
And did you watch that fight?
Yeah.
Did you see the point where Sean got slammed onto the ground?
What?
Did you see the point where Sean got slammed?
He didn't get slammed.
Tell me what you saw. You're in the car, you're in the
get slammed. Ethan's the only one getting attacked. He's getting jumped. And I get out of the car when I see the second person run up to me. And if we can pull the video back, I can see him jump out the back of the car.
I got you. We're going to do that. But you're in the back seat, Ethan's fighting, and he's fighting Sean, right?
It's one-on-one.
One-on-one, and they're both swinging.
They're both swinging.
Then what happens next?
Another one comes. Then he's outnumbered. It's 2-on-1.
Okay, I got that, and you three are just sitting in the car.
No, I got out the car.
Okay, and at that point, what is the other guy doing with Ethan?
What other guy?
I mean, is Ethan losing? Is he winning? Can you tell?
Yeah, he's outnumbered. He's losing, so I'm getting out the car and I'm heading over there to try to break the fight. But as I'm approaching, that's why I say I seen his body lock up and fell in the ground.
But I understand that at this point, one of the brothers comes over after the other brother fighting, and then you guys get out of the car. But during the punch, that actually, when you see the punch that knocks Ethan down,
yeah.
And the prosecutor tries to say it's like a sucker punch. But this is a straight out fight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a punch. Where did the punch land?
In the face.
In the eye?
I don't know. It's nowhere in his face.
Okay. Well, you saw it, though.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact location, but he got hit in the face.
Okay. So, and at the time he's getting hit in the face, he's in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
That he started.
No.
No?
No, because he didn't throw the first punch, but he shot at him, so I see the reason why he punched him.
Okay.
He didn't start the fight.
So your thought is it's whoever threw the first punch. You're not taking into account the shooting in the face.
I guess if that's why the fight started, then yeah, that's.
Can you see why somebody might think that throwing a punch is a reasonable response to being shot in the face at close range?
At that point, yeah.
Okay. And then you don't even have time to get over there and help your friend because it's over that quick, right?
Yeah.
And Mackay doesn't have time to help your friend because it's over that quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Ephraim's not, he just is kind of hanging out front. He's not really, I see him going back and forth with the headlights.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get a chance to help Ethan? I mean, like, to jump in and was this too fast?
He was already on the ground.
So the damage was done by that point in time.
Yeah.
And within seconds, one of the boys says, pick up your boy.
This is after.
Okay. This after he's already down.
Yeah, and everybody done and walking away. One of them stayed. And that's why I said he kicked him and he said what he said.
And one of them says to you, what are y'all doing, man?
This is when the car gets pulled up and they all come back.
Okay. Now, that's like round 2 though, right? Ethan's knocked out in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan's not participating in round 2 in any way, shape, or form.
No.
But the other boys are, these are black kids, right? The one who said it to you is an African American kid.
Yep.
And he looks at you and says, what are you doing with what's going on out here?
Yeah, just
What'd you take that to mean?
like stupid decision. Like why is we playing, knowing like the danger that's going on right now at the time. Like it just wasn't a good time to be playing like that.
Yeah. Do you think this situation would have been different if you guys had just stayed in the car?
So many ways it could have been different.
You could have not decided to shoot the kids.
That's one of them.
Could have not decided to jump out of the car. You could have just done the drive-by and left. Right?
Yeah.
And Ethan could have decided not to get out and shoot this kid in the face. He could have just pulled off.
Yeah.
So you agree with me that there were a lot of bad decisions that night, going both ways.
Mm-hmm.
But when this thing started, these boys were shooting hoops, right?
Yeah.
And you guys are shooting these things. Right?
Yeah.
No further questions.
I represent Tyler Staff.
you believe is difficult probably for everybody. Is that fair?
Yeah.
One second. You said when this whole thing was starting, when you thought it was going to be just like a fake drive-by, just shoot, we'll get it. It's only going to last, what, a few seconds?
Yeah.
Go out and hang out the car, shoot, and take off, and then go about.
That was the original plan.
But you said for some reason Ethan decided to stop the car and tell two guys to get out and walk up on them, or what was the phrase?
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. You said your state of mind was, all right, they're out of the car, I want them to hurry up.
Yeah.
Right. You want to let's get out of here.
Like, I'm laughing, like, because I'm on it, I'm in on it, but
Yeah.
I'm feeling like this wasn't the plan, so y'all gotta hurry it up. That's what I'm thinking, just come on.
In your mind, the sooner we get out of here, the better for everybody.
I'm not thinking like that at the time.
Okay. You're thinking hurry up.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between hurry up and the sooner we get out of here, the better? It sounds like the same thing.
No, it don't.
It doesn't?
No, because I just wanted to do the drive-by. I didn't want him to get out and do that. I didn't have no idea that was going to turn into that. I just wanted him to do that.
Okay.
I just wanted him to hurry because that wasn't the plan.
I think it wasn't your plan.
No, that wasn't the plan at all. We all knew what was going on. That wasn't what we was going to do until we parked it.
Was it possible that you had a plan and
No,
so
I didn't have a plan. We all agreed on it.
I thought you said your plan was we were gonna just hang out the car, shoot
Yeah.
it, get leave. So that was your plan.
Yeah, okay, you're right. That's my
But
plan.
maybe someone else in your car had a different plan.
Yeah, that changed when we parked it.
Okay. But I mean, you didn't change it. You didn't
No.
say, yeah, I got a plan B. You didn't say that. You didn't change the plan.
No.
I mean, Ethan changed the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Now, you said that you saw when Ethan got knocked, when he fell down, when he got knocked down.
Right.
Okay. Now, I represent Tyler Stafford. You didn't see Tyler Stafford knocking him, Ethan down, did you?
Was he the one that threw the punch?
Well, you tell me.
No.
Okay.
I know he was a part of it when they were all fighting. And I don't know if he threw the punch.
Okay. Is it fair that because you don't know the three involved, that sometimes you get them mixed up?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you did say that one of the guys was a taller guy.
Yeah.
Is that right? And, I mean, I can tell you that, although Donovan's the taller guy, I mean, you're not sure of the name, or are you?
Oh, I know his name now.
Okay. And Donovan was the taller than these two guys.
Yeah.
Okay. And Donovan, the taller guy, was the one chasing you at the end.
Yeah. I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And was Donovan, the taller guy, the one telling you at the end, like, hey, I want to fight, let's do some, I'm ready, let's go. We need some more violence, apparently. And that's what you heard. That's what you interpreted it as.
Yeah, he just insisted on getting like a fair one-on-one fight.
At some point, did you say that you tried to hit Donovan or someone?
I talking about when they were on top of Ethan.
Well, I don't know when, but at some point, did you try and swing at anybody?
No, I wanted to.
You wanted to swing at him, but you didn't.
No.
Is it you did because it went so fast?
Because I couldn't. In the situation I'm in at the time, I just couldn't.
Because of your situation, you couldn't get into it?
Yeah. Not my situation, but just how the situation was, I couldn't. I just couldn't. I could have, but I didn't.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
briefly. There's some questions there about where exactly Ethan shot Deshaun with the splatter ball. Can you just clarify for the jury where it was that he was hit? Where was Ethan shooting Deshaun with the splatter ball?
I want to say like in this area. I'm not really sure if it's the face, but I know it's this area.
You think for the record that he's referring to his neck down to his mid-chest?
Yeah.
And sir, you heard the splatter ball gun being shot off here by Turnson, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that that's a loud sound?
It's loud, but referring it to, like, if you want to refer to a gun, an actual gun, you can tell the difference.
What would the difference be?
That's like, you can hear that it's like a toy, like, I don't know. You hear the difference, so it's not much.
And do you think being indoors makes any difference with the sound of it?
Probably, but either way, it's just gonna sound like that, but you know the difference.
That's all. Thank you, Judge.
Prosecutor asked you questions about the sound of the gun, right? Prosecutor asked you questions about where you're shooting, right?
Yeah.
You've been answering questions for the prosecutor for a year now, have you not?
If we
You
take
meet
it back,
with them,
yeah.
you're at the house, you have to go to the office, all that stuff. You're here for the prosecution, right? You were prepared for this testimony. You've been prepared to come in here today.
Yeah.
And you and Rikai worked together and probably talking about this for a year. And knowing that you're here on the prosecution, you know that you don't have anything to worry about, right?
Yeah.
You haven't been charged with any crime out of this whole mess. You walked away, and every one of you guys walked away without so much as a traffic ticket.
Your Honor, I would object. It's outside the scope of the redirect.
It's beyond scope.
Withdraw.
Very brief. You were asked about the sound of the gun, but now all the times that has been fired here today, the weapon is unloaded. Use no other term, right? I mean, there are no pellets. There's no pellets up on the ceiling or anything like that, right?
No.
So I mean, it's a little bit different. I mean, we heard the sound multiple times, but it's a little bit different when the weapon is loaded, right? And pellets are coming out of it like.
But then
7 a second.
But come on now, you know the difference between a real gun and that.
Well, I didn't ask you that.
I'm just saying.
Well, are you saying that 7 pellets don't come out of this thing a second?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. I just know it shoots.
You just know it shoots.
It's a toy gun.
But I mean, you didn't see anything come out in this courtroom, did you?
Oh, it's not loaded.
It's not loaded. It's not loaded. So it's that sound with the addition of water-soaked pellets coming out of it.
So, what are you asking?
Well, I'm asking, is there a difference between this being loaded and unloaded?
No.
There's no difference between it being loaded and unloaded.
It might be. I don't know, but it's,
well,
it's unloaded. I'm not going to know that.
Well, this weapon is unloaded. And on June 2nd of last year, they loaded it.
I don't remember exactly how it sounded when they loaded. But I know that's how it sounds now. Like,
well, let's leave the sound out of it for a second. This weapon is unloaded. It was fired in here today, unloaded. But they were both loaded on June 2nd. And I mean, do we have any idea how many rounds were fired?
No.
On June 2nd?
No.
Is it possible we were carrying, like the car was carrying 20,000?
No.
It wasn't?
I don't know.
You never heard that number, 20,000 rounds before?
For them?
Yeah.
I heard it, but I don't know if we had 20,000 rounds with us that night.
Who did you hear the 20,000 rounds from?
Advertisements, just seeing it on TV because it's told.
So you've seen commercials for this weapon, for this toy, or you call it whatever you want.
TikTok, stuff like that, yeah, I've seen it around.
So you've seen people on TikTok saying, hey, this thing shoots 20,000 rounds.
Not exactly saying that, no. But
Well, you said you heard 20,000 on commercials or social media?
social media,
Social media other than TikTok?
Yeah.
Like Snapchat or like...
Yeah, something like that.
Instagram, go ahead. Okay. No further questions.
Just very briefly, Judge. Sir, the defense has referred to this as a weapon. Do you consider this a weapon?
No.
Thank you, Missile.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Give me a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will recess for the evening. Same instructions that I gave you on Friday apply. Do not talk amongst yourselves or with anyone else about the proceedings here today, about this case. Do not review any media, and if inadvertently you see something, make sure that you bring it to my bailiff's attention tomorrow morning. And be back tomorrow morning at 8:45 to the jury room, and we will resume the state's business at that time.
Dan DeRose with 19 News as we get the adjournment for the day. An interesting witness there, and we're going to just briefly wrap up on this. We heard Lamar or Lamarian Dancy testify. He was one of the other three individuals in the car with Ethan Liming that pulled up to the I Promise School. I think the defense caught themselves in kind of a bad situation here. They almost looked like they were attacking Lamar. And again, we see the defense go back to this issue of size. How big was Lamar? How big was Ethan Liming? Well, how big were the Stafford brothers? He even asked Lamar, you guys started this, right? You know, when you pulled up to the I Promise School, you guys started this. And he said, yes. And he said, and you were picking on the little guys. You guys started this. You were picking on the smaller guys. And Lamar didn't answer right away. And he said, but you're bigger than these guys, right? And he said, I guess. And that's after they went through and that the Stafford brothers are somewhere around 5'5", and that Ethan is 6'1", and that Lamar is somewhere around 6 foot. The defense seems to think that if he can get the jury to see this massive size difference, that will somehow make the jury feel sympathetic and feel that this was a self-defense case. I just don't see it when they're in the car, and there's no way that the young men on the basketball court could see how big the young men were in the car running up with the pellet guns. But what we did hear from Lamar is say that he said, and we heard this again from the defense, there was nothing that stopped Ethan from driving away. And he has made this point several times. Ethan could have ended all of this. If the prank was to run up and shoot the kids with the splatter ball, that Ethan, when they got back in the car, they could have gone and they could have left. And he said, why didn't it end there? He said, because Ethan got out of the car when he was about to be confronted by Deshaun. And he said, yes. And he said, so whose choice was that? And the young man said that was Ethan's choice. Again, trying to show that Ethan became the aggressor once they came back to the car. And then you had the defense attorney ask Lamar, when the fight started, and it would have been Ethan and Deshaun to start, he said, Ethan was giving it as good as he got, wasn't he? And he said no, meaning Ethan, because again, this idea that he's bigger, was giving it as good as he got. And the young man said no, he was just throwing punches. And then quickly it became 2-on-1, and then it became 3-on-1. And he said, and I quote, we heard from Lamar say, he got jumped, he's losing. That's why Lamar initially got out of the car and was about to get involved. But he said at that point, Ethan was down on the ground. And how terrible to hear the description of Lamar when he went up to Ethan, that he made a noise and he spit blood out of his mouth all over his t-shirt. And when asked why he said that it sounded like he was still breathing, Lamar said, because I had hope. I hoped he was still breathing. And then the defense jumped all over him and said, you're not a medical doctor, are you? You have no expertise in somebody that's dying of a brain injury or of a severe brain injury. You have no experience in that, do you? And he said, no. So your idea of having hope with him laying on the ground has no relevance here. And the young man had to say, no, I just hoped he was still alive. But that was some pretty harsh testimony this afternoon. Think about the family being in there, having to listen to that. Having to listen to the fact that the young man tried to go down there and get help, but yet you had the cousin who was down there demanding that somebody else fight him. Donovan Jones telling one of the rest of you is going to have to fight me before I let you all go, or before the exact words from Lamar was when Donovan called him down there. He said, come and get your mans. That's exactly what he meant. Lamar explained that meant come and get your friend, that he was knocked out and severely injured. You could see there was that moment that the prosecutor wanted to put up Exhibit 16. That is a picture of Ethan laying in the parking lot. He was about to broadcast it to the room, and they called a sidebar. The defense said, Judge, sidebar, can I approach the bench? It is not in the defense's best interest to have that picture of Ethan's lifeless body laying in the parking lot, which is apparently some severe injuries to the face. And so the defense won that. The judge did not let the prosecution broadcast it in the room. What he did instead was take the exhibit to Lamar on the stand. You heard Lamar take a deep breath and say, yes, that is the condition, that he had been beaten badly. He said you could just tell. He said he had blood coming from his mouth. He said, tried to describe his eyes. He said his eyes were like closed, but they were open. I don't know what it was. I think that's consistent with somebody that's had their eyes maybe roll back to the back of their head. That's the severe injury that Ethan had been dealing with. And then just the description of he thought he was breathing when he heard a noise and Ethan coughed blood out of his mouth. Of course, any 17-year-old would think that was perhaps a young man who could have been saved, could have been helped at that point, and was gasping for air. Just really tough all the way around. We are going to obviously continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage when they begin tomorrow, approximately 9 o'clock. We will have the very latest. Look for my coworker Caitlin McCarthy. Look for her reports in our evening newscasts as we continue the trial into the death of 17-year-old Ethan Liming, who was in that fight. The punch that resulted in him falling, perhaps hitting his head on the concrete. And we still need to hear from a medical examiner that will testify exactly which of the injuries was it that killed Ethan Liming, and did the stomping and the kicking and the punching, as we heard Lamar say. Lamar described it as ground and pound. Once Ethan was on the ground, they continued to punch and kick him while he was down. Again, this will come down to the jury's answer as to whether or not this was a justifiable defense issue. You had the prosecution in their opening arguments say that there are consequences for getting into a fight, and if that consequence is one of your punches ends up killing a victim, that you are responsible for your actions. So keep in mind as we watch this trial continue. Tomorrow will be day 3. Until then, I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News Now. Let me give you one more thing. If you are a Roku user, This is how you can watch the entire trial. If you missed some of the day, you go to the 19 News app on the Roku. You go to the 19 News app and you can see, you scroll down, and the Ethan Liming trial is right there for you. Again, we're going to sign out. Our 3.5 hours of news is underway as we speak on Channel 19. Until tomorrow morning, I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News. Have a good afternoon.
19 News is everywhere. Download our CTV apps and follow us on social media at Cleveland 19 News.